Welcome back to the British 24-hour race here from Teesside Karting. It's great to be here for the remaining 14 hours we have still got to go. It's just past 10 p.m. local time. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Zach Sweeney for the next couple of hours. Good to be back. How are you coping?
I'm awake. That's the
Really?
start that I'm going with.
Already?
No, to be fair, I'm all right for now. In 4 hours' time at 2 o'clock in the morning, we'll find out. I'm beginning to start the caffeination.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah.
I've been postponing it until this point because I know I'd need it at this point. Because we haven't really had the chance to sleep between our first stint and this stint.
Obviously.
However, after this one, I might need it because I've been getting into a routine of early nights recently, which is a grave mistake of mine because of work. I've had to get up at like 6:30 to get the bus to work every morning.
Oh, good job. You have to get up at 6:30 today as well.
I know, exactly. So at least I'm ready to wake up at stupid o'clock in the morning. It does mean I'm not ready to go to sleep at stupid o'clock in the morning. But it's fine because it's worth it because there's go-karts on a racetrack and we enjoy it.
It's exactly what 24-hour racing is about, isn't it? Completely ruining our lives
yes.
for one weekend. But it's
oh,
brilliant.
No, we get paid to talk about go-karts.
Exactly.
What a shame.
We wouldn't have it any other way. So no, it's great to be here again for a second stint with yourself for the next couple of hours. Let's tell you about who's in the lead in each class because some of you may not be quite up to speed with what is going on. MS Soco Select are currently leading overall and in the Owners Elite class, of course. That is a little bit weird because of the pit stop cycle, and they're not actually very far away from reversing that now. They're on their 52nd lap of this stint. However, they should still be in the lead after that. We'll keep you updated whether they will be or not. Max Plan are leading in the Owners Elite, not the Elite, sorry, the Pro class, the red class you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. The black number you can see with the white writing is for 36 Motorsport. They're leading the Owners Club class, and they have got one of the biggest leads in any of the four. Or any of the 7 classes, excuse me. In the hires, we've got the elites led by Cartervench Belgium. That gap has only been growing as well and is actually getting out to well over 50 seconds out for them. Lockwell Hill 1 are leading in the hires pro. That's the number 35. They have got the biggest lead of anyone in the 7 leading positions. Teesside Academy are currently leading in a pretty close hires club race here with Track Limits in second place. Then in the rookies, it's Test Tees who are leading ahead of the Petit Bergeron Racing team, although it's worth remembering that the number 25 has come into the pit lane relatively recently, in fact really recently, and that means the pit stop cycle is making it look again a little bit weird. 70 laps for the number 25 that time around. Test T's have now been in as well on this lap, 1 lap later, and I believe, based on the timing screen at the moment, I don't know if it's updating quite properly, but it's showing them behind on the circuit and continuing to drop as well. So they're not stopped anywhere around the circuit. I've just had a look. I don't believe they're stopped anywhere around the circuit. However, they are dropping down the standings. That's interesting. We're not going to get that time for them yet, but it seems like a long stop.
Yes. We're not quite into that window. Obviously, the mandatory 3-minute service stop. They've not quite got to that point. That'll probably be within sort of the next half an hour or so, which, again, could spice things up ever so slightly because they're not allowed to take on fuel or anything. So they're going to need to do it beforehand. So maybe that's something that's going on. Maybe there needs to be further inspection. We don't know until we see them back out on to the circuit. But nonetheless, it's been a very enthralling race up until this point and continues to intrigue as we slowly but surely work our way through. I say slowly but surely, but to be honest, we're already 10 hours in.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've been flying. It's been absolutely wonderful so far. Enthralling, really, really good stuff so far from everyone. Happily as well, just one retirement in the form of the Boneheads number 200. Sad to see them, of course, become our first retirement, but we hope that it will be the only one. We are going to try and get some word through as to what was the issue for RS Spitfires, but I can report happily that they're back out onto the circuit again. They're 55 laps down, which is a long way. Don't need me to tell you that, but happy that they're at least back on the circuit. We want to try and keep everyone, get them to the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were talking about it earlier on in terms of drivers and teams and their determination to go and complete the race no matter what, because in of itself that's an achievement. You know, some of these teams have been set up since Tuesday. That's a long time to be preparing and getting set up and having people travel all this way just to park it halfway through the race, right? That's not what they're here for. At the very least, whether you come home with a trophy, whether you come home with a top 10, if you can come out of this weekend and say, we finished, that's good enough for a lot of people at the bare minimum. Obviously, don't get me wrong, trophy, top 10s, all of that is great, but you want to see the checker flag. Unfortunately, for one team, obviously in the form of the Boneheads, they didn't really have any other choice. Up until their retirement, they were in and out of the pit lane trying to make it to the end, but in the end, they were forced to park it. So it's nice to see the Spitfires continuing on and leading sort of that perseverance charge that we've seen, because endurance racing, you're going to have problems. You are never, ever going to have an endurance race where you get through scot-free. And if you do, put a ticket on the lottery, because you are almost guaranteed to win it effectively as to how lucky you are, because it's endurance racing. Nothing goes right.
Well, not nothing goes right, but it rarely
everything goes wrong.
Rarely goes all right.
Yes,
is really the lesson to take. But yeah, I agree. So the leaders are separated by a lap. MS Circo Select have to make their pit stop relatively shortly. I'll say relatively shortly. They're not even 60 laps into their stint just yet, so they'll probably be okay for the moment. The other ones who are probably close to a pit stop, if they've not already been in, are Max Plan, because they are approaching 80 laps in this stint. They must be close. No, they're not. I've missed their pit stop. They came in after 70 laps. So, yeah, 466, absolutely correct. So, what this says to me, the reason why I didn't think they'd come in, actually, Zach, is because the gap's still so large. It's still over a lap between Max Plan and Team Tate from what I can see at the moment. And I think it's, so they've retained a lap, even despite Team Tate not having come into the pit lane yet. I don't believe either. No, they haven't been in. So that's a legitimate gap, a legitimate, very big gap as well.
Yeah, it is. Max Plant was looking at them earlier on and speaking to one of their drivers, Ronnie Smith. Sort of just asked him how he got on his first stint in the car, and he said that he was really confident with how the car was feeling. He was really confident in how he was driving, and on the laps that he was able to get a decent sort of clear run in, a representative time, he was one of the quickest cars on circuit. And obviously, they are all slightly offset in terms of their strategy, doing different things, timing the full course yellows differently, driver changes, all of that malarkey has sort of set them off strategy with each other. But on pure pace, Max Plant are quickest. They are the most consistent, and also across the board, they probably have the highest average skill level of the bunch in terms of that class. So, at the moment, you would probably tip them to be favourites. But then again, never say never, because things can still go wrong for them. Touchwood, obviously, they don't, hopefully, because at the moment they're driving fantastically. But at this stage in the race, if they can keep it clean, which, again, it's the night time, we all know what happens in endurance racing during the night. Usually it's like opening Pandora's box. But things are going well for them at the moment, and they need to ride the wave for as long as they can.
That's exactly what they're doing for the moment. As we look at pit lane and what's going on down there. It was a flurry of activity 2 hours ago, wasn't it? It quite remarkable, really. Just as the sun was setting, it was kind of that last opportunity. There was a couple of short and quick full course yellows that really ripped through very quickly. And on the other side of them, we saw everybody pretty much having changed tyres. Nexus did it quite early on. Red Graphics and MS Circo Select didn't come in under a full course yellow, but it came a full course yellow came out while they were doing their stops, and it was kind of the last chance really to get those new tyres in, because as we were saying, with I think it was Josh Fogger getting the tyres up to temperature. The temperature's going out of the circuit right now. You know, if we're leaving it this late, if you're putting new tyres on right now as an owner's class card, it's hard work getting them up to speed. That was really the last chance. Yeah, it was, particularly when you're in a controlled environment like under a full course yellow, where you have the opportunity to go slow into a corner, put your foot down, get the rear end spinning. You can, chuck the cart around a little bit without losing time and stuff like that to, again, scrub them in. They've got that initial shiny first layer that goes over them, and then once that's off, it's got the nice grippy rubber underneath, and you need to get through that before you can unlock the potential of the tyre, and then also the tyre temperature that goes with it. If it's too cold,
it's not gonna. It's just gonna be sliding. It's like gonna be like driving on ice. So again, you need to warm them up, and making the most of that last of the sun before the track came out of the before the track came out of the temperature. No, before the temperature came out of the track to get them up into that operating window. Because again, go-karting, you need to be within that window to be operating as fast as possible, particularly when you're one of those front-running teams in the Owners Elite MS SoCo Select, particularly because they're trying to defend their title of this time last year. So it was interesting to see how they reacted to it, and also with the whole tinted visor thing as well, and making sure that you've got a clear visor on at the same time. An interesting strategy was proposed by a commentator called Jack Werrell when I was working with him last. He said he used to wear tinted sunglasses under the helmet, so he didn't have to change the visor.
What? That's mental. Why would you do that?
Because he had to wear glasses anyway, so he wore tinted ones, so he could keep a clear visor on.
Oh, I see what you
and
mean.
Then take them off.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, fine, yeah.
He didn't just not wear a helmet. No.
No, no. That's
just Top Gun style.
That's especially wrong. But okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. But I've always felt. I mean, I'm not a glasses wearer, but I've always felt that having glasses on and a helmet would be
squishy.
Wouldn't feel right. But I don't know. Never tried it, obviously.
Yeah.
But I mean, clearly it works for him, so fair enough. But yeah, it
saves you the hassle of changing visor or changing lid. Because if you have to change the lid, that's about 500 quid worth of helmet. You have to have a spare one, which, to be fair, a lot of people do.
A lot of these people have,
But also, if you don't, you've then got to take the old visor off, put a new one on, and that's a lot of faff and effort that you can't be bothered to do at 10 o'clock.
Saw Chris Pedlingham doing that earlier on today. No, earlier on this evening, I should say, in that number 4. Racing for Ange, of course, trying to break a world record as an individual driver in this event. He's currently completing lap 454 at the moment, so he is quite a long way of the way there. Lap 480 is his halfway mark, and we are still an hour and 45 away from that halfway mark, so that is pretty good going, I'd say. We've been pretty positive so far about the progress he's been making, and of course supporting him all the way. It's been a good first half of this race, and still a long way to go, of course, but better to be ahead of schedule than behind, that's for sure.
Exactly. It gives you that breathing room. Also with, how many are we up to now in terms of full course yellows? 12.
I was disputing this number with Tom. I don't believe
it
anymore.
Okay, all right. We've had a few. We've had some.
It's definitely double figures.
There are full course yellows that have happened, but even that slowing him down ever so slightly, even with sort of rest breaks and whatever, he's still well ahead of schedule, which is really, really good. Because should something go wrong, touch with that it doesn't with the kart, again, it gives them a little bit of a breathing room where they're not stressing, and then they have to sort of spend the next half of this race worrying to get themselves back on schedule. It's not going to be an easy ride, but it's going to be an easier one where he can focus on the driving, focus on just putting the lap times in and enjoying it, as opposed to stressing that he's going to do all this and not even break the world record.
Exactly. So he's in a good place at the moment. Another lap completed for the overall leader. That's lap number 160. Lap 61 of this stint. It's lap 487 of this race. Expecting over 1,000 laps, by the way, here today. By the time we get round to midday on Sunday, is midday morning or afternoon? It's afternoon, isn't it?
Afternoon, of course it is. PM.
Midday. It's neither. Fine.
What?
Anyway, doesn't matter, does it?
Is New Year's Day 2025 or 2024?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well done. 1,030 laps was what they won with last time, but don't forget that it was a rain-affected start, and so that was actually only a 23-hour race that year. And the year before, it was only an 18-hour 45, something like that, event. So this could be the first time in 3 years, fingers crossed,
yeah,
that we actually get 24 hours. There is a long way to go, but hopefully we get there the whole way. And for the first time in even longer than 3 years, there without any rain, because I'm not going to count the damp start as a wet start. That's it wasn't wet, was it?
It was dry by the end of the highest quali.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
Yeah, it wasn't any cause for concern.
Not wet by this race's standards.
No, exactly. They were fine. There was no concern of taking a different line or anything like that. Maybe it would have been a bit green and greasy because of obviously the rain taking rising some of the oils and stuff from the track up to the top of the surface, from clearing some of that rubber off. It would have been green and greasy, but by no means wet. Now it's all rubbered in, it's completely dry, and there is no rain forecasted at all. We've touched on it before. BBC are incredibly confident that there's 0% chance for the rest of today, tomorrow, and also Monday now. It's now been pushed back to Wednesday, any sort of chance of rain in Middlesbrough. So pick up the BBC. Well
done. Yep. Well, if they get it right.
It's true.
If not, we'll...
And it's raining, no.
No, it should be fine. As I said before, I was a little bit worried about some rain that was initially forecast for sort of early Monday, that it might start to get moved forward towards that Sunday lunchtime, and maybe it would be a wet finish to the race just as we had a few years ago. But I think 2021 was one of those where it really rained in the last few hours in the race. However, someone's roasting me for midday morning or afternoon. Thanks for that. It's a lack of intelligence, really. Anyway,
yes.
So I apologise.
And you work for the BBC. What does that say about... We're big
no, I don't. That's not true. But
you've done work for them.
That is true, yeah. But not for the weather department. I don't.
It doesn't matter, mate. It's all the same. BBC is BBC, mate.
Fine. Oh, yellow flag at the first hairpin briefly. Someone just doing a little 180 to get back going again and underway. So nothing wrong with that kart, I don't think. Just a quick spin. It has been noticeable in this race, hasn't it? The long green flag runs followed by runs of really short but really disruptive full course yellows. They never... I can't remember really a time where a full course yellow has come on its own with an hour either side, if you like. Yeah,
no, they've always been very densely packed. Because full course yellows breed full course yellows. We touch on it all the time, pretty much in any endurance race, is that when you bunch up loads of karts with a full course yellow, they're bound to do something that's going to bring out a full course yellow. Eventually they settle down, calm down, and get through a couple of laps and then settle back into that rhythm that they were once in and consistently just running around until something goes wrong, like a wheel falls off or an engine blows up, and they then have to be recovered, and then another full course yellow has to come out, and then we start the whole process again. But for the most part, it's been okay. I mean, the driving standards have been good. We've not had too many crashes in terms of like over-aggressive driving. A couple of spins here and there, but nothing drastic. And these guys, they've been on their best behaviour for the most part. A couple of contact warnings and things coming in, but it's a busy track. It's going to happen.
It certainly is. Driver of number 1, Marcel Phillip, there just tapping his head, which normally means to me...
Go. Let's go.
Does it?
Yeah. It depends where on the head.
Top of the head.
Top of the head.
That to me meant I'm coming in.
Yeah. If it's the side, it's let's go.
And it wouldn't be scheduled if he were to come in now. That kart was last in just over 30 laps ago. So let's keep an eye on the number 1 here. Next time they come round, they should be on the back straight. You should be able to see their their white lights. Not sure if that was their white lights or whether that was a different kart's.
No, it's theirs.
It was theirs. Difficult to see the number because of the glare, but this could be trouble here for number 1 Red Graphics kart. And we've got a yellow before the chicane as well. A spun kart, getting a bit of a gap in the traffic, getting back going again. All fine. So, into hairpin number 3. Comes Marcel Phillip. He's been at the wheel of that one for a while now. He's doing a double stint. I wonder whether this is a driver problem, if you like. Let's see. No, he's going on the inside here. And is he coming in? He's tapping the top of his head again. Is that a signal to come into pit lane? Unsure as to why they're doing that. Oh, that was very nearly a spin at the D chicane as well. You won't have seen it on the stream there, but good save. Disaster averted. I don't know. To me, I don't see any. Here's the thing, right? I don't see any. Maybe I'm just a karting amateur, but and you can laugh if you want. Maybe I mean. It seems to me, why would you signal anything to pit lane other than I'm coming in?
Yeah.
You can talk all you like about, I'm going to push more, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Just do it yourself.
Yeah, no, I know. But usually, if you're tapping your head, it's to say to the karts behind, let's go. Typically, you tap the side of your helmet and sort of gesture your hands waving forward to say, like, give me a push, stay behind, let's work together. as in to say, let's not battle stupidly. But if he's gesturing it to the pits, I have no idea. I did do a quick Google search just in case we were being really stupid. But Reddit had the same consensus, which was let's work together. I don't know. He's not coming regardless, so we'll see them, I'm sure, continue on sequence because, yeah, they came in on lap 457, which means we're not going to see them until lap 520-ish back into the pit lane. So it's a while yet. Same too for MS Soko as well. They're probably about another 15-20 minutes off coming into the pit lane. So unless there is a driver issue where he's getting tired or something wrong with the car, you wouldn't imagine they'd come in. And he'd also probably make it a little bit more obvious than a tap on the helmet. Like, surely he'd be flailing his arms about or something, or just come in.
Exactly. Number 20 track limits card came in. Oh dear, we got a crash on the hairpin too here, and tyres all across the road. Tyres all across the road here on the front straight, and drivers are seeing it late too. So one of the karts has gone very wide through the wiggles, gone straight into the tyre wall just before hairpin number 1, and the tyres, because they're strung together, are in the middle of the road. And I'm not exaggerating this time, for once.
No, that is true. They are very much. They were very much in the middle of the road. The fantastic Marshall team have been able to get it sorted as soon as possible.
Great job from the Marshals to get that out of the way so quickly.
Obviously, thank you to all of the Marshals that are here today, especially for 24-hour events, because it takes a lot. It's very taxing. They're out there in the cold, in the blaring heat that it potentially was earlier. Whatever the weather conditions, they have to be out there. They have to be ready at a moment's notice to wave flags, recover karts and whatever, and we really couldn't go racing without them. So obviously a massive thank you to everyone involved behind the scenes here at Teesside, and obviously the Marshals for braving the conditions, being out there and getting that sorted very, very quickly, because with 88 karts that are now running around the way around the circuit on one of the busiest parts of the circuit where they're going quickest, it takes a lot of bravery to pull tyres back into line. So to do that within a matter of seconds and not force us into another full course yellow was really good.
Yep. So that is cleared away, although the barrier repair is not quite complete there yet. So we will remain on a yellow flag over the start-finish line and towards hairpin 1 as well. So that's just slowed up the overall leader briefly that time round. Overall leader has now, I believe, made its way into pit lane and back out again. I think while we were watching that incident, it's been sorted. Oh dear, radio falling out the pocket of a Marshall there. It's okay. Retrieved. So we're back to green all around the circuit, and the number 44 immediately gets a black flag. That's I'll give you one guess, Zach, what that's for.
It's overtaking under the yellow.
Well done. Very,
very silly thing. Probably the easiest thing to not do because you just don't do it. But it's fine. Mistakes happen. And the Fantastic Four, that was very much not fantastic, I've got to be honest. We do see a couple of karts exiting pit lane. I think that's a 369 making their way back out onto circuit in what is one of the scariest pit lane exits I think I've ever seen in my life, rejoining straight onto the racing line. So nice to see drivers taking the initiative and sometimes just moving over to the right if they can see a kart coming out. So they just mutually reduce the risk of anything going wrong. But yeah, obviously MS Soko Select keeping that lead and still racing very, very nicely indeed, despite making their way into the pit lane. They are still 40 seconds ahead of the 01.
They've been getting a real big gap here. Yeah, so how has this gap got so big, I'm wondering to myself. Well, it was 36 laps ago when Red Graphics came into the pit lane last. They came out 1 minute and 2 seconds behind the 43. They lost the lead lap eventually just over 11 laps later. And clearly, over the course of the next 20 laps, 25 laps, they've lost, another half minute. So they're just losing a lot of time, effectively. And so that's the gap that's created now. This is a real gap between these two. Red Graphics do have more fuel on board at this moment, and so less fuel on board at this moment, so that's not really going to help them either. And it's a difficult situation for them.
What happened then? Because when I last sort of noticed during a full course yellow. It was the sense that Red Graphics were slowly putting themselves back onto sequence with MS, and to the point that they were pretty much nose to tail for track position. And now, sort of an hour and a half later, and they're miles behind, 42.5 seconds off the back. Pretty much what we saw for the sort of that from hour 2 till hour about 5. But then they were slowly starting to make inroads back in, and then it's just flipped back on its head.
I'm finding it difficult to believe they've lost 40 seconds on the road, but I'm struggling to see any other reason why. Because their pit stop time was also shorter. Red Graphics' stop was 2 minutes and 9 seconds in terms of their lap for that. Soko selected 2 minutes 16. That's a 7-second gain that they should have had. I'm finding it difficult to believe that they've lost over or approaching 50 seconds in pit lane, but it must be the case. As you're seeing on your screen there, Shenby Racing pitting in for fuel. They've repaired that suspension piece from the accident down at hairpin 2. Did you see the pilot, by the way?
I didn't see the pile-up. I saw the aftermath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think David was the only one of us 4 commentators to actually see it.
At least one of us did, because...
Well, no, but he wasn't here, so...
Yeah, it's true. He informed us of it.
We saw it about 10 minutes later.
Yeah, too late. We saw one car that was severely disadvantaged because of it. And yeah, I saw the car afterwards, and it did not look very fun to drive at the very least. So nice to see that they've been able to get it sorted. Obviously, steering components, understandably, incredibly important on a go-kart, and they're out there. What's that?
Or anything.
Or yes.
Steering mostly important.
Drag car doesn't really need it.
Of course it does.
When?
When you need to keep it in a straight line.
Why?
So you don't crash.
Or stabilizers.
Stabilizer. So I'm not going to save you from everything. Yes, but still, I'll take your point. It's important to have steering. Yeah. Is the grand
Pretty
point
much.
You're making here.
I know. I'm fantastic, aren't I?
Yeah, brilliant analysis. That's the kind of thing you get. It's only 10:30. Just wait for the analysis at 4:30.
That's a cart.
Oh, no, it's not 4:30. It would be 6:30 for us. But anyway,
yes.
You get the point. A lot later on tonight. So in terms of close battles that are going on around the circuit, there are a few of them. In fact, there's 3 karts lined up one by one. A little bit further down, although it's been slightly changed by the fact that Corbline Racing's 213 is into pit lane. The Newmarket Buzzing Hornets are 51st ahead of the Wacky Races 121. I think that was one of the karts that was stuck down here at turn number 4 and stuck to another kart and couldn't get off of one another. Possibly the funniest thing that's happened in this race.
A very wacky one.
Oh, actually, clearly the funniest thing that's happened in this race.
Oh, we were giggling and absolutely hysterically laughing at the scenes that was going on. You could very much find a decent soundtrack to put over that. And big memes going the way of that one. It will definitely find its way onto social media in some capacity because it was just laughable. The lack of communication between 2 racing drivers was unparamounted. Also, the lack of initiative from either one of them to say, "Oh, well, you do it," and then nothing happened. So yeah, it's fine. That's racing drivers for you, ladies and gentlemen. They do not want to leave their seat.
No.
Unless they absolutely have to and just get the other person to do all the work for them. It's fine. We've got 13 hours, 28 minutes and 46 seconds left to go in this race. We're trundling through fairly rapidly. In fact, if you are just joining us, of course, welcome to the British 24-hour of 2024 here from Teesside. I'm Zach Sweeney. Ewan O'Leary's alongside me in the commentary booth. We're bringing you all of the action here from Middlesbrough. Make sure you like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications, all of that snazzy stuff here on YouTube. Make sure you're sharing it around as well. Get everyone you can watching what is one of the biggest karting events of the year. And also, if you've been subscribed for more than 5 minutes, feel free to drop a chat into the YouTube chat and sort of give us your thoughts, your feelings, queries, questions, whatever really tickles your fancy. Because as we move into this part of the race, we're going to need you for some top quality bants for the next couple of hours. So feel free to give us who you're supporting, where you're watching from, your feelings of the race thus far, and whether midday is afternoon or morning.
We've had a good theory in from Harrison Earl on the YouTube chat about the tapping the top of the helmet could mean a comms issue, which I can get behind. I like that theory. I think that's good. I think what we need to keep an eye out for in that case then How long are we away from a pit stop here for them? We're a little way away, aren't we? 20 laps or so away.
Yeah.
So what we need to look out for... they've already been in, so we've missed our opportunity here. I was going to look for a pit board here to see, you know, are they having to go the old-fashioned way on this? Now, they have just been in, though. 2 minutes 29 in the box for Red Graphics. It's a little bit early, to be honest. Just over... in fact, it's 41 laps. So that is not a long stint, I'm afraid, for them. Yeah.
Which is...
That's a short stint. That's a short stint for sure.
It doesn't even put them back onto a logical sequence either, because if they're starting to backtrack now and they think,
well, actually, it puts them on sequence again with MS Circo Select, but it does put them a lap behind them, 2 laps behind them, so, or nearly 2 laps behind them, 1 3/4 laps behind. So they've effectively given themselves a lot of work to do.
But at least they know that's the gap, and they can chop away at it. I don't know. They're just going to have to drive very quickly and ask questions later. It's Steve Nichols coming in to say, when you tap your head, it normally means you're tired and want to come in, but you sort of want to get them ready. And
maybe that's why they've come in now.
Yeah, exactly. Because we are moving into that portion of the race where it is a case of, your wrists are hurting, naturally you're going to get tired. I think there's something. You get to a certain point of tiredness where it's actually the same as being X amount over the limit in terms of alcohol.
Really?
Yeah, there's a certain amount of hours you go without sleep where it actually affects your driving more than alcohol usage would. Obviously, yeah. I don't think it's quite that severe, but obviously in that sense that the more tired you get, the slower your reaction times are, the worse your decision making becomes, and naturally as a driver you want to make yourself as safe as possible, and that could well be why why they've parked it early. But we were talking earlier about specialised drivers. Surely some teams, especially at the high level, would say to drivers, these are your stints, sort your sleep schedule out for them.
Well, it might not be sleep, it might be muscles.
Yeah.
More than anything, you know.
Get in the gym, get protein.
Says you. When was the last time you went to a gym?
Hang on, Thursday, thank you.
All right, well
did chest and shoulders.
Well, go away. Yes, it may not be that. It may just be about, you know, a tiredness of the muscles. Let's get some more of the discussion from YouTube at the moment. Harrison Earl coming back in to say, I feel like a trade of pit sequence to lap number is not a very good trade. I get what he's saying there. In effect, giving up sort of that pit sequence to be on the same sequence, be on the same lap as the leaders, but losing those couple of laps or losing most of 2 laps for Red Graphics. I don't think that was their plan, put it that way, but that's what's ended up happening here, is that they are effectively on the same pit sequence now as the leaders, but they are miles behind. And by the way, we're not too far away from Nexus Sport coming into pit lane, so they'll also be on the same cycle. What we're effectively going to have is the 43 leading, a lap ahead of the rest. Red Graphics 1 and nearly 2 laps down, and Nexus I think are going to be 3 laps down on the corrected order in a few moments' time.
Yeah, it's a sensible one. Obviously, realistically, a lot can change because a lap, we glorify it as quite a long distance, but it is only 75 seconds or so, 73 seconds last time by for MS Soko, and that is a puncture, and you have to wheel it back, and you've lost half of that. Then you have to change the wheel in the pits, and then you've lost all of that again. So we talk about it as if it's a big margin, and we only talk of it as a big margin if you're trying to close it on pure pace. Should something go wrong, 1 lap is by nowhere near means for you to feel comfortable in a race lead. You have to be at least a good few laps ahead if you want to be quote-unquote comfortable. Endurance racing makes it so that you can never ever feel comfortable, and you never ever should, because then you get complacent, things get sloppy, and you make mistakes, and then you're actually more likely to lose the lead. But yeah, that 1 lap lead that they've got, should everything go okay, is going to be fine. But more than likely, something at some point is going to go wrong, and they're going to have to fall back on that 1 lap. Good
evening to everyone who's tuned in, of course. It's 20 to 11 here with 13 hours and 23 minutes remaining. Someone with the nickname Higgsy has come in to support Top Gun Motorsport number 78. They are 3rd in the Owners Club class. Couple of positions down on where they qualified, of course, but a good recovery from where they were at one stage in the opening stint, because they had to come in on lap 2, I believe, for fuel. so early on. Houseano saying and asking a question. It's a good time to remind people about the weight limit. Certainly is the case for the hires, the hire carts. The weight with the cart and driver included is a minimum of 235 kilograms. And if you're wondering just how strenuous that is in terms of making the weight, I've got to say, when I was down in pit lane earlier, I did see a fair amount of ballast going around. It's not exactly like it's only the really light guys who will need ballast. You know, plenty of just regular people. I mean, most people did need a bit of ballast to get up to that 235 to keep it, you know, fairly level across the category that it's 235, and that's made it pretty even actually across the board.
Yeah, it has. We've seen quite a high level of competition, particularly in the highs. For the owners, the weight limit is 185 kilos. Again, that is with car and then the driver fully kitted in terms of the weight. What you'll often see actually is, particularly the top teams, they'll have different seats with certain amount of ballast corrected for each driver. So as opposed to adjusting the ballast for each driver getting in, they'll just take the seat out, put a new one in, because it's quicker and easier to then straight away be on weight and ready to go. It is easy to come in just underweight, so you've got to make sure that you are over it, because it's better to be 1 kilo overweight than 1 kilo underweight, because 1 kilo overweight will cost you a tenth of a second a lap. 1 kilo underweight will potentially get you a very, very big penalty, and I definitely know which one I'd choose.
Same, funnily enough. And you're absolutely right, by the way, on the quickness point. It is pretty slow to take out ballast and put it back in again. What else is going on out on the circuit? Well, not too many close battles. Mulsanne Racing are just ahead of CBR 213. That is Corblami Racing, of course, who have just overtaken Mulsanne Racing. That's for 55th overall. It's not a realistically very important battle, but they've managed to make the overtake in any case, as that was pushed down the inside on the way towards the D chicane. You will have seen it in the very distance on stream there. It was a bit of a moment and a bit of a gesture of a complaint from the passing driver with the left arm, but they'll get over it. Just over 500 laps now completed. That must mean that Chris Pedlingham's getting very close to the halfway mark now in his journey. 474th lap currently ongoing for him at the moment. He's getting close to halfway, so he will have about an hour in the bank, but still a very long way to go here. 22:11. He's really going to be starting to feel it already, and knowing that there is so much time remaining as well, it's got to be a little bit disheartening. But then again, when the sun rises in the morning, he'll realise it's not one of those 24-hour races like the modern day Le Mans or Nürburgring or Spa especially. It's not really late in the afternoon. We started at midday here on Saturday. We're going to finish on midday on Sunday. And so when the sun rises, you know there isn't that much time left.
Yeah, exactly. And it's sort of a solace to you, because you've already done the vast majority of the race, and it is sort of quite literally the light at the end of the tunnel for some, because the sun will rise around about 6 a.m., and then you've only got a quarter of the race left to go. You've already completed 75% of it. Talking of race completed, as we said, we've got an hour and 18 minutes until the half distance mark. The lap distance record set in 2019 by MS Soko was 11:46 in terms of laps. With an hour and 18 minutes until the halfway mark, we're already on 506. They need 573 laps at the half distance mark to be on course for that lap distance. Are we going to do it?
Not going to be easy at all.
It's close.
It is. You do about 4 laps every 5 minutes. So what's that every hour? 12 times 4 is 48.
Yeah.
So 48 laps an hour.
It's going to be 54, 56. Yeah.
Close. I'm not sure they're quite going to make it. If we could have a bit more
green flag running second half.
Yeah, because so far I reckon we are either at a full course yellow an hour or exceeding it, which is quite a lot realistically. Although it depends how you look at it really. We had 3 after the first 2 hours, and then we went 3.5 hours without any. In our first stint, we didn't have a single full course yellow, did we? You maybe don't remember, but in our first, I'm telling you, it's a fact.
Is it?
It's a fact. Yeah, we didn't have a full course yellow when we were on before, so. I had 3 with Tom and then none when we were there. So it was green at that point, and it was quite a way into your next stint when we finally had it 3.5 hours. I think that's been our longest green flag run of the race, 3.5 hours. So you do get these runs, and as we were talking about earlier, yellows breed yellows, but also green flag running breeds green flag running.
Yeah.
Generally, it takes something fairly major, especially at this point in the race. In the night, everyone's got tunnel vision a little bit here. They're not necessarily as worried about that. I mean, the real top teams, of course, they're focusing on who's around them. But for those just looking to get to the end of the race, for those looking for maybe we'll get top 50, maybe we'll get top 60, you know, that tunnel vision very much takes over at this stage. I can tell this from personal experience, from my only experience doing 24-hour racing. We really didn't look at where we were until sunrise, that's for sure.
Yeah.
After an incident. And for those who've had an incident already, that may well be the key as well. You know, let's have a look at this in the morning, because what's the point in focusing on everybody else right now? We're already miles away.
No, exactly. You focus on yourself. The race is only going to be in front of you, so focus on what's in front of you. Drive the car as quickly as possible, and then see how you end up. The more you stress, the more you focus on how much time you're gaining, the less and less time you are going to gain relative to those around you, because you're stressing about it so much. If you just get it out your head and just say, okay, I'm just going to drive the car as quickly as I can for as long as I can, and then you get out the car and then you're pleasantly surprised because it's, oh, I gained 2 positions. Oh, I gained a lap on the car in front. Those sorts of things come in, rather than, oh, wow, we've only gained a lap and we're now second to last as opposed to last, and that brings you down. If you can just keep your general positive vibes up, I suppose, you're going to be better off and just doing laps. I mean, this part of the race, with how tough it's been thus far, for a lot of teams, is just going to be to stay in it and stay on the track.
We have had the test tees 411, I think, off the road this lap. Don't quote me on that, please, because I don't want a team member listening, and it turns out I'm wrong, because that would be slightly awkward. But they're a long way suddenly off the LPBRT team, and I don't see a reason why, really, at the moment.
Are they in the pits?
I'm wondering that.
Their last was 4:24, so they shouldn't.
They shouldn't be in yet. That was only 30 or so laps ago. Shouldn't need a pit stop. If in case you've not been with us so far, we've been looking at roughly 70, 80 laps for a stint. Maybe a little bit less than 70 for the owners, a little bit more for the hires. Generally, even though they are the same amount of laps, that does mean that the owners are doing less time than the hires on the circuit. And because it's such an irregular amount of time these karts can actually last out there on the circuit, there doesn't seem to be really any way of back-timing it very well until the morning. But having said that, we've seen some very complicated spreadsheets over there, so it's clearly being done.
Yes. The Apollo team have got a massive data station, which is incredibly impressive. And they effectively wrote code from scratch to tell them what to do if X happens, how they should react if Y happens. Sort of a full course yellow at this stage. How much, how many laps per stint they have to do this many stints, how long the stints have to be if they want to do it on this many stops. They've got pretty much the entire race mapped out as best they can. Obviously, you can try and do it manually, but it's so much easier to get a robot to do it for you with all the mathematics and whatever, and just say, yeah, this is the situation. If you're able to drive to this, then great. If not, this is the backup plan, and roll with that. So it is irregular and does make it a little bit awkward, particularly towards the tail end when you start looking at how long is that final stint going to be. Are they going to have to do a splash and dash? Will they have to do the extra stop relative to their rivals? Because realistically, you should try and start doing it from the first stint to put yourself in the best position for that final stint. But not everyone has the tools to do it.
Also, with the full course cautions, means that I personally don't like the idea of plotting it out right from the very beginning, because that suggests...
Things change.
Exactly. It suggests an inflexibility that I don't think you can really afford to have in one of these races, especially that one that has full course cautions like we have here. We're having the black and white flag showing next to us for the 111. That's a fairly high running kart. It is JS Racing, if that is indeed the higher kart. If it means the owner kart, then it is the MSJSR team. Not to be confused with one another, even though I have done already. So that's either 8th overall or 31st pretty big difference there, but they are in different divisions after all. Got a bit of a... I want you to make a prediction, basically. Here's the situation. We've not had 2 karts finishing on the lead lap since 2020. Do you think we'll break that this time round with a close race?
MS Oko are the favourites to win. I don't know how close Red Graphics or Nexus are going to be. Red Graphics, of course, have shown glimpses of potential in sort of applying that pressure at certain points, but obviously at the moment, after the issues that befell them, they had to come in early, or whether that was driver fatigue or whatever. They're now 2 laps off the back, but they are crucially on the same pit sequence, so it does make our lives ever so slightly easier if they're able to stay there, because we can pretty much monitor the gap as is. Right now, I don't think so. Ask me at 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe it will change, but right now I don't think it's going to happen.
You say that. I would have said no quite early, and then yes again quite recently. You're right, it can change, and we've seen all it takes is a full course yellow at the right or the wrong time, and we've got a different race. It's not one of those races where it's being led by a long way. I mean, I'm looking at, I wrote down the winning margins from the last 7 races that we've had here for the British 24-hour. 2018 was won by 12 laps.
Wow.
MS Soko Select, as it was.
Yeah.
So that's a margin you can think we can relax a bit here.
Yeah.
I mean, even last year, 3 laps, you're starting to think about relaxing, even though it's quite close. Time before lap, we've had 3 with less than a lap in the last 7 editions, and then that 1 lap as well that was in 2022, but that was a race shortened by the weather when the rain fell very heavily at about 6:45 or 7:30 in the morning. Sorry, a bit earlier than that, actually, 6:30 in the morning. So, are we going to see one of those again? There's so many variables that can still play into this here. I think the next thing to focus on is getting through the night here. We've spoken already about the incident for Red Graphics. Was it Red Graphics before? Was it which team was it that was leading and had a crash that took them out of a very safe lead?
That was Red
last
Graphics.
Year or the year before. It was, okay.
It was Red Graphics, yeah.
Yeah, so, these things can happen, and these are the teams involved that know most about it. That they are. It's a long way from over, as we know, and as I say, the primary focus has got to be to stay out of trouble, because there's 88 karts still out there. We've only lost 1. It's so busy.
The survival rate has been really, really high, and I have to say it's really commendable. And to be fair, the only reason we've lost the Boneheads is purely because they've had to, for safety reasons. There's physically nothing they can do to get back out on circuit. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, they still would be trying to do it, even if they were just limping around at the back. But yeah, so these guys have been very, very good. And they have to be careful to get to the end, because obviously to finish first you must finish. I mean, it's the thing that we always say as commentators. It's probably the easiest milked phrase that we can get out, sort of make sense of, because it's true. It's all good being quick. You just have to make sure you're quick long enough to see the checkered flag. And MS Soko, obviously, so far nothing that we've seen has gone wrong, as one of the drivers goes really wide off the exit of the chicane. That's been a theme that we've seen quite often. But yeah, so far they've been quick enough and for long enough to be in dominance there for this race. But like we've said, it's not comfortable, and it's easy to fall into that sense of hubris of I am the best. They are
Absolutely nose to tail, MS Soko Select and Red Graphics, but the 43 trying to put the 01 another lap down, 2 laps down, which will be quite significant. That was all that 3 wide business at the final corner a few moments ago. They'll just be making their way through the first corners now around the mountain, and we'll see. I'm not even sure the number 1 will be ahead of the race leader again by the time they finish the back straight again here. Watch them come around the corner, looking for those bright white lights on the front nose of the number 1. There they are, almost side by side with the overall leaders in towards the Wiggles and hairpins 1 and 2. Are they behind now?
Yeah, that's the 75 behind them. The 20, 40
so.
ahead, yeah.
So we have a 2-lap gap now between the race leaders and second place.
Which, yeah, red graphics, it's just going from sort of bad to worse for them. Of course, we understand that pace is going to change and as the race develops and stuff, but it is not at all ideal. There's a driver off going into hairpin number 1. That's, to be fair, not something we've seen for a good few minutes or so. So hopefully they're able to get back going again. I think it might be the 69. I'm not entirely sure. Nonetheless, they're going again as is. MS Soko continuing to put in sub 1 minute 14 laps, while red graphics are unable to sort of get back under that 1 minute 15 threshold. So the 01 definitely struggling. Very clearly stable in second place, and it's sort of weird that we're sort of saying that maybe they're not quick enough despite running second place overall and comfortably quicker than Nexus. It is just the case that MS Soko are holding themselves to such a high standard that they are very much setting the benchmark for this race win.
They very much are. Confirmed over the line, 2 laps between the front two. 1.1 seconds gained that time round by the number 43. That continues to extend an ever-increasing lead. The leading margin in the Owners Pro class between Max Plant and Team Keen is now 2 laps as well, although we are expecting a pit stop from Max Plant more recently or more closer in the future than we're expecting one from Team Keen. And then 36-Motorsport are now in the lead by a couple of laps as well, at least a couple of laps, maybe 3. I think it is 3. Now, there's a look on pit lane at the 789, that looks to me.
Yeah.
Slowly rolled to a stop, and there is nobody waiting to step in it. There's a driver suited next door. The driver rolled it to a stop, maybe putting the helmet on and now going. No, not really. Bit of a chatter going on there. I don't think they're particularly in a hurry. I did see the AOR guys actually down in the garage earlier. I was wondering what the hell was going on, but I think they were just having a short pause. Not entirely sure they're here to set the quickest pit stops and whatever. They'll be back out there in fairly short order. I did see someone cheering them on earlier on in YouTube as well. So good evening to the fans of the AOR team. They're just making their way back out onto the circuit again. A circuit which still contains 88 of the 89 that started. The most recent garage visitor, the RAF Spitfires, are back out again, which is fantastic news. I think they were down on power, and now up to 36th overall, and you know, they'll start to work their way through the higher carts, and eventually they'll be at the front of all of those, and then they'll start to turn their focus on those further ahead and seeing what positions they can pick off for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, their last lap was a 1:16.0, which is on pace.
Yep.
Very much so, with the SKA kart, the 67, which is at the moment running P3 in that Owners Club. So running really, really well relative pace. So it won't be very long until they might be obviously working their way up overall position. It will be a very, very easy affair, almost as if they're lapping traffic, because that's effectively what they're doing. They just unfortunately have to be making up overall positions. They've got a while until they're on the back of Shenby Racing, the 959, which again is one of those teams that have showcased some decent pace. They're running in the mid-14s, which is remarkably quick pace for the club class, which is quicker than the race leaders of 36. So again, had they not suffered the problems, they were the ones that had to do a big job, wasn't it? Was that the track rod? No, that wasn't that one. It was one of the big ones, and suffer a fairly sizable loss in terms of time. So they're obviously doing a great job themselves, but that's the next target for the RS Spitfires if they want to make up class position. It's a long way off, but there's also still over half the race left to go.
Certainly is. Another 1.4 seconds lost by Red Graphics that lap round. You'll just see the white lights on the front end coming through your screen there, through turn 2. Just having dispatched with a little cluster of traffic. And clustering is what you're going to start to see over the course of the night as well. We're 13 hours from the completion of this race. We're not going to see even shades of sunrise for another 6 hours yet. We'll start to see some light in the sky at around 5, I would guess. But what tends to happen is that during the night, there's a little bit more apprehensiveness about overtaking than there used to be. And so one cart gets stuck behind the other, then there's a couple in front of another, and then they start to be hesitant a little bit. And you get this clustering, and you can notice it looking around the circuit at the moment from these wider shots, and a big jump over the curb for a couple of drivers. So much dust being kicked up there. Couldn't identify that. It was a couple of the higher carts, proving a real-life example of the fact you can't go side by side through that.
Yeah, it's very one line, purely because the first 3 apexes are not corners. The whole ethos is straight line until you get to that final left-hander, in which case you're really much just trying to launch it as best you can over that curb and then pitch yourself to the right to get in for hairpin 1 to swoop your way through. And even then, you can see they're carrying some blistering pace through because of the approach speed that you've got off of that back Bob Pope straight into the wiggles, and then trying to just slam on the brakes and get the car pitched in for hairpin 1. So they're carrying a ridiculous amount of speed, and you'll even see, particularly on the owners, because they've taken the torsion bar out, which is the kart equivalent of an anti-roll bar, that inside rear left wheel actually lifting up thanks to the load and all of that weight being transferred to the right-hand side. So they're carrying a lot of speed. But going back to the point is that, yeah, it's brave, stupid to go side by side. I don't know. Interestingly enough, on the DigiFlag that we've got, we have now entered. It's 11 o'clock. We have now entered our mandatory service window for the hires, which is where they're going to do their tyre changes.
And guess who it is? It's the top 2 in higher class. So it is Kart Events Belgium and Core Blimey Racing 113 who are in for mandatory service. Just to explain what that is, in case you're not aware, we thought it would happen from roughly 11 o'clock. What do you know? It's exactly 11 o'clock. And so every single hire cart at some point will have to come in for a mandatory service where the staff here check over the carts, they change the front tyres, and they are sent back on their way again after 3 minutes minimum. Everyone has the same service stoppage time, so it's the same amount of time for everybody. It's not about how quick they can check over things, because after all, some of it's to do with safety. We can't rush that.
No.
So a minimum amount of time will be required. That means, first of all, you will see those 2 lose maybe a few laps, but luckily for them, they've got a few laps over the rest of the field. So actually, they are going to stay 1 and 2. But don't worry, this will happen for everyone. The 6 has come in. I think, has it, at the 113 as well? I'm not entirely sure, but they will have to. So, did they come in? Are you sure? I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, they'll both be in. And don't be alarmed if this happens to everyone, because it will do. It's going to be a lot of groups of carts coming in. They come in at 2 at a time. So, it's going to take a while. There's more than 60 of them. Yeah,
exactly. So it is going to take a slight while. 2 at a time. They do 3 minutes apiece. It's going to take 30 times 3 minutes, which is 90. So it could well take upwards of an hour and a half, maybe even a little bit more if they don't see the board or whatever. It'll take even longer. But yes, the interesting thing about this window is they're not allowed to take on fuel. So it's not a pit stop. It is just a service where they come in, change the tyres, inspect the car, and go again. So realistically, it shouldn't have any bearing on the strategy. So it basically just puts the race on pause for a moment while they sort themselves out. Will it make a difference to the teams that get their fresh tyres first? Maybe, but these high carts could probably go the race distance on one set of front tyres anyway. So realistically, it shouldn't be too big of a pace differential when you whack some new front tyres on. But yeah, nonetheless, effectively just they come in, go up, check it, tyres on and go, and then complete the rest of their stint before they come back in for fuel. So if you do see teams making 2 stops in fairly quick succession, it's nothing to worry about. It's just the way the race has gone.
I don't think Core Blimey Racing have quite seen it yet, because they're still being shown the service board.
How can you miss it?
I mean, they're concentrating on driving. It's easy for us.
Why?
It's flashing at it's flashing at our faces, but it's maybe not forefront of their minds. You would think, though, that the teams will say, we're coming up to service time for the driver going in. You might want to keep an eye on it. Of course, they won't have known where they are in the queue, and the other 60-odd who are yet to be called in won't know when their time is going to be exactly. But it is something worth to mention to your driver, you would have thought. But the driver of the 113 clearly has not seen it. as I say, that's Claw Blimey Racing. They should be in the final sector as things stand. And look out to my right-hand side to see if they get the message this time around or whether they pass by. But let's hope that they make their way in. They spin at the third hairpin. Hope that's not the 113.
There they are. They're coming in now.
Very nice. So after a couple of laps, we get the karts in, and we get that kart recovered as well from that spin. So this service will generally go like, I think it'll give us a good chance to talk about some of the races that we've had so far from some of these higher karts. Of course, not losing sight of some of the owners as well. But I mean, Kart Events Belgium were very alert to that, of course, as they've been very alert to everything. They're so experienced in terms of winning 24 hours races. They've done it so often. And here's a very interesting thing that me and Tom were talking about earlier on. I found it very interesting anyway. Their fastest lap doesn't stack up very well ahead of or with those around them.
Yeah.
But they recognise more than anybody else, I think, the importance of consistency, the importance of strategy, and the lack of importance that one should place on fastest laps in a 24-hour race. It's
irrelevant. It is... I mean...
There's no prize.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, I got fast lap. That's cool. If you finish 5 laps down. It very much is being as quick as you can for as long as you can, and sort of not putting all your eggs in one basket, trying to balance it as best you can for like a scale, sort of how much consistency can you get, how fast are you going to go, and trying not to tip the scale too much in favour of one. And Kart Events Belgium have obviously, off the back of that win in Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, coming into this very hyped and very ready to go and challenge the reigning champions of the 113. So they're looking very, very good indeed, it must be said, because consistently they're running within 7/10 of their fastest lap, which is not really a theme that you'll see anywhere else in the field, but it just goes to showcase just how good they are.
Ronnie Smith giving you a request. Zach, I would like some nice comments about me next time, please.
Who's Ronnie Smith?
Thank you. Do you have any response?
He's all right.
You don't even mean it.
No, I do. No, he did it. No, in all seriousness, Ronnie Smith did a fantastic job in the Owners Pro. Obviously, the 181 Max Plant machine, which are currently leading the way, by the way. And because I'm lovely, I'm going to attribute all of that to Ronnie Smith's stint earlier on being the quickest car on track.
Well done. Wonder if you've pulled it back. Someone else asking whether there's a place you can find a list of the groups and teams that are participating. Not entirely sure that there is. We're trying
live timing, maybe. Probably the
live timing is a good shout.
A list of.
In case you've not had live time, by the way, I know we've not read out the link for a little while. It's on live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. If you want to have a look at the live timing, that's really the closest you can get. They've just got a lot of information on there. Actually, obviously, we're used to sim racing and online racing. You don't actually get what you can do on the Alpha Timing, which is good. Click on a team and look at all their lap times from the race. That's not possible online, which is good to have here. Helps us very easily work out who has come in when, which is a big story of this race.
Yeah, exactly. It has very much been a lifesaver in terms of realising where stints are, where teams are in relation to their pit stops and things, and really help us piece together the narrative of this race, which, again, if you're a spectator and you're just coming into this and it's like, well, what's going on? The live timing is a really, really good tool as to help you piece together, particularly sort of if you go to any real-life race meeting, whether that's sort of track day championships or whatever, and it's like, well, it's just cars going around a track. Get on the live timing, go match them up and go, oh, that's the race leader, that's second place, and then it really sort of helps you follow the race. Next up on the list of services is the number 20. That's the track limits. That's the higher club, that's leading the way in their respective class, P28 overall. So I'm assuming they're coming in with the 116 if we're going in descending order as they are now.
That's one of the French teams, predominantly French teams in the field. Weren't here last year, but they have been leading for a little while now in the higher club class. They were actually ahead of the first higher pro kart for a long time, and they are again right now. But I believe it's in due to pit stop cycles and the fact that Lockwell Hill have had a pretty long stop recently. 3 minutes 15 for them on lap 454. That was scheduled, but quite unusually long. So I don't know whether they were queuing at the fuel bay or again there was a driver not ready maybe to take over. But what's gone from a 2-lap lead and actually one of the biggest leads in the entire field has gone to second place now for them.
Yeah, and that's considering that the 111 has had a lot of black flags / issues that they've
That's the service. That's the service that's happening. That's the cart you can just see going. So the tents on the right hand side, you can see that's where the staff are, and basically doing the routine checks, making sure everything's okay, and changing the two front tyres.
Yes. So ideally, they're going to be looking at fixed points, making sure the steering's aligned, making sure the seat is secure, making sure obviously the engine is secure, there's no leaks, nothing drastic, no weird noises, nothing's hanging off. Obviously the wraparound as well, they need to make sure that's secure. They're going to be looking at the tyres, making sure there's no bulges or cuts or anything untoward in regards to that. They can change the rear tyres if they need to. They shouldn't, but again, if they need to, they will. And just general safety checks around the car. Make sure all the cables, obviously, throttle cables and brake cables, they're all secure. They're not fraying or about to snap or anything like that. And if they are, they can sort them out as soon as possible. 3 minutes in terms of a pit stop is a fairly decent time. You don't have to rush around to check it, which is good. Gives the mechanics a nice chance to make sure that everything is okay before they get them back down off the jacks and ready to go. That is a pretty big whack going into hairpin number 1. Not entirely sure as to who that is at the moment. We'll confirm as soon as we can, but once again dislodging those tyre walls and very much up onto a slight little inclination that the grass has forced on the outside of hairpin 1.
I don't think that cart's got... they're trying to restart the engine there, you can see. Maybe you can't see at the moment. It's always a tricky thing to do. Yanking at it again and again and again. Finally got it going. Now trying to get off the bank itself. Good luck seeing through them, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I can see...
Can you?
Just about.
Couldn't quite get the number in time. But the barrier's going to need repairing down there, so one of the brave marshals having to run across the road and sort out the tyres in on the outside of a pretty precarious corner.
Yeah, which we've already seen a lot of issues. So you've got to be facing the oncoming traffic, making sure that you're not caught by surprise. Obviously, it's difficult when you're trying to drag tyres back into place.
Yeah,
he's doing a really decent job of it. Again, just constantly looking over his shoulder, making sure he's aware of his spatial, of his surroundings. And as soon as it's into a safe-ish place, he needs to get himself clear and back to his marshal post, which again he's done. But obviously, we've already touched on the difficulty of hairpin 1 because of how much speed you carry through the wiggles, and then sort of the speed they're wanting to carry through hairpin 1 as well. There is a very, very slim margin of error that a lot of people have stepped over.
Yep. So yellow flag remains there. I think it'll be okay now as the marshal runs across the road at hairpin 1 and gets back in position. So green flag around the circuit again. Cart 35 now called into service. That's Lockwell Hill, and worth just monitoring what's happening to this cart at the moment. They've not long made a pit stop, but another mistake on lap 471. Another position dropped. Another spin may have been that cart that spun at hairpin 3, but I can't say that for sure. They've just generally been losing quite a lot of time, I'm afraid, to the 111 JS Racing cart. It can't be far away from a scheduled pit stop of its own. It's just about 73 laps into its stint, or just coming up to 70 odd in its stint. Still leading, now back ahead of the best hire pro, the best hire club carts. What do you put? We've got another spin at hairpin 2. They're starting to happen a bit more frequently again, aren't they?
Yeah. We went a while without them. I was going to say it's actually going all right in terms of hairpin 1 and 2 spins, but
never say it.
Yeah, no, I didn't say it out loud because I knew inevitably it would happen, and then you'd be like, oh, these commentators cursed it when, don't get me started. It's fine. They are clear, they're fine, the tyre barriers are back in. It is just an unfortunate skill issue a couple of times that the drivers have.
Very harsh.
It's true.
Very, very harsh sometimes. Okay, 12 hours 47.
Am I wrong?
No, I'm not arguing with
No,
you. But 12 hours 47 remaining. We approach midnight. It's around 45 minutes away. Are you flagging?
Am I what?
Flagging.
Flagging. No, I'm
Is
okay.
that not a phrase used by in the East Anglia?
No,
No.
in the East Anglia.
Yeah,
No, that's fine. In the Nottingham, no.
in the East Midlands. Is the
East,
is the
oh no,
phrase.
yeah, that's fine. No, we don't use flagging.
Flagging. Okay. See, the thing I'm worried about now. I'm off in 47 minutes. I don't normally sleep very well after broadcast, so
No.
but I need to quickly.
Yeah.
So this could be
Because if it takes you half an hour to sleep and you have to be awake half an hour before you start, you're only going to get 3 hours.
less than 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a bit long. Anyway, let's hope that I'll just drop off. And the engine sounds aren't quite that loud. I did think that when I came in this morning. I don't know if you had the same. Driving in, even to the road outside, I thought, blimey, I can hear them quite
Well, no, I
clearly
was
already.
here early enough that there weren't engines running
Right,
because
okay.
I showed up on time and didn't. No, it's fine. Ewan was working until like 2 o'clock in the morning last night, so I'll let him off for having a bit of a lay-in. But it's fine. And he did a good enough job that he didn't wake me up because we shared a hotel room, all buddy-buddy.
Can you believe we shared a hotel room and didn't talk to each other? That's the
We didn't
weirdest
actually
thing in the
speak
world.
to each other until we got to the track. Because even when I wanted to get him a drink at Tesco, he didn't reply because he was still sound asleep. I let him have his beauty sleep this morning. I got ready nice and quietly, and he didn't wake up. He was sleeping, and I didn't want to disturb him. It's fine. But nonetheless, what were you talking about again?
I can't remember now. But imagine explaining that to someone. We shared a hotel room and we didn't talk to each other at all. That's a weird explanation.
I booked him an Uber in the morning. No.
No, that's weird. I can drive. Meanwhile, close for 39th overall is really the only nose-to-tail battle for a class position at the moment. At the Hyro Motorsport Academy car, just behind the Hires rookie leader, as black flags awarded here to the race leaders.
Ooh.
MS Soko Select have got a black flag, as have Team Keen.
Not going to be keen about that, are they?
Very good.
That's fine.
It doesn't say what it's for, but that's. I mean, it's a big moment for the race. I know that it's a big gap between the front two at the moment, and it's well over 2 laps now. But it's a big moment here that the 43 are going to have to come in. That's not them into pit lane. We'll keep an eye out for it, but showed a black flag, and it's going to set them back.
Yeah, they're running away just onto the Bob Post straight now, so they've got about 2/3 of the lap left to run until they get back into the pit lane. But like we said, they've got a 2-lap margin. They're going to lose 20 seconds on the drive-through. It depends how much of a talking back they give whoever's telling them off, which, as we've touched on, the best thing you can do is shut up, be shouted at, and then put the visor down and get going again, because the moment you speak back is the moment that they continue to keep talking to you, and that's going to cost you even more time. So they have just been reminded twice. We should see them into the pit lane in the near future, and then they'll be able to take that penalty and work their way back through. Same for Team Keen, who are,
They've
again...
just been showed it there.
Yeah, so...
And in comes 43. So
Sweet.
the 43 is straight in. They've seen it first time round, and they're straight in at a pace as well. So we're not going to find out what the black flag is for, I don't think, but we are going to see the kart in pit lane and them serve the penalty. Just how much of a talking to will this be for them? As you say, the best thing to do is to just listen and then go. We have slightly angled the camera to the tents now, so we won't be able to see them come out, but we'll see them shortly.
And just got confirmation that the black flags were overtaken on the yellow flags. So, again, a big no-no. And like I've always said, an easy one to avoid because it gives you a pretty harsh penalty after the fact. Be interested to see what the damage is. Obviously, Team Keen were a little bit off the way of Max Plant. But they're not too far away from Team Tate now. That gap is closed to about 30 seconds last time they sort of broke the beam. So that's definitely damaged Team Keen's run for that fight for second in the Owner Pro. MS Soko have done themselves the favours of building that gap while they can. So much so that should something like this happen, they make a mistake and have to take a penalty, they can afford to, and then slowly build it back up again. They're lucky it's only a black flag.
Yeah. Had some more information through from David, who says that the Lockwell Hill 1 kart had brakes stuck on and so lost 10 minutes earlier on. And so what I was reporting on earlier on was actually not the complete full story yet, because they hadn't exited the pit lane. They have done now, just around 20 laps ago. It can't have been that long ago. But anyway, they've exited the pit lane again here. Just a few moments ago. So they did come in 20 laps ago. They've been in again on after a 19-lap stint for 11 minutes 30 seconds. It has, as David said, cost them 10 minutes. It's cost them the lead in the highest pro class as well.
Yeah, that is suboptimal to say the least. Obviously, brake binding, brakes being stuck on, not only is it going to slow you down, naturally, you're going to feel that resistance. You're going to burn more fuel because the engine's having to work a lot harder. You're also going to be naturally heating up your brakes a lot more, which could cause your discs to ever so slightly warp as such, and also wears your discs, wears your pads a lot quicker as well, which again, they can change when they change the tyres, but they're only going to do that 3 times this race. They'd ideally want to avoid taking the tyres off to then refit new pads without having to change the tyres. Obviously, it just makes sense while the tyres off to do it. So that is going to be a big unfortunate case for them. But again, they've still got over half the race left to sort it out as such. But that does mean a very nice sort of silver platter handed to the 111JS racing machine.
We're going to have the number 43 come in again here. So, well, not again, but for their mandatory service. So the highest club lead will maybe flip back to Dr. Vapes, actually, for the first time in ages. Teesside Academy currently hold it. They are driving the number 43. And Track Limits 20 had them had the lead beforehand, but they had to take their mandatory 3-minute service. As the black flag's still being shown to 115. I thought I'd seen them in. And he... Oh, no, that's not the correct driver. That's 122 coming in for a scheduled stop. Where's 115? Well, that's number 50. Oh, was that 75? Not entirely sure, but yeah, it was 75, so they're not to worry. Yeah, did you see 115 in? I thought I did.
No.
No? Okay. Might have been imagining it.
Maybe. Yeah, no, I haven't seen them either.
Okay.
So going to keep an eager eye out and hope that we can track them into the pit lane. But
Emma Soko selects pit stop is clear, or penalty, excuse me. That black flag has not cost them very much at all. They still hold a 2-lap lead.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're just on fire, to be honest. And I'm sure they probably just said, yeah, fair enough, we overtook on the yellow flag, sorry. And that was it. They're not stupid. They've done enough races to know you can't do that. It probably was just an honest mistake. And they were just like, yeah, cool, took the black flag, and probably only lost what you would get for maybe a drive-through penalty, maybe plus minus 1 or 2 seconds to take the visor up, say, yeah, sorry, and go. So, yeah, they've not lost too much at all. Half a lap, if any, down to red graphics for the owners' elites. And them themselves, actually, probably... I don't want to say focusing backwards on Nexus, because on raw pace they are quicker than the 17, but that gap is only 25 seconds, which isn't a lot.
No. So, service for the 024 as well, the Petit Bourgeois racing team. 29th overall, 4th in that Hires Elite class. So their mandatory 3 minutes will be spent in pit lane very shortly, because one of the Belgian teams, they've won this class before. They won this class last time around in the higher elites. I don't think they were in the elites, apologies. They were in the club class last year, but they did win it, is my point. Their drivers, because we haven't spoken too much about the drivers. Their drivers, Killian Marville, Alex Wonson, Guy Cahay, and Nathan Diffels. for that kart, and I believe they have now indeed come in. There's a 1, 2, 3 makes its way in as well. That is, where are they now? ETL still, unfortunately, the last of the owner pros, but they're not that far away, especially considering some of the issues they had earlier on with fuel. It was in the first hour of the race, of course, when they ran out of fuel, and they've been recovering ever since, but they're still right there with the others in class. Only 8 of them, but still, they're still right up there and still with them. There's a look into pit lane and what's going on in the tents. It's worth giving a shout out to the staff who are actually here at Teesside Karting for the British Trail for our race, the mechanics working round the clock. Don't forget that not all of these teams will have tents like you can see right in the distance there for Apollo, where they're fixing their own stuff. You can see down the hill and sort of round the tents, there's plenty of tents around there as well. But a lot of these teams just going to these tents on the right-hand side for their general service. You've got to remember it is nearly midnight. They'll be tired, of course. They'll be going through the night as well. And it's a lot of work for them to do, but they're fantastic at it, and it helps keep nearly 90 karts running on the circuit.
It's a mega effort. Like we were sort of commending the marshals earlier, it extends to anyone that's on site working the event. Obviously race control, the cafe staff, keeping everyone obviously hydrated and fed for the entirety of the event. That's obviously very, very important, including us. What did you get earlier on?
I had a chicken burger.
Nice.
I enjoyed it. It was nice. Yeah.
Good going.
What did you have?
I had the mac and cheese.
Oh yeah, of course you were eating on camera. Yeah.
I know. That is the highlight of my commentary career. Is just me in the background of shot, because I was doing my food review of the cinnamon cake
without a mic on.
Without a mic on,
just visual.
Because you could just tell from my exquisite facial expressions that I was in love with it. You're not
a very facially expressive guy, so that wouldn't really work.
I don't know how to take that, to be honest, Ewan.
It's not really a compliment or
it's just a thing.
It's just a fact.
It just is. I'm not very facially express. I don't know.
No.
It's fine. But yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I did the okay. It did get the Zach Sweeney seal of approval. But yeah, and then obviously the mechanics and everyone.
High praise.
Yeah, exactly. The high praise that you get from the Zach Sweeney seal of approval. That is the top quality award that you can get as a food. Forget Michelin stars.
Yeah.
Who needs Michelin stars?
Your approval is what they all want. More service, by the way, for 116. Next up. That's ABC Racing. Things were going well for them earlier on, but they had an issue. It was around about sunset, wasn't it? A little bit further before sunset, just after 6 or 7 hours or so. They had to go into the garage to get a part changed in the engine. That dropped them away from contention. They're still well up for a podium, I think. I think they're still well in with a shout of a podium, but not quite for the win anymore. It's going to be difficult to catch the front two after that. Change for the lead in the meantime in the Hires Elites while those pit stops were going on. That 475 CBR went in, and on the same lap Karting Events Belgium came in, but their pit stop ended up being longer, and they're now going from nearly a minute ahead to half a minute behind.
Yeah, they've got some hard work to do if they want to claw back that time. Obviously, CBR, Core Blimey Race in the 113 were the winners of this race this time last year. Kart Events Belgium, as we've touched on, were the winners of the 24-hour of Le Mans karting event that happened a few weeks ago. Basically, the karting circuit in the middle. There's a big off going into hairpin 4, a car facing backwards and trying to find a pocket to spin round in there. Left hand down and trying to get the kart going, but there's just not enough power. It is just stuck. These bobbing up and down, looking like a bit of a Funko Pop down there, to be honest. And What's able. That? Do you not know what a Funko Pop is?
No.
Really?
No. He's going to need to push it. That kart is going to. It's not got one of the engines. That's why it's taking such a strain to get out of the grass. It's not wet grass anymore, is it? We saw in the early part of the race that you would go for miles sliding if you went into the grass because it was so wet. But we've had so much sunshine in the afternoon today that actually it's all evaporated away.
Is that MS with another black flag?
No, it's Team Keen who are who are... Oh, yeah, you're right. So it is both. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Apologies. I should never question you, should I?
No.
MSO Select and Team Keen, they're both in again.
It's yeah. I'm assuming that's again another
it is.
overtaking under yellow flag.
It is.
I
mean, at the moment, somehow they're retaining pretty much the same lead.
Despite
not entirely sure how, really, but they are.
All that time they're gaining and overtaking on the yellow flag, clearly.
Don't encourage them. Into the pit lane again. So, another trip and another talking to, and you'd imagine with every passing, based on my experience at karting tracks anyway, I've never been here before, but I have been at a fair amount of karting tracks, generally the second one is not shorter than the first, put it that way.
Yeah, no, you get a... I've already told you, what are you doing, mate?
Yeah.
Sort it out. And then if you do it again, yeah, good luck. Let's put it that way. Especially with the stories I've been told of the head marshal, Nigel, who is a fantastic racing driver and knows his stuff about racing, and is sort of the one that you do not argue with when it comes to anything related to a racing incident. He will sort you out. And yeah, because again, it's just one of those things, like I've touched on, that is so easy to avoid because you just don't do it. And I've said that same phrase so many times, but it's so true. Just don't do it.
You're not on the circuit in the moment.
Yellow flag. No, because the thing is with racing drivers, they don't see yellow flags as a caution. They see it as an opportunity.
Well, sim racers do. You get in.
Yeah, because there's no danger. But even real life,
there is real danger here.
Yeah, there is real danger. There's not in sim racing, is what I was talking about. But it's like, yeah, yellow flag, cool, and they think they can get away with it, particularly down the back end of the circuit because there's no marshal posts pretty much for this entire back straight. But we've got a camera and we can see it.
And to be fair, you do notice these things at night, especially with the track limits things we saw in real life. Especially you see this, especially at Spa, not maybe in its most recent configuration where there is a little bit more or less chance to go off and gain an advantage at Spa these days. But back in 5 years ago version of Spa in the 24-hour race, as the darkness went over, you'd start to see less sort of track limits, penalties and warnings and so on, and a lot more people getting away with it because drivers do tend to think that they can get away with it under the cover of darkness. But no, we do have cameras everywhere. The track is quite well lit all around. I say the only place that's not necessarily massively well lit is the hairpin 4, but even that is pretty visible to everybody because it's right in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
And so you can't get away with stuff, and those two teams especially are finding that out at the moment. That it's not really, as I say, affecting MSO Select. It is affecting Team Keen a lot, who were challenging Max Plant and were well in. I think they're actually favourites for second, but they're no longer.
Yeah, no.
What were you giggling at then?
The YouTube chat just been posted by postcode Tom in regards to the third chat that you get, and it's the "I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed" chat that you get. And Harrison are coming in and saying yellow flags the drive is definitely an opportunity. It shouldn't be, but that is just the nature of it because you see it as someone's off. It could well be the person that I'm trying to race for position, and you kind of get happy about it, or whatever. And then also just a quick rundown as to what the colours mean. We have done it a couple of times. So we've got 7 classes. We've got 2 categories of karts. We've got the owners and the hires. For the owners, we've got the elites, the pros, and the clubs in yellow, red, and black, respectively. For the hires, we've got the elites, pros, the clubs, and the rookies in blue, in pink, in green, and in orange, respectively. Proud of me for getting each of those colours right, I've got to be honest.
I was going to say...
I am actually finding it quite hard to see the pink on the pros from here, actually. But...
What?
Yeah, it's...
What do you mean?
Like seeing that it's pink.
Seeing the text?
No, the colour, that it's pink.
So what do you see instead?
Just dark. Yeah, I can see higher pro, it's fine. Anyway, regardless. Yeah, whatever. And basically they descend in, or ascend in, order of experience, pace, competency, and previous results. Obviously, elite being the best, and rookie or club being so not the lowest, but the least experienced.
Yeah, effectively, if you want to look at it in terms of boil it down pure logically how it should be, the order should be yellow, red, black, blue, pink, green, orange.
Yeah. For
the classes you just outlined. However, as you can see on the left-hand side, it doesn't quite work like that because racing is not an exact science. It's not played out on paper. And so stuff is happening a bit more fluidly than that. I'm surprised you took that on, the colours question. I thought you were just going to leave that to me. I was
No,
ready to take, and I was just zoned out for a second. I thought, hang on, he's doing this. He's answering this question.
Because I've just ingrained them, and I've just sort of I've got to gaslight myself that that's pink. No, it's fine. I make it worse than it is. I can very clearly tell that that's pink there.
Right. Okay. That's good. What I thought you meant is that you can't quite see the text on the background of the colour, because that is difficult to see. Because
I can see there's a contrast between the two colours left and right of it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, good. It is nearly midnight. Do you want to tell the story of the green pen?
The green pen. Yes, let's do it. So, ladies and gentlemen,
you don't have to build. It's not that great story.
It's not like the Ronnie Smith crashing into McBrown's hatch story. No, we won't get into that.
You went way too soon on that one.
No. Yeah, I know. I dropped it in way too early. I needed to save it up. It's fine. Yeah. We've got people that are joining us. Obviously, thank you to those that are now just jumping in. Make sure to like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications, and share around as well. My name is Zach Sweeney, and I, in the arguably one of the most important exams I've ever sat, i.e. my GCSEs. For those outside of the UK, those are the exams that you sit when you're 16, just as you transition into sort of higher education. And my really good black pen that I loved writing with ran out of ink. So I swapped to the equivalent one that I thought was black ink as well, until in my French writing, after having written a history paper, a geography paper, and one of my English papers, I got to my French writing, and the invigilator went, "You know that's green ink, don't you?" I was like, "No."
And well, here's the moment I thought you realised for the first time. Actually, you sent our a group of commentators that we're in a picture of a track map which you've drawn for a race we were doing, and everyone said, "Well, why have you written that in green?" It's a bit of a weird, people don't really have green pens. It's a bit weird. What do you mean? That's not green. I've written all my exams in this paper. What do you mean it's green pen? Oh. So it was a slightly embarrassing.
It was an interesting,
slightly
discussion.
Hilarious, because the fact that you the whole of your life had not quite seen colours the way everybody normally does, without realising until you were 16 years of age. For some reason, to me, it was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, no,
I don't know why, but it just was.
It was unfortunate. It depends on the lighting as well. A big part of it is lighting, but there's been so many times. Yellow and green. Do you know, obviously in the UK we pay like yellow car punch. Obviously everyone does that. Do you not do that? When you see a yellow car, you punch the person next to you when you're driving? Really?
That's weird.
East Midlands. Oh, wow.
You're a bit weird in East Anglia, you know.
No, everyone does it. Chat, let me know. Who plays the yellow car game?
Weird. That's not normal.
And every time I'm like, that's a yellow car, and it's like a lime green. Like the Brawn GP type of yellowy green colour is what I very difficult to distinguish, but it's fine. That's nearly midnight story done, and my embarrassing moments over.
Have you got any more to share before 2 a.m?
Williams?
I was hoping to get... I've been chatting to Carl Jansen. He's asleep, so I was going to bring him in during this stint here. I think he might join us in the morning for a chat. So I look forward to that. We were supposed to have Will Lewis earlier, but he said he was called into the car earlier.
Apparently, yeah.
Earlier than expected, so he's not around. So we will chat to them later. I was also promised Josh Thompson would come up here at some point in these 4 hours I'm here, but he's not turned up either. Maybe he's listening. He's probably not listening either, is he? Anyway, we're getting ignored by everybody.
Yeah, we're sim racing commentators getting ignored by sim racers.
Oh, no, yeah.
The people we're meant to rely on. Guys, we need you. No. It's upsetting. Maybe they don't care.
It's always difficult overnight, though, I suppose, because the only thing a driver wants to do, I would have thought,
sleep.
Is either sleep or drive. And in either of those situations, we can't really talk to them. First one, driving, too difficult. Sleeping, bit boring.
You get bored when you sleep? What?
No,
what
interviewing someone who's asleep.
Oh, no,
and listening to their answers is boring.
Unconscious people don't want an interview. Is the...
Oh, dear. Someone's not pleased here. That's down on pit lane. I'm trying to spot the number. There's so many people around. Somebody up on the jacks there. It's one of the owner's carts, that's for sure. And the driver was absolutely livid. Max Plant, it is. We're hearing. I'll go with. That's not the number I can see there, but I'll take your word for it. It absolutely is the 181, the leading Owners Pro Kart is in the pit lane. We've seen so much drama in this class in the last half an hour. Team Keen have had 2 black flags to serve for overtaking under yellow flags. They've gone from certain second or quite likely second place finishes to not as likely anymore. And now Max Plant are no longer the likely winners here. They are in trouble. They're up on the jacks, and something is being repaired down there from them. So let's keep an eye on this down on pit lane. The steering wheel has snapped, we're hearing.
That is heartbreaking for them. Ronnie Smith is due to get into
the actual
the
wheel.
kart.
Yes, the actual wheel.
The
so
actual
this could be
steering
quite
wheel itself.
This could be quite a quick fix.
Ronnie Smith doesn't know. He's taking his pre-race ritual at the moment, i.e. the lavatory. So he actually doesn't have any idea as to the chaos that's ensuing down in the pit lane. But they have to get that sorted out. Will they have a spare wheel? I don't know. You'd assume so, because a snap steering wheel isn't just a case of gluing it back together.
But at least it's not the column. Because
no, that's true. That is
first of all, that would result in a bigger accident. Second of all, it's an easier fix.
Yeah.
To just replace the wheel. There's the 171. Now that is... which kart is that? MS Window Doctor. They've already had problems. We just got a photo of this snapped wheel. It doesn't look that... Looks like it... Okay, yeah. Well...
Oh, yeah, it's cracked there.
Okay. Well, I've got to say, the driver was absolutely furious when they stepped out. Absolutely livid. And let's see how much of a lead... and they've already lost the lead here. Team Keen have gone through and they're in the lead. So we've had a change of lead in the Owners Pro. It's already been too long. So Max Plant's lead wasn't that great for... and the driver sits back down again now and gets back onto the circuit. The gap was a lap between first and second, and now Max Plant are the ones chasing.
Yeah, they're the ones now on the back foot after what was a fairly comfortable lead that they did have. Just goes to show that things can change at the drop of a pin, and that just goes to show how challenging and how demanding T-side is. We've been talking about overloading components pretty much all race long, and Harrison Earl has just put a fantastic comment in the YouTube chat in regards to it, is the fact that the track is so bumpy, so the oscillations there, you're gripping the steering wheel, you yourself are putting so much load into the wheel, and one of the connecting, so you've got the rim itself and then 3 little spokes, if you will, that sort of connect the points. One of them snapped through, and you probably could get away with driving it, but it's not ideal. They then rejoin the circuit, now in second place. We'll have to see what the gap is the next time they break the beam. You would imagine it is at the very least a lap, if not maybe more.
I think it's a lap and a half, at least. Yep. Yep.
That's racing.
Yeah.
There's nothing else you can say to it.
Yeah.
It is just racing.
It's true. It's a really tough break for them. They've been leading for a long, long time, and it looks like Team Tate may have overtaken them too. We'll get a better picture as the 181 comes over the line here. But they have been long time leaders. In fact, they've been 4th overall forever, it seems. It's been a good 150 laps since they even changed overall position. And they have been bobbling around 4th and 5th for a little while. But, I mean, 150 laps in the same position is at least 3 hours in the lead of the class without any interruption, even throughout pit stops. It's been a very long lead for them that now they've got to work really hard to get back again. Yeah,
over 12.5% of the race they've been leading, and now it's come undone because of one faulty pit stop. 4 minutes and 47 4 minutes 47 seconds was their pit stop time. Usually their lap time would be 2 minutes 15 if they've had a pit stop, so 2 minutes repair time.
2.5 minutes repair probably, yeah.
Which is 2 laps, pretty much bang on.
Yep.
They've lost relative to those around them. The good thing is they've got the pace to get it back, I reckon.
And they had just over a lap to start with, so their starting point wasn't so bad. Trying to find out where Max Plant are at the moment. I think they're 17 seconds behind Team Tate from what I can see at the moment. If indeed the 181 is... Well, I think my time screen has them running very slowly at the moment, but that can't be quite correct. We will get a better picture again as they come over the line. There they go now over the line. 17.6 seconds is the margin. That's what they are off of second. and even further off the lead. They are a lap and a half off the lead after leading by a lap. It is disappointment for them, but they're lucky. There's 12 hours, 18 minutes to go.
Yeah. If this can happen in the first half, what can happen in the second half? I mean, Team Keen have had their issues, so it should, the law of averages, eventually sort of level it all out. But again, some teams are going to get worse luck than others. But again, you make your own luck in racing. Team Keen have been very, very lucky to be handed this opportunity that they've regained the race lead. Now what can they do with it in terms of hanging on to it from this point on? Will they be able to? Have they got the pace to? That's a long, long time. Williams Esports are in the pit lane waiting to be released. Is that Carl Janssen at the wheel?
I've got no idea. Carl Janssen
I'm trying to read.
Carl Janssen told me he'd be sleeping. So, oh right, in Moreno. Okay, fine.
I can read the overalls.
One of 7 drivers on the field. Yeah, I bet people at home can read it better than we can.
Yeah,
our eyesight's just absolutely
terrible.
Going terrible now. Yeah, so bit of a wait down on pit lane, and as we've already said, generally these pit stops will be taken at sort of. For a similar length. They're not all happening at the same time because that would be impossible for the team to cope with, but they are going to be of a similar length, and that means we should keep the gaps the same on the other side of this service, which will generally begin to close out. I think it's going to take a lot longer than 90 minutes you said earlier. I think it's going to take a good couple of hours at least for it all to cycle through, but I think by 2 o'clock in the morning, 10 hours to go by the time you're leaving the booth, we will have a bit of a clearer picture in the higher classes as to quite where everything is, because at the moment it is pretty unclear. I mean, kart events at Belgium, for example, are back ahead of Cool Blimey Racing again after losing loads of time in the mandatory service. So who knows, really? Yeah,
exactly. And obviously, with pit stops, it's not just the stationary time you've got to be mindful of. It's the going into the pit lane. Obviously, they then have to get weighed. They have to get out the car. They have to push it along for the highs. I believe they do have to switch the engine off as well, so that takes time. Getting out the car, pushing it along, what your definition of a walk is as well, and how much you can get away with. I think the definition is 1 foot in contact with the ground, visible to the human eye at any given time. That's sort of the Olympic walking definition.
You've seen the Olympic walk.
I know, and then it's just, let's just jog. But it's fine. It is what it is. So there are a lot of grey areas, which again can affect, because even if it's only a second or two either way, it adds up. And then obviously you've got to get out. You've got to be lucky there's no carts directly on the racing line as you're trying to feed back into the traffic. So there is a lot that goes on, that even though it is a fixed stationary time, there is still going to be fluctuations.
Yellow flag at hairpin 4 as one of the carts has gone around. We've got no chance of seeing that from here. Apologies, but we'll get it as it gets back going again here. Oh, driver's going either side of the driver, getting back going again. I think it's either the 111 or the 80-something. Couldn't tell you, to be honest. It's quite dark and quite difficult to see at this moment. So anyway, that spin at turn 4 has been alleviated. Question on online about what happens if something breaks on a hire. Now we just saw a steering wheel snap on a owner's kart, so that is up to them to repair everything. And as we've already said, unfortunately, Boners aren't able to repair their number 200 kart, so unfortunately they are our first and so far only retirement. Effectively, yes, they do have spare parts for everything on the highs. You can get a new spare part for everything, and there has been plenty of hires in the garage so far getting those repairs. That's part of the deal, and that's why I said earlier on, it gave a shout out to the staff down there, because they have got so many things to change over the course, notwithstanding these mandatory services, just changing stuff that breaks, because mechanical stuff breaks.
Yeah, exactly. Things get worn down. It's 24 hours. I mean, you imagine getting into a road car and running it for a day straight, ragging
stopping.
it. Yeah, without stopping.
Pretty much.
Ragging it off the rev limiter for a lot of it. Imagine slamming on your brakes every 5 seconds, wearing all of those components down, your steering column, everything is getting worn.
Bumpier than a normal road.
Well, exactly. Depends where you
in
live.
places.
We've seen the state of the UK roads, but it's fine.
Depends where you live.
Yeah, it's true. In the East Anglia, some of them are quite bad. I don't know what it's like in the East Midlands.
It's quite bad.
Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, but Teesside in particular is it's bumpy. There's a lot of oscillation. There are little bits of sort of patched in concrete that again are slightly raised relative to the rest of the track surface. So it can be very, very difficult. So once again, hats off to all the mechanics doing the dirty work, because they have to be available 24 hours throughout this race. They don't get breaks. They don't get rest. Race mechanics are elite, and they are very good. It's such a high-pressure environment as well, because you have got the pressure of someone's race. They've paid however much they've paid to be here as a team. That pressure is on you to make sure that they are able to get back out and effectively make the most of their money.
Are you saying that as well because you're a mechanic?
Not anymore. Not anymore, mate. I left that trade in February because, yeah, we won't get into that. But anyway, it is a stressful. No, it is a stressful job. I've got to be honest. It is.
So he's just sympathising with them. He's snuggling up to them.
They're one of me. No, I remember watching or going into one of the pit garages for TSK-Motorsport. They're an enduro car team, and it's just chaos. They had to change a rear left bearing on a Ford KA, which is a fairly simple setup. It's just wheel off, take the drum face off, and change it that way. And they're just shouting at each other. The teamwork, the cooperation that goes into it is paramount. And you've not only got to do the job well, but you've got to do it quickly, but you've also got to do the job well. You can't skimp around on quality, but then you've also really got to get that car in, up, repaired, and down as quickly as you can, because seconds matter. Even if you're doing a job that will take 20 minutes, if you can shave off 30 seconds, you're going to be saving yourself in the long run.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. I mean, you die for 30 seconds just driving on the circuit. So, absolutely, you would certainly try and save what you can. 589, the latest kart into service. That will steadily continue on. The Teesside Tigers have been corded as well. That's the number one. So they're generally working their way down the order, but only part of the way down. As I say, it's going to take a couple of hours for the cycle to properly work itself out, but the front two in the Highers Elite have been in at least, and so we can talk about that as a corrected order, because they have both taken their mandatory service, and really they're in a class of their own. They didn't even lose first and second when they went in and did it. That's how far ahead of the rest they are. And just to show you the consistency again of Kart Events Belgium, fastest lap of the race, personal best for them last time round, a 1 minute 21.284.
Wow.
That is on lap 505, a new best lap time for them. The most recent best lap time I can see for anybody was 25 laps ago now. To me, that's quite surprising in itself. In terms of the top 10 or so, it's been at least 100 laps until we've seen, or since we've seen a new fastest lap. That is rare at this time in the day, especially because it's dark.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of conditions, it's probably one of the most optimal, because
for the engine stuff.
For the engine,
tyres.
It's not going to be overheating. The tyres are easier to run an optimal window because there's no chance of them overheating, but the track's cooling them down, the ambient temperature's cooling them down. You're not going to overheat the brakes. You yourself, you're not sweating, you're in quite a cool environment, so you're able to work yourself better. The only problem is that at the start, you've got about 3 laps before traffic hits, which is where we saw the majority of our very quick laps being done
especially
at the
for
front.
the owners.
Exactly, especially for the owners. Their first 10 laps of where we saw the lap record pace being set, and ever since it's been slower because it's been so busy. It's really rare that you get a lap to yourself, because I worked it out. I think if you base it on like a 1.6 kilometer track length, if you're measuring it from the middle of the track all the way around, with 89 carts, whatever we had, you have a cart every sort of 16 or so meters if they're equally spread, which the vast majority of them aren't. So you are very rarely going to be able to get clear track.
In terms of seconds, I mean, many people listening to this will be stood around the circuit and whatever. If you're just standing in one place and looking at one point in the road, if you're counting, on average, a cart will come past less than every second. That's what we're talking about at the moment. So it is so busy out there. I mean, it's a short circuit. It is to be expected, but, you know, there's 89 of them at the start of this. So they're 88 now. Le Mans gets 62, Spa gets 70. You know, only Nürburgring goes above these kind of numbers because it's so long. But, you know, circuits that are 2, 3, 4 times as long as this in the form of likes of Spa and Le Mans, for example. And Le Mans obviously a lot more than 4 times longer than this. They have less cars than we have karts here. That's the kind of busyness we're talking. In some ways, I think it helps the leaders stay alert somewhat because
you don't switch off.
Exactly. Other than when you're actually in the lead, which I think is actually quite difficult to switch off from when you're in the lead because you realise the importance and
you're hyper aware of the fact you're winning a race.
There's a different mindset to it, yeah. But for the other owners basically who are not leading, I think it keeps you really alert and quite helpfully. Although there's 2 sides to it, could crash with a high cut, and it could be your fault, and that could be the end of your day. So 2 sides to it, but it would help me, I think, if I was driving for sure. I
have never lacked concentration doing a rally stage, for example, because there's constant changes.
Yeah, but it's never as long, is it?
No, but it's sort of just that constant change of stimulus. So there is constantly a change, something constantly forcing you to do something different, forcing you to concentrate. And it's the same here. Effectively, every lap car you do is a different challenge, a different hurdle, and it forces you to re-engage. If it wasn't a busy track, like you say, you could just switch off, turn into like a scale electrics, and just go round and round and round, and eventually start dozing off. I know full well that if I was doing go-karting and I wasn't anywhere sort of near anyone, even if I was in a decent position, second or third or whatever, if I was able ever to get that high, it was just a case of I'm by myself, I'm switching off, and I'm just driving around. There's nothing to aim for, there's no goal to go and get, so you just turn into autopilot as opposed to constantly searching for lap time. Yeah, it's very easy to do at this time. We're approaching midnight here at Teesside Karting. It's the British 24 hour for 2024. To be specific, 12 hours and 6 minutes remaining in the race. If you're looking forward to sunrise, it's about 5 hours away. We're not realistically that far into the dark period of this race. I think I would only say it's been pitch black for a couple of hours now, if that. It's properly now where we're into the night and into the graveyard shift coming up now, just on the other side of midnight, when it's still dark. Still very early in the morning, and suddenly, 11, 10 hours, 9, 8 hours feels like a very long way when it's still dark and the sun has yet to rise. But as soon as you start to get that little bit of light over the track, you will start to get a bit more positive, as I'm afraid a bad couple of moments goes a little bit worse for Max Plant. They, third in their class, have now got a black flag. We'll try and work out what that's for in a sec. What's it for, Zach? Contact.
Contact, thank you. So, another penalty to serve. And another thing that will set them back as well further. Just looking where the 96 is, they're too far, way too far behind. They're 3 laps behind now. So, it won't cost them a podium as of right now, but it costs them further a chance at getting the win and getting close to the win.
Yeah, their pace has been unbelievable, that 181. I mean, again, comfortably the quickest of the bunch, the most consistent of the bunch as well. Let's not beat around the bush as well. If things were to be clean for them, they would be absolutely fine and comfortably winning this race. But, of course, things have gone wrong. Their driving standards haven't been up to scratch. We have got a driver beached off the end of hairpin 1. The driver is out of the kart, so I'm assuming they might well have to get that recovered if they're unable to get the engine restarted. They are all stood around it, sort of deciding what to do. Obviously, yellow flags understandably being waved. Drivers hopefully slowing down.
Yellow.
And a full course yellow.
Yep, so first full course yellow in over 2 hours, actually. But that long green flag run comes to an end. We think we're on 13. I'm disputing that's full course yellow 13, but anyway, that's what we're going with. It is a kart stopped on the way towards hairpin number 1. Can't identify it for you just for the moment, but it will need the quad to be recovered, and it will interrupt the flow of this race. The red graphics kart number 1 is very near pit lane if they fancy it, and they don't. They don't quite. They come past. I think it would have been a decent call for them to do so, actually, after a good 60 laps out there, but no, they decide to stay out and clearly not take advantage of this full course yellow. Trying to see where the recovery quad is at the moment. There it is. Make its way across the grass. And we'll soon pick up the stricken cart on the way towards hairpin number 1. Can't see any reason why that would be stopped. There might be mechanical, but that cart certainly spun off, although we didn't see it. It's certainly spun off, hasn't it, to the outside of hairpin 1. One of those accidents that sort of happened really before the corner, sort of a bit of a hangover from the chicanes themselves, and eventually laid to rest just before the hairpin itself. It'll be recovered and come back to pit lane and hopefully not spend too long there before heading back out again. Driver will sit there and get a ride back to pit lane himself as well. What's going on there? Number 45 was stopped on an odd place. Don't know if they were involved, but they're in pit lane 2, so I don't know what that was all about, but they are going to need some service. Now, where are the leaders in that case? So Red Graphics decided not to come in. They are involved in this very large group coming round the final corner right now, or in the final sector of this track. MS Soko Select, that's becoming quite difficult at midnight. MS Soko Select are getting around the middle part of the lap at the moment in not a very big group at all. So I think the number 1 is losing out here in terms of lap time. Last time round they did a 38. MS Soko Select did a 28.
Wow.
That tells you all you need to know about that. So it's playing into their hands. There they are. The 43 has now caught up to a train, though. It's not as large as the number 1s, and traffic will be less of a deal for them when this goes green.
Yeah, exactly. Those that are watching along on live timing, of course, live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. You can sort of watch along, and if you're on a laptop, we go green flag running once again. So this is going to really be the test as to how quickly the 43 can carve their way through the traffic. But you can see, if you're watching on a large device, the track map in the front and track where each of the carts are in relation to the other ones. And you can very clearly see that the race-leading MS Soko Select car is firmly in a nice and comfortable position relative to Red Graphics, despite some of the recent issues they've got. You won't miss the number 1. They've got nice bright white LEDs and, of course, the number 1 across the side, and they have got a very busy job ahead of them because they've not only got hire carts to contend with, they've also got lapped owner carts to contend with as well. There's a spin. That is going towards...
3.
Yeah. So that's going up the hill.
Yep, man.
You've got to keep the momentum up, especially in those higher carts, to get up the hill. And if you don't have minimum speed, it's actually a really difficult task for the hires to get up.
Well, they've made it up fine on that occasion, so that's all okay. We are approaching the halfway mark of this race now. They're nearly 12 hours complete and just about 12 hours to go. It's still MS Soko Select who are leading this race. Their gap was over 2 laps at one stage in the last couple of hours, but a couple of black flags has set them back a little bit further. They are just under a lap and a half ahead of Red Graphics, who are second, and Nexus Sport are still there or thereabouts as well, 16 seconds further back in third. We've still got a very close front 3, Zach. You're about to be joined by David Sullivan, but first of all, more thoughts from you on what's been a very interesting first 12 hours.
Yeah, it has been. It's been fantastic. Really, really enjoyed it, of course. Our first time on commentary here for the T-Side 24. And it's not disappointed by any means. We've had intrigue in terms of the strategy, very, very close races all the way through as well. Have just seen come through a black flag for our Owners Club race leaders of 36 Motorsport. Also a black flag come through for the 121 RF Spitfires, who are on a comeback charge. I would assume that's going to be for overtaking under yellow flags, but I won't know until that's confirmed for me. Nonetheless, that is a shame for them. They are a decent way ahead of the 104 Rethink Racing International. That's the second place car in class, so they shouldn't lose class position. They definitely will lose, and to be fair, they probably won't even lose track position either to MS Urban Blue. They're 2 laps down relative to the 36, so they should actually be okay despite that black flag that they've been given. So it probably will just be a case of coming in, going out again, and being all okay. The RS Spitfires, though, that is going to be a big dampen on what has been a decent comeback charge for them as they slowly but surely creep their way back into contention to maybe be fighting for class position. But nonetheless, back in the commentary box is Mr. David Sullivan. He's loaded himself up on some Haribo's.
Straight in the com box and straight into the Haribo Gold
That's
Bears.
why we do it, isn't it? It's straight onto the sweets. To be fair, those Tangfastics that we had, I think most of them were me.
They've gone. We have got the standard
Star Mix.
Star Mix. Although it does say Tangfastics on the top. But
Yeah,
I
we
can
swapped
assure
the
you-
lids.
Okay. Because we like to play cruel games on people. As you mentioned, a couple of black flags in the last 2 minutes or so as we tick over the halfway mark of the 2024 British 24-hour race. And we've got a kart in the gravel down at Rib, as the driver is assisted by the marshal in getting that kart out of there. We'll try and pick up the kart number as he heads towards the bottom of the mountain. He's currently just trying to remove some gravel from the floor tray. Oh, there's the bit of backfire on that engine there. It has started, and he will make his way towards the mountain section. Hopefully both engines are going, because if it's not, and he stopped again on the outside of Rib Bend, because if he's only got one engine, he will not get up the hill. We've seen it many, many times that I think the owner karts can get up the hill on one engine. The hire karts can't. They weigh a lot more, and they cannot get up the hill. So, looks like he's moving now, and with both engines going, should be okay. And we'll try and track who's had a sort of circa 2 minute lap there. But yeah, before I came on, sort of all action down in the pit lane. The 181 kart. Class leading pro owner kart with a steering wheel issue. 4 spokes on the steering wheel, 2 had sheared. The driver, Max Shields, nursed that kart round back to pit lane for over a lap. I think it happened, and he's radioed it in, and rather than coming straight in, he's said, look, I'll bring it round an extra lap, get all the bits ready. They came in, they were waiting to go. The kart was jumped on. They got it fixed as quickly as they could. The only worry now is where they've put the button for the driver to talk back on the radio. It was hastily put on with some tie wraps, and it's probably not in the most ideal location. So when the driver then comes to plug their radio in, because they're using a plug-in radio that plugs into a receiver on the steering wheel, they might have an issue getting it plugged in. So that is a little bit of a worry for them. Hopefully it's not too much. They have obviously also picked up that black flag recently, although to their benefit to an extent, they did manage to serve that under the Battenberg, and I think that will have probably saved them 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, it definitely would have. Because again, the main penalty you get with a black flag, depends how gobby you get to whoever's giving you the talking to, is just the drive-through penalty that you take for having to take that trip into pit lane. But they've done a really, really good job up until this point, and there is still a long race left to go. We've just ticked into the second half, so firmly walking out of the woods as opposed to into them at this stage, as eyes are firmly being set, not only to the sunrise, but then also subsequently the checker flag after it. But what is the consequence then of having one of those spokes broken? Is it just an unstable steering wheel?
Yeah. Oh, is that a second black flag for the 036, or have they've just not been in for their first one yet? Okay, so we'll try. Well, the problem is then you're going to put additional load through the other 4 spokes, and if all of them break, then you're just going to be holding the wheel on the outside, and it's not going to be connected. So as soon as one goes, you really do have to come in. It's not a problem that you can nurse. Obviously, you're technically attached to the wheels of the kart through the stub axles, your track rod ends, your track rods, then your other track rod end all the way up the steering column to your steering wheel, which is held onto the top of the steering column by a boss and a single bolt. So you are at a risk of basically all the vibrations go through. And obviously you saw on the camera the frustration. That 181 kart had worked incredibly hard to build up a lead at the front of the owner pro class, and because of that, then obviously you could see the sheer frustration from the driver for Max Shields.
Yeah, which understandably, as a driver, if you've been leading for, me and you and worked it out, as the best part of 3 hours up until that point, you're going to be frustrated to throw away 3 laps as what it was. A lap lead, they emerged then 2 laps down on Team Keane and Team Tate, who now provisionally lead the way. I don't know if that is net position. Just going to check their last pit stop. That was on lap 546. We're now on 567, so they have got a decent chunk of their stint left to go. Team Keen, on the other hand, came on at lap 556. So again, fairly linked, probably as closely linked as we're going to get in terms of the pro class, as another full course yellow has been brought out. What is this for? As this could well be a decent opportunity for some of the teams to come in if they're near their scheduled stop. However, who is beached and where? Right,
can't see anything on the track in front of us, which means on the west track, the run down towards Rib Bend, and there is the car on the outside of Rib Bend against the wall, and that is why we are under full course yellow. Will anybody use this as an option to pit under a full course yellow? So another mark gets added to the full course yellow. We're only one more line away from a third garden gate for us. The quad is already at the scene though. The quad here all weekend, offering complimentary trips back into the pit lane for our unlucky drivers that have problems with their machinery. So field will slow. Now, chances are this will come up and round the mountain section, and then when it comes back into sight, it cuts across back into the pit lane. But earlier on, I don't know if you managed to pick it up on the camera, I was stood down as the service window started, and a car had come round Howells, the paddock bend here left, gone down, and then had gone through the tyre wall and back into the pit lane.
No.
And we were only drawn to it by the fact that two of the marshals went running down the pit lane, and there was tyres scattered and gravel all across the pit lane. So drivers were then who were pitting, were going down pit lane at an incredibly slow pace because there was marshals working in the pit lane. It's one of them incidents where you look at it and you go, how has he got there?
Yeah.
You just don't know how he's got there. I'm assuming it involved in going round the outside of somebody else and back in. So that was an incident. That was why we had a yellow flag around about, it had been about 20 past 11, I think. But I was just down there and everybody just sort of went running down the pit lane. The service window had started, which I was just watching the start of the service window. It's amazing the work the mechanics do here to service 63 carts. Each one is getting a mandatory 3-minute stop. They can do 2 at a time. But obviously at the moment, every time we get a full course yellow, it goes, the next service stop goes back and back, because we're not going to let them serve under a full course yellow, because we obviously have the Battenberg on the digital flag, which is when we tell them they need to come in anyway. So we are back to green flag conditions. So 2 full course yellows in the last 10 minutes or so. Here at Teesside takes us up to a tally of our count of 14. Now, at the halfway mark, the one to watch for us in terms of the number of laps we need to get to, the driver in 23rd place overall, racing for Ange, Chris Pedlingham. In that cart, we've got a cart round at hairpin 3. That looks like it could be the 22. Play car entry. I'll have a quick look when they come through. He's wearing a bright yellow suit, so we'll have a quick look. But he's got to get to 984 laps, I believe, by our reckoning, which meant he'd needed to have just been under just under the 500 lap mark. At the time, he was about 530 laps in, so he is well in front of the curve at the moment. Getting them into the getting the laps in the bank.
Yeah. The important thing is that should something go wrong, sort of getting a penalty, a flat tire, whatever it is, even say a red flag or whatever, where they lose time, he's got something he can afford to just pocket and say, all right, yeah, I earned him earlier on, I'm going to spend him. And that's with, as we count, 14 full course yellows as well. So if the second half of this race can run even cleaner, he's going to be flying. Another point I wanted to bring up in regards to distance as well is the overall race distance record, 11:43 lap count. By the halfway mark, we needed 5:73. We are just behind that, but we have had 14 full course yellows, which is more than 1 an hour thus far. If we can have a clean second half, and by that I mean not every hour green flag, but the majority of them, with the pace that the MS Soco Select car is running at, I think we could have another distance record because it's completely dry. Yeah,
they're going to be heading well towards it. The year that was set, I believe, was 2019, which was... There was a brief shower for around about 10 minutes in the morning. The track dried up very quickly. In the next half an hour or so, but it did have a bit of an effect, slowed the pace down just a little bit. So in the last 15 minutes, we've had a lot of black flags, albeit 3 of them have been for 36 Motorsport, who've not been in and served that penalty yet.
Yes.
So we'll see whether they do end up hitting anytime soon. Just having a quick look at Red Graphics, I think they've had a couple of slow laps. 138 and a 124 for Red Graphics have sent them into 3rd place, and that did happen a few laps ago when Nexus Sport, I think there's a quick look when they pitted. They pitted shortly after Nexus Sport, and it just sort of rejigged the order a little bit. So at the moment, MS Soco Select have got a gap of 3 laps at the front of this race. Where did we get to in terms of live chat, Zach? We've
just had an interesting one jump in. We've been keeping up with it for the best part. Reese Williams, and keep questions like this coming in, by the way, because they're some of my favourite to answer. What is your go-to meal deal? Now, this is relevant because our stockpiles were sorted this morning. We made a good old trip, didn't we?
We did. We spent the morning at the Tesco Extra just
Other
down the road.
supermarkets are available.
Yeah, all other good supermarkets. So yeah, meal deal. My meal deal of choice, which is the one I have when I do my day job. It's the hoisin duck wrap.
It's not bad.
Then I go with a pineapple fruit pot.
It's good going.
And normally I'll go for 7-Up. 7-Up free.
Yeah. That's
and only because it tastes the same as normal 7-Up, so it doesn't bother me.
Without the calories.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's good. It's fair enough.
Yeah, I might even occasionally, like today I picked up, rather than 7-Up, I picked up a lot of Lucasade Sports. Because we're going to need that sugar to get us through to the early hours of the morning. That's my go-to meal deal. Although I did like they do a barbecue chicken and coleslaw.
That is a good one.
Which I tried for the first time today, and it was brilliant. So I think I might have to start switching it up a little bit.
I respect that. I typically go with the same main, which is a bacon Caesar wrap, a chicken bacon Caesar wrap, or a southern fried if it's not available. That's my go-to main. Now the snack typically is fridge raiders because a chicken is just my go-to. But today I had pineapple because it just cleanses you, makes you feel good, gives you some obviously those natural sugars in the fructose, and pineapples taste lovely. And then a sugar-free drink, either Coke Zero, I love my Pepsi Max, or if I need caffeine, I'll go for a sugar-free Red Bull or a sugar-free Monster just because caffeine is needed. I've got said Monster with me now to get me to 2 a.m. To get through the good old peachy keen one. I don't really mind what flavour Monster, as long as it's sugar-free. I quite like all of them. So there we go. Let us know in chat, what are your go-to meal deals from various supermarkets?
Because Monster, you have to get ID'd for that and still. They have to come over and make sure it's okay. And I bet they weren't expecting that at 8 o'clock this morning at Tesco.
What do you need a Monster for? And trust me, as soon as I go, I just know I need to get my ID out. We went out for dinner last night, and the lady talked us through the drinks. And when she got to me, she said, the drinks are on the back. We've got mocktails and soft drinks. She didn't bother with any of the big boy drinks on the menu. She just showed me where the mocktails and the Pepsi Max was. Fair enough. I did go for a Diet Coke. I didn't order a proper drink. That's not the point, though.
We were joking. She may as well have looked at you and just gone, we've got you a fruit shoot.
Do I genuinely look 12?
No, you at least 13.
At least I can
At
take.
least 13.
Cool.
Which is fine. Obviously, we're working you late into the night, so child labour laws are completely out of the window. Just having a look back into the chat as well. So yeah, do keep getting in touch as well. Shout out to the 122 mechanic. It's Bailey Kirkwood. He's doing a top job, according to Woody. James 53. He's said hello to me. I've got a feeling that could be James Vout who races Honda Cadet. If it is, let me know. And if it's not, let me know who you are fully. And if it is you're a cadet driver and it's 20 past 12, why are you not asleep yet?
It's true.
Summer
holidays.
Oh, it is the summer holidays. Yeah, do what you want. Stay up, eat lots, drink lots of sugary drinks. Take all the blue ones out of the Smarties. Get them down you as well. Loads of excitement. Stay up all night. Yeah, no school in the morning. Yeah, keep them viewing numbers up. Also, one thing that we haven't done on this stream, we did on the first stream, was encourage people to press the like button. Press the like button. We're on 34. I reckon we can get that to 50. Let's get that up to some decent numbers. We really do appreciate it, and we hope that you're enjoying the stream into the night here at Teesside for the 2024 British 24-hour race. I don't know if we've had a poll yet. We normally
haven't.
And I've broken the live chat on this one, and this is the one where I have to put the poll on because I'm logged in as on the media page. So
You're not even subscribed.
it's not me personally. This is the TSK-Media page. I am personally subscribed on all of my YouTube channels because I am a loyal Patreon to the people that employ me.
That's true.
Yeah, I do as I'm told.
Because
Although, having said, when I say I do as I'm told, I got told off yesterday for sticking some duct tape to a painted surface when about a metre away there was a window that I could have stuck it to without any issue at all. So I got told off, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
I've learnt my lessons, and I will never do it again.
Yeah, that is true.
Chat's back.
There we go. You've fixed it. That's a good start.
What happened? I refreshed so that I could see how many people had liked, and then it just decided it didn't want the live chat. Hannah Smith's asking the difficult questions.
There's no MS option though.
There isn't. She's asking what would be the chassis of choice, and also shout out to the 121 Big Daddy and the Brat Boys. That sounds like a group from like the 80s. Do you know when it was always like, so and so and the someones.
Yeah.
And she's got Big Daddy and the Brat Boys sound, so yeah, that. So yeah, big fan of that. What would be my chassis of choice? That is a difficult question. Difficult to steer away from the chassis that's currently the BPET Championship kart, the Apollo. Very, very competitive. Obviously, MS leading this race, so, they're all... The best way for me to describe it is that a quick driver will be quick on any chassis. And we've seen that many, many times. They'll jump out of one car into another. Team Tape 2 years ago, I think, on the Wednesday and Thursday, had a Haas, an Apollo, and an MS. And they tested them all. And then, I can't even remember what chassis they ran. They tested every one of them for all of their drivers. Just one thing. I think we've just cleared the 1,000 subscriber mark, which I think is absolutely fantastic. That is brilliant. Thank you to everybody that's subscribed to TSK-Motorsport Media. I think we're about 600 before the stream started, so that's fantastic. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Looking in, Connie Ratcliffe is supporting the 36 Motorsport team. If I'm not mistaken, I think that is Alex Mallard's partner. Girlfriend is Connie Ratcliffe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but also congratulate me if I'm right. I do like to be right. I'm very rarely right, particularly if you ask my wife. who will be asleep and not watching this, so I may well get away with one.
That's true. You might, and then
Might, until somebody screen records it and sends it to her.
Yeah, here is the evidence that you need, and then good luck. Yeah, it's that whole thing. Have you seen that sort of Don Laura chart? I don't know if there's a comedian that did it, and it ran through the scenarios of Don's right, Laura's right. The outcome is Laura's right. Laura's wrong, Don's wrong. The outcome is Don's wrong. You've got Don's right, Laura's wrong. The outcome is Laura's right. Just the whole, shebang basically in that regard. There you go. Harrison L coming in to say that he said MS drivers who have tried a Haas chassis has loved the Haas.
Do you know what? The Haas chassis was always really, really renowned for being a really good sort of wet chassis. Some of the chassis, they go well in different conditions. Some are fairly consistent. And the Haas used to be brilliant in the wet. I know that I think Steve Thompson, the driver, who got 2 off right in front of the commentary box. 3 off, actually. Sorry, one was hiding behind the screen that we've got, and I've decided to sit down and save my little legs. He's done a good idea there of getting out of it. I don't know what was under it, but he was in it there. Don't know whether our back straight camera is working back through the chicanes. If it is, we may well be able to see that kart. If it's not, we won't. Fairly simple.
There is more dust being kicked up as well. That's coming out of hairpin 3. Oh, there's a kart there. Don't know who that is, but that's smoking from the rear end.
That's 36 Motorsport, and that's had a higher kart go right through its rear bumper, and it's pushed the rear bumper in onto its right rear tyre. 36 Motorsport in the pits with a problem. Don't know if we'll be able to get the camera down there in a minute, but you'll see that kart. It'll come onto the weighbridge because it's got to get weighed still, and then back on that previous camera shot. Oh, there's us. Hello, quickly. If we go back on that previous camera shot, I think we'll be able to pick up as EDKPT are in and going back to their awning. Looks like they may well have a problem. But members, it looks like from 36 Motorsport, if they're smart, they'll fuel. And fuel up at the same time, and then just fix the kart, send it back out again, and let the driver do like a stint and a half.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're doing there. Problem they've got, they're going to try and push that kart. I think they're going to open the gate. No, they're not. They're coming all the way round. But 36 Motorsport scrambling. They'll have to remove the rear bumper and either A, replace it, or put it on the floor and find the most robust gentleman they can to jump on it and level it back out and bolt it back on again. But problem they've got is that tyre, luckily, I think it's happened South Bank hairpin 3 and 4, because the tyre's still in one piece. Normally, if they do it at the other end of the track, it's flat by the time they get down there. That they can't get it off the floor. They need to get a trolley on that, I think. And who's that running with an engine? Is that 36 Motorsport as well? Looks like a potential for an engine change as well, but it's the rear bumper that's the problem. And, people scrambling round trying to get the bits. That's Steve White. He's one of the. He runs the Teesside Academy here. He's just got the big bar, and he's going to get the big bar through the back of it and try and bend it away from that rear tyre. But they're going to have a tyre change as well. There we go. We can see the tyre coming, because it's going to. When it pushed it in, it's going to put a big groove around that tyre. So we're going to have a tyre change on the right rear. Are they just going to put one of the old ones back on? It looks like they are. So it'll be a mismatched set, because if they put their third set on now, having already changed tyres, they're going to have to do nearly 12 hours on that next set. So not quite sure who was in that kart at the time of the 36 Motorsport, but once again, we'd only just spoke about that kart, and the commentator's curse is very real.
No, it's not.
It's absolutely real.
There are...
we will, for a small fee, we will curse your nearest opposition.
Okay.
If you're closely following another car and you would like them to break down, you come to the commentary box.
If it gets me paid, I'll believe in it. That's fine. I can live with that. Usually, I call it the commentator's coincidence, purely because there are three things that happen. It's bad luck, it's bad driving, or it's a bit of both. And we don't have voodoo powers. But if it gets me paid, I will claim to have voodoo powers as much as possible.
Yeah.
So yes, absolutely, give me money and I will curse, in quotation marks, your closest rivals, because we are professionals. They seem to be okay. The important thing for the 36, though, of course, is they were the race leaders in class, obviously their owner's club, and have been for quite some time. Their black flag that they had was not detrimental at all because they had a decent margin back to Rethink Racing International. They still should have a decent margin, maybe a lap or so. But from what it was to what it is now is a huge chunk of time. And it just goes to show even those dominant teams that are 2, 3, 4 laps ahead, it only takes something like the rear bumper dropping off and rubbing into your rear wheel to cause you problems.
Absolutely. For the avoidance of any doubt, you may be a professional. I am an amateur that tries.
I like that. No, I'm not professional. No, I rethought my entire career and I was like, no, I'm absolutely not. We get paid to talk about race cars. Why would we be professional?
It's brilliant, isn't it? You know.
And people think it's a difficult job as well, when it's not.
Yeah, and Tom and I did 12 hours straight together at Le Mans, and people were like, was it tough? And I'm like, no, it really wasn't.
It's a podcast.
We just had a really good time, and we enjoyed ourselves. And other people enjoyed themselves great, and if they didn't, that was their problem.
Yeah, get good.
You know, it was great. There was the thing with 24-hour races, pro car off and sliding on the grass.
2-1.
And do you know what you can see?
And again.
In another kart round as they concertina together, and I think his engine has cut out. His right rear has yet, and he's going to try and pull start it himself, and has done.
Nice.
A successful self-restart. The thing with these races, these 24-hour races, is that there is no structure to it. Anything can happen at any time. The content that we talk about can largely be driven by what's in the live chat, anybody asking questions, anybody wanting to know, or asking us to give a shout out to a team. We will happily have an argument over what is your favourite Haribo, what is your best colour fruit pastel. We are very, very much an open book, and will generally go off on a tangent for a lot of it.
Because if we were talking about what was going on track, you would get bored, because it gets to a point there aren't really many stories to talk about. Max Plant, well, I say that, have moved their way ahead of Team Keen, the 181 ahead of the 115. Obviously, Max Plant trying to fight their way back through after that snap steering wheel. So there are still stories going on, but it gets to a point as, oh my word, that's wide through the D chicane as well.
Oh, that's almost like a second story.
Yeah.
You're
where we just
lying
get
to make friends at the minute.
No,
aren't you?
I know. Where we just get to a point where it's like, there's a cart going round a corner, there's another cart going around the same, and it's monotone. Yeah. We'd rather tell stories, and
which we might as well just do NASCAR and just do noises where we just go meow
meow.
Here we go.
No, because you know what annoys me about NASCAR broadcasts is they go, let's go racing, and then stay quiet for 2 laps, and then cut to a commercial.
I like the one where they put the camera on the wall and just let the cars go past it really, really quickly. I was trying to get Rob, the photographer, to put like a GoPro halfway down the back straight, literally right next to the edge of the track, just to get the carts going past it go meow 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 meow. I didn't even want to stream it. I just wanted it as like my own footage. I thought it would be good. Etienne Jones has been on saying, let's hear it for Greg King. Harrison Hill has been, what's the highest level I have raced? Or that we have raced? The short answer is not very.
Yeah.
And the long answer is I've done, in terms of actual karting, I've done 4 24-hour races. We've got a black flag for the 113 Core Blimey Racing.
Race leaders.
for advantage by contact.
That's going to cause a change in the lead as well.
Which is ironic because there is a team also called advantage by contact. But penalty for the class leading Core Blimey Racing 113, and they're only 7 seconds in front of kartevents.be. So there will be an overall change in the higher kart lead here with 11 hours and 30 minutes to go. Back to the question that we were talking about. My race career, I've done a bit of higher karting, a bit of pro karting, which we've got seen, but I've never sat in a Rotax. I'd love to, but I don't believe that my ability would match my ambition. And therefore I am unwilling to test those waters. I have done a season of circuit racing. I raced a Citroen 2CV.
Cool.
And finished in 5th place in the Citroen 2CV Championship, and won the Novice of the Year award. So I was very, very happy with that. And yeah, really, really good. Raced at Brands Hatch, Pembrey, Anglesey, Mallory, and Silverstone on the national circuit, which was good. So that's, I think that was where I think Anglesey was my first podium. The year that Anglesey was changed into its current layout, and it was so new that they hadn't even put any curbs in.
Oh wow!
Because they decided the best way to decide where they would need curbs
is to see where the cars go.
To see where everybody went off and then put the curbs there, which is a foolproof method because racing drivers will go off.
Yes.
Yeah, it happens. So yeah, that's my race career. I came out of retirement last year when I raced the higher kart 24-hour at Le Mans. Did a double stint in the night. Felt like a hero.
Cool.
Not after it, I would add. I felt like that it was the incorrect decision to even try. But you know, it's all good fun. So yes, Bearded Webb would like a shout out for the team that cannot be named. I'm going to take a massive guess that is the 969 team, who for as long as I can remember commentating on this event that they have been coming here, have been told that their name will not be read out and they refuse to change it.
Yes.
And that's on them, not me. So
the Cheshire Oompa Loompas, I'll call them. Because, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Carol Mead saying shout out for JJH Motorsport. How are JJH? And they are very, very lovely people at JJH. They bring us confectionery and, you know, they figure out where they are.
P83 overall.
That's it. I couldn't figure out what colour I was looking for a start, and I was so having a quick look. So yeah, JJH in 83rd place at the moment. Just really enjoying themselves. Yeah. Really, that's what they do. They come. They've been over. They did the British last year. They've done the. They did Le Mans this year. They have done. They're back here doing the British again. So, just a sort of a team of drivers. They've got a Facebook page actually as well that recently called on JJH Motorsport, where it's just a community. You sort of join it. You know, you may well end up racing in a little, And there is speak of the devil. They've done well there. He's gone and positioned himself right in front of the camera, unbeknown to him, of course. Yeah. And we get his JJH Motorsport T-shirt in shot. So, what I'd like to think that he basically is one of his team has gone, you go and stand in front of that camera, please. That's your job for the next 10 minutes, so they'll talk about us. So we're still waiting for the 113 to pit for their infringement. And I'm going to try and track whereabouts they are on track at the moment, Zach, with the
still in the first third of the lap. So let's see if we can find them. There's the... Wow, they're moving just ridiculously quickly. And for the hire carts as well, we only see the number when they're head on, which makes it ever so slightly more difficult.
In the daylight, it's okay. At night time, you've not got much of a chance because the numbers are on a black background as it is. So difficult to make out. It's a lot easier as they come over start finish for you to pick them up, which I think they may well be heading towards shortly. Still trying to pick them out. They're probably going to be in the next 5 or 10 seconds, I think, for Core Blimey Racing. I think they're in this train of carts coming through here.
Yeah, they must be. No. Nope. Nope.
No, I don't.
They've got to be somewhere. We must have missed them.
I wonder if they've now. I think they've been in. I think they have pitted for that because kartevents.be are now showing as the leaders in the higher class. So we may well have already seen that. We will just wait for Core Blimey to come round. We'll see what the damage, what damage has been done for Core Blimey Racing in that 113 kart. The reigning higher kart champions here at Teesside, having taken the victory last year. Exactly the same driver lineup, I believe, as last year's entry for that 113, and qualified on pole position as well. Not sure who. I think Ben Winter could be in that car at the moment, or at least I thought he said he was going in it next when I was speaking to him in the pit lane. You know, an hour or so ago. So, 2 minute and 7 laps, so it's lost them around about 45 seconds. One team that I do want to have a look out for was Teesside Academy. They were closing in earlier on LPBRT. They have subsequently overtaken them and then pulled away and are now leading the higher club class. They've managed to gap track limits. They are on the same lap, but have got 25 seconds or so to them. And unless they've pitted, I'm going to try and clock who's in it. It was Addison Smith earlier. And we will just make sure it's still him. They came in. He was in it for the service stop. He went back out after the service stop on the brand new tyres and was closing an elite kart in at the rate on average, I think, of around about 1.2 seconds a lap, which was a great effort. But in turn, he was obviously opening the gap up as well to their nearest rivals. And he's currently on the same lap as ABC, and on the previous lap was a tenth quicker, albeit there is 20 seconds between them, so traffic will be playing a big part in that. As speaking of traffic, Nexus Sports, the team in second place, were struggling to find a way through some of the traffic through the dogleg. Finally managed to get through, but they went for a gap on the inside that I feel was inevitably always going to be closing. Just want to try and find out who is in the Alessia car. I think it's Daniel Shields. Earlier on, he had a very, very scary moment right in front of the commentary box, and I don't think you'll have picked up on it because he was so close to the commentary box.
Right.
He's come through the dogleg, and as we see on a number of occasions, the owner carts go round the outside of the hires. Kart stationary on the outside of hairpin 1, just waiting for a gap in the traffic, and looks like he's got an engine issue, staying offline, and does manage to get it going again. It's the driver in the orange helmet who's had the issue. Yeah, he came through this dogleg section here, right in front of the commentary box, and was going round the outside of a hire cart when the hire cart decided that he was going to pit. and moved across and put Daniel on the grass at full speed. And Daniel went all the way down the grass and bounced down the grass and then left the grass where people normally enter the pit lane.
Yeah.
And then rejoined onto the track. It was a very, very scary moment. I was stood down outside the commentary box in front of the barrier, and it was one of them that you kind of just think, look, in your mind, you just like, please just get through. And he did, and it was great to see that he came out the other end of it. Wasn't a nice incident. And that's the thing, we see, you know, people are pitting, and when they pit, it's just a case of, you know, just arm in the air, come offline slightly, head straight into the pit lane, you know, no surprises for you or anyone else. Looking at the 43, it's not Addison Smith in that car anymore. It was, and he was the one that's taken them into the class lead. Looks like Max Wilkinson is now in that car, a driver who heads into this British 24-hour race off the back of a very strong weekend at the last sprint meeting here, having taken his first victory in the junior Rotax class at the double header here 2 weekends ago. So coming into this with a rich vein of form. And at the moment, the 43 Teesside Academy car is leading that higher club class, fourth overall in hires, with Kart Events Belgium leading from Core Blimey Racing. I'm going to wait for CBR to come through. They're going to be on the same lap, but they were 7 seconds in front of kartevents.be before their infraction earlier on. And we'll see what the gap is now, but I get the feeling it's going to be around about 35 or 40 seconds.
Yeah, it is going to extend. Just keep an eye on things up and down the order as well. We've got Nexus Sport and Red Graphics are only separated by about 19 seconds, so I think at the moment for the elites, it's looking very, very close for that fight for second. We are just looking obviously at Kart Events Belgium versus CBR 113 as well, and that is 40.716 seconds last time by. They were pretty much matched on their last lap time. A 122.031 for the 06 Kart Events Belgium, a 122.038, so 7/1000ths of a second separating them at the line in terms of pure pace on that previous lap time by, but 40.7 seconds separating them on track. Of course, the 113 had to take that black flag penalty. The Kart Events Belgium did not have to do it. They weren't naughty, so they didn't really have any infringements to worry about. Kart Events Belgium, I have to say, I'm really impressed with. Their fastest lap is by no means the quickest, but they are consistently within half a second of it, and that is what's so good about it. Trading that raw speed for being decent for longer.
Sorry, Zach, that's an owner kart on the right-hand side, and I get the feeling that looks a lot like EDKP on the outside of Rib Bend, and there's a higher kart on the grass as well. So we're going to have a yellow flag at Howells at Paddock Bend, and we've got two karts off down at Rib, and I get the feeling we could go full course yellow here because we've got two karts off that are going to need recovering.
Still not sure as to who it is that's off.
No, we've got lights flashing down there. Yellow lights are flashing. So there'll be no overtaking at on the run down towards Rib Bend. We've got an owner kart on the right-hand side. You can tell by the fact there's no wraparound, and that's the Nauseo panel on the front. And there's a higher kart on the left there in a red suit, black helmet. So try and figure out who's not tripped the timing when they come. Marshals are now running down the track. And I think, I'm looking here, is that another one off on the right there?
Yeah, it is.
It is. We've got three off down at Rib. So 50% more than we thought.
Yeah. So the driver is out of the car.
Drivers are now being told to slow right down. One cart's going to be, because now they've got to get a marshal across to the other cart. There is that one off there, and the issue there, he's beached it up on the curb. So we're going to clear there, and I think we may be going full course yellow. Yes, we are. Full course yellow, FCY, for the incident down at Rib Bend. We're going to potentially need these karts recovering, at least one of them as it stands, but just in terms of actually getting the karts safely back on track. So we're going to go full course yellow. Is anybody going to pit under full course yellow? Let's keep an eye out in front of the commentary box here to see if anybody peels off into the pit lane. I don't think I've seen anybody yet, but I get the feeling if they've got a bit of time and some space, the 58 might be in. Nobody pitting yet under this full course yellow. The field spread will stay on this camera because I get the feeling we might see the quad in a moment. The higher karts are not moving. Normally they're able to get them restarted and get them back out onto track. The one on the right-hand side and then the one on the left. So who's dropping down the order in hires? Who's got problems? One of them, I think, is Newmarket Buzzing Hornets. They've lost 3 places on that previous lap. And at the moment, don't look like they've triggered the timing beam. So one looks like it could be Newmarket Buzzing Hornets. Top with 1 could be the other one in the 128 kart, the higher clubman runner. And then we've got the owner kart, which we do think could be EDPKT.
So
and that is that's why. So we are very, very slow. Teams that are on radios to their drivers, they need to be down to a walking pace at the moment, please. Get them down to a walking pace. We only need to get the message to 1 or 2, and then everybody else will concertina up. But we're going to slow the field down because we have got the medical team on track at the moment here. 11 hours and 11 minutes remaining of the 2024 British 24-hour race live here from Teesside Autodrome. The race is currently being neutralised under a full course yellow. Karts being recovered from down at Rib Bend. We've got 2 hires off and what we believe is 1 owner kart. And we are slowing this down into a train of karts. And what the good thing with this now is it gives the marshals chance to work between the karts at this pace. So this is very, very good. We've got a train of 4 going round hairpin 4 that are sort of fractured away, but everybody else is going to be slow behind, which is good to note. And then we're going to work just down here at Rib Bend.
that is, yeah, I mean, it seems that they're slow enough where they need to be. Obviously on that run towards turn 2. Understandably, as a driver, you've got the common sense and the forward thinking to know, hang on, there's a ambulance on the circuit. Let me chill out a bit.
Yeah, easy to spot. Usually ambulances,
yeah.
They put big blue lights on them.
Really?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
It's not a new.
I thought it was optional.
No, it's not. It's not a new concept, and it's not like the indicators on a BMW. That's not an option.
Oh, that's true.
Yep, correct.
Oh, that's why they don't work on my Mini.
That's correct, because
no.
it's the same. Yeah, because it's the same.
Of course.
So, car on the outside. Looks like we've had that one recovered already up on the quad. I think that was the EDKP team. Okay, that's one way of getting your driver in the pits. Just shout at him really loudly and hope he hears.
They've lost comms.
Oh, that's why they've lost comms. So, actually, one of our marshals here was walking around the paddock with a megaphone earlier on. They could borrow that. Just borrow the megaphone and shout at him.
Or just get louder.
Hmm.
Just project. and if you don't, that's your problem. Yeah, it's intense times. 24-hour races do unlock the best and the worst in people.
And it's getting to that time now where people are normally in bed. They're getting a little bit sleepy.
A little bit cranky.
Yeah. Now, I want to know here what the plan is for Pedals in race for Ange. Whether now he decides it is a good time to come in and
Have a break.
have his little break, because the pace isn't very quick anyway, so he's not going to be gaining a lot. So,
Might as well lose less.
and the problem that he will have if he stays out is that when this goes green, it's going to increase the opportunity for incident, isn't it? Now, for the moment, I believe the pit lane is closed for the time being, so that the ambulance can make its way back up the pit lane. So anybody that's in, I believe, is being held, just so that we've not got vehicles going in separate directions. So ambulance will go right down into the paddock, the pit lane then will reopen and people will be able to make their way down. You can see a gate there at the end now being reopened, and we've got carts making their way down pit lane on back out onto track. So the incident dealt with promptly. And we are back to green flag here at Teesside. At the front, Nexus Sport are going to get a clear run get a couple of laps here in that number 17 cart. So they're going to have an opportunity. And immediately, as we go green, Alessia with Daniel Shields in the cart in the 61, they pit. So clearly just waiting for a clear fuel bay for the number 61 cart.
Yeah, running P3 in their respective class. Of course, the owner club have been Alessia. They've been leading the way a couple of times thus far this race. They've suffered a couple of issues, which I think, to be fair, most people have. But running third at the moment, and we've gone pretty much a lap with the green flag still waving, which is always a good start. But of course, once again, massive thank you to all of the marshals and medical response team and everyone, obviously, that deal with all the logistics here at Teesside to sort incidents out, all the marshals and everyone, for getting that done as soon as possible. It's very, very tricky conditions, particularly at this time with 88 carts still running their way around to deal with incidents that promptly. But of course, without them, we couldn't go racing, and they do a fantastic job of cleaning up the track as quickly as possible, whether that's moving tyre walls that are in the middle of the pit straight or dealing with 3-car pile-ups going into turn 3 as effectively as possible. Whatever the situation is, they've responded brilliantly, and nonetheless, we can follow on for the next 11 hours and 5 minutes that we've got of this race. Decent laps been set in by a couple of the teams, all of whom are trying to, of course, close in on the one in front, particularly Team Keen on Team Kate. That gap is less than a minute, but also Max Plant on the back of Team Keen. That gap is less than 8 seconds, and that last time by for Max Plant was about 2.5 seconds quicker than Team Keen. And Max Plant want to get through. They need to be fighting back towards the front and getting their way back into contention for the Owner Pro class.
Absolutely. I wasn't sure that you were finishing there, so I just shoveled in some Haribo.
No, go for it.
So apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen, for which I actually make none at all.
It's like that Conor McGregor. Have you seen the I'd like to apologise to
absolutely nobody?
Yeah.
Yes. Just dipping in, Rachel Mallard just asking if the driver from English Deaf Team is okay. Yeah, I believe so. The medic was actually attending to the hire cart on the other side, who I believe was one of the Tockwith drivers. We think it was Tockwith 1 and Newmarket Buzzing Hornets were the 2 hire carts off. I think the EDKPT team were okay. Harrison Earl asking whether we've got any replays of what happened. Well, we didn't even see what happened to start with, let alone have a replay. We just saw in the camera shot that there was 2 carts off originally, and then we discovered a third on the right-hand side who was lurking in the shadow on the right-hand side. So if we get any updates of drivers being okay, we will relay them back. And if you are with one of the teams that we think was involved and you want to just let us know in the live chat that your driver's okay, that would be great, and we can pass the messages on to anybody watching at home. That would be great. I do like when the random questions come in with such as, what's your favourite property on a Monopoly board? Mayfair, of course, because it gives you the most pennies.
No.
Yeah.
That is the most brass... Oh, wow!
Contact!
Going into the first hairpin, obviously one of them went off on the exit of the Wiggles, and then there was further contact going into the hairpin when they rejoined from another one of the higher carts going in.
Yeah,
it was a slight twitch, nothing major, but very easily could have turned them around again.
Yeah, the high cart coming through and then making contact under yellow. Well, not under yellow because the cart was moving again, but I'm going to see if I can pick it out. I've tracked him all the way round. I've whipped Hawkeye out. And I think it could be the 9. It is the 9 of Newmarket Hornets, who were...
Let's get a sting. For them, 111 gets black flag. That's the JS Racing again.
The higher carts JS Race. Yes, it is the higher cart JS Racing.
They are class leaders in the higher pros. I don't know how, with how many penalties they've been given and how many issues they've had, but somehow they are 10 track positions ahead of the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. 55, who is the second kart in class, and a good 6 laps ahead of them. So whatever they're doing, accumulating these black flags, it's not doing anything. They're not slowing down. They don't plan on slowing down. They're just rapid.
No, their risk and reward factor is
Drive
clearly
fast,
high.
ask questions later.
Yes, exactly. Oh, sorry. Yes, going to see if we can see who's in that 111 JS Racing cart at the moment. Black and blue suit and the white helmet. So here's James Binks. Binksy. Naughty.
Yeah, that is a big no-no. I want to know why you think Mayfair is the best property.
Makes you the most money, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you have to spend...
speculate to accumulate.
...of a lot of money. See, my go-to are the oranges, because they are statistically the most probable that you get landed on, and they have the highest cost-to-reward ratio. They've got really cheap houses.
You've done some homework here, haven't you?
I have. I love my Monopoly. It gets very competitive on the Switch. And the oranges and the reds are the best sets because they're the most probable. The most probable space of the 40 space on a Monopoly board to land on is jail. The half of the board that goes from jail to go to jail is the hot side of the board. The other half is the cold side of the board. So you're actually really unlikely to land on Mayfair. Obviously, if you do, you get loads of money. But you're more likely to get landed on the oranges 2 or 3 times and earn more than you would on Mayfair in the same amount of time.
When I go home, I'll be like, come on, wife and children. It's board game night. We're going to play Monopoly, and I'll be playing your percentages game.
You will. Oranges and reds, and you will win. I promise you. To the point that my girlfriend and her sister scheme against me to stop me getting them because they are aware of the fact, do not buy the greens. That is the one thing I will say. Buy any set but the greens. They are terrible. Anyway, there's a race going on.
There is. But I love stuff like this. Going to have a quick look towards our American friends. We've got Cal Speed Crew and T4 Autosport. Position-wise, where are they at the moment? So T4 will have a green background. They're in club.
They are 46th overall.
And Cal Speed Crew, I think they were originally down as being pro, but they're actually club as well.
Now.
So both of those teams over from the United States. There's a bit of a get together. I was speaking to them in the pre-show. which we filmed. I was about to say yesterday, but it wasn't. It was the day before.
Yeah,
'cause
it
it's
is now,
technically
yeah.
Friday when we filmed that, and now we're into Sunday. Their local track closed down around 2 years ago, and it's sort of a reunion, and they've always wanted to sort of do an endurance race, so they've made their way over to the UK. I think one of the guys from Calspeed, he's been in Europe since the 5th of July, Chris Herter. I don't know whether he's done a bit of travelling or just over here getting prepped, but he's been over here for a month, I
Nice.
think. And we mentioned all of them, I think, except Ian Enns, who we spoke about earlier, is he's in Amsterdam. So
Oh, nice.
all the others are over from the States. We found the guy with the majestic moustache to interview on Friday. You just look at him and you just think he's American because he's got the American-style quality moustache on him, and
Freebird plays when he walks into a room.
Yeah.
That sort of vibe. Yeah, nice.
yeah, he's got a strong tash game.
Nice. Oh, that's big off going into hairpin 1. That is, I believe, one of the 30s. They get themselves back on in a fairly okay rejoin. Glad that we've not seen too many sketchy rejoins in all fairness, but nonetheless, I do love the fact that obviously they're going to go home and say, oh, we went to the UK for a 24-hour race. And they're like, oh, nice, where did you go? And then they get to say Middlesbrough. Obviously, we're here for Teesside, which is fantastic. But the surrounding area of Middlesbrough, it's fine. The UK is the UK. I don't know why people are so fascinated with us. To be honest, we don't have much going for us. But that's besides the point. That's fine. Rachel agrees with me that the orange housing is very good, and then also was kind enough to inform us that the English Deaf karting team driver is okay and back out in the race. It seems the higher kart driver was the one in injury, and hope that they are okay. So again, we'll inform you that what's going to be the case. Very interesting question posed by Harrison L. Who's your go-to for Mario Kart?
Oh, Toad.
Toad.
Yeah, he's rapid.
That is a good point actually. He is the meta.
He's rapid.
I'll go for Mario because he has got the coolest looking go-kart.
Yeah.
The circuit special is what I go for.
I'd probably also I'd go for Bowser, based on the sole fact that his body shape is largely like mine.
Am I missing the shell? Because that's obviously what you're referring to.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Not the fact that I'm getting ready for winter by building up my stocks.
Investments. Yeah, right. Anyway, Max Plant in the 181. That's now 4.5 seconds up to Team Keen on the 115. That's the fight for P2 in the owner pro class. So the 75 team take leads.
They'd gone up to second, but then they had a driver change. Max Shields out of that kart. Ronnie Smith in it now. Hence why they're back down into third in class, but on the same lap as Team Keen. And I'm just going to see whether we can click on Max Plant. We can, and they, in the last 3 laps, they've gone from 9.4 to 4.5 down to 3.5. So the pace has been good. Team Keen looked like they had a difficult lap 2 ago, and they did. They did a 118. They've pretty much been in the 115 region. So looks like Ronnie Smith is starting to take some chunks out of Team Keen. And then he can start seeing whether he can draw in Team Take 3 in front. Now, I think... Oh, we've got a kart there going through. We're going to pick it up on the back straight in a minute, I think, who may well have a issue.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we've got a pile up at hairpin 1. A big pile up at hairpin 1. It looks like we could potentially have an owner in there as well.
We've got three carts piled on top of each other. We need to keep them to slow down.
We may... We've got waved yellow at hairpin 1 as carts are trying to sort themselves out, and we may, if we can't free these up, we may neutralise this again. But I get the feeling we've got an owner cart in there. We do, and we're going to go full course yellow. And we're going to slow this down. FCY.
People are still carrying a lot of speed into hairpin 1, considering they've got 3 carts, 2 of whom are out of them.
Yeah, and one's just getting pushed back, just wide off the racing line. So we're going to have a full course yellow here, and I get the feeling that one of them it's going to take a while to get them back, because one's got a problem. He's on the inside of hairpin 1. Who is that owner cart with that's coming round? And I think the Nauzio's up in the air as well. It could well be. It could be the class leader in Owner Pro.
I cannot see at all. These binoculars are not doing it for me. I've got to be honest.
We'll pick them out, but it could be the class leading. Oh, sorry, the class second place in Owner Pro, Team Keen, 115. We've got a cart still stationary. One of the higher carts, he's got a problem. We'll get that engine started.
Oh wow, the 115 definitely was.
Yeah,
that nose cone is up in the air. Looking a bit like an elephant, and that is not how it's supposed to look.
No, Team Keen out of second place. Max Plant up then. They were closing in, but didn't even have to make the overtake on track, and they are up back into second place in class.
They're still a bit too quick, please. Slow them down. I want to get them slow every time so they learn.
Yeah, that is really suboptimal for the 115. Obviously, in their pursuit, they got handed that lifeline with Max Plant and their issues fighting for what could have been a class lead, and now they're received something they are firmly not going to be very keen on at all, and that is a bent nose cone and the pile up, of course, that cost them a lot of time for the 115, which they're going to be in.
Be interesting to see what repair they do, because that nose, it basically has a hole in that's probably about the size of a 5p piece. And they have basically a little bit a metal. It's a bit like a nipple. It comes through with a hole through it and just whack an R-clip through it. Mm-hmm. But when they go in like that, it basically just smashes all the plastic away. So it's either whether they fully replace it or whether they put another bit of plastic over the top and then R-clip it again to hold it down. So it depends on how quickly Team Keen can get that cart sorted. We've got one cart being recovered on the quad who had an issue, and it looks like we could be expecting the 15 in MS Urban Blue out of 10th place, because Youssef bin Zahail has got the pit board in his hand. Last time I saw him about an hour and a half ago, he was sleeping on concrete next to the pit lane.
Needs must.
In a sleeping bag. In fact, Zach, I can show you a photograph because I took a photo of him.
Oh, nice. Does he know you have said photo?
No, he does not.
Oh, that's... To be fair, it's a 24-hour race.
It is acceptable.
It's got to be done.
But he's also chose to go right next to the live pit lane.
White noise.
White noise.
It's
absolutely.
Like a baby. Yeah, nice. Raging Horn, of course, thank you for the lovely comment, and shout out to your friend Matthew Anderson. I promise you, life does not get better when you turn 18. I mean, no, it's glorious, and you unlock so many new freedoms.
Absolutely, and in 5 years' time, you will find out about them freedoms, because as we established earlier, you're only 13.
Yes, exactly, yeah, of course. I'm still, yeah, I just have... it's fine. I'm still...
I've thrown you right off there.
I'm trying to keep this broadcast friendly. It's fine. I still colour inside the lines, just about.
Paint by numbers.
Let me know. Yeah, exactly. Dot to dot. Perfect little dot to dot drawer I am. Tell Matthew to let me know how 18 goes, because I'm not quite there. It's impressive, I've got to be honest. Ewan firmly does not look 13, although he's shorter. A year ago, he looked about the same. He looked about 12. Now he's actually got facial hair. He looks as if he's had a midlife crisis. It was honestly astonishing. The first time I saw Ewan with a beard, we all sort of took a step back and was like, oh my goodness, Ewan O'Leary has facial hair now. Because he was like me. He just had a baby face, clean-shaven baby face for years. The entire years that I think I've known him about three or 4 years now. I haven't seen him for 2 of them. And yeah, to see the camera pop up on a broadcast and see the facial hair, we were taken aback. But nonetheless, happy belated birthday to Matthew Anderson, and enjoy adult years and breathing and spending money as you do.
So it looks like the track is clear. So we're going to, I think we're heading towards a green flag. Potentially next time round.
Looked as though the 15 was going incredibly quickly,
Yes.
despite the fact that we are under a full course yellow. Whether or not the track is clear, you are being told to slow down.
Yeah.
Therefore, you slow down.
MS Urban Blue trying to clearly catch up with the back of the pack.
Which I understand, but then again, you've still got a full course yellow. Track condition, you as a driver may not be aware of any other issues that could be posed, and if you're coming around corners at pelting full race speed, you're not going to have any time to react to any of those issues. Nonetheless, we go green once more.
Alma green, good anticipation by the 111 hire kart JS Racing. Soon as that went green, he went go right the way round the outside, and a great effort for JS Racing. I think it's still James Binks in that car after he came in earlier on to serve his black flag.
Track is oddly quiet for this.
Yes, everybody's backed up and they're all in the back section of the track.
Here they are.
This time it looks like it's a 75 who's got the free track in front of them. It's a very, very busy track down this end.
The 43's got a lot of work to do, finding their way through. Nicely done, picking their way past the 24. Obviously, KPT team that have been very aggressive and have had some issues this race, but the 43 negotiating quite nicely. Of course, our race leader is the MS Soko Select machine, and very busy. Of course, they've had some good luck with the traffic. Sometimes they've had some bad luck. Other times, this is one of those worse ends. The number one, their direct rivals, of course, in the form of Red Graphics, third place in class at the moment. They've had a fairly tame run through, albeit 2 laps down. Interestingly, Red Graphics are only 5.5 seconds off the back of Nexus Sport. I do just want to know when the last pit stops were done. For Nexus, it would have been potentially 6:06, but that could well have been a lap we were under full course yellow. Before that was 5:75. They're looking to be pitting within the next 15 minutes or so. Just going to check with Red Graphics and see when they last representatively came into the pit lane. And I think that was around a similar time on lap 5:69. So again, I think that's a direct battle for P2 in class and overall.
Yeah, around about 60-65 laps is where we're looking for sort of fuel windows for our teams. So going 3 wide on the exit of hairpin number 2 for some of our drivers. Do you know what? Not quite as many. Oh, we've got another kart station on the inside of hairpin 1. He's managed to get that turned round though. And I get the feeling just a lot of cars just dropping it down the inside. There's a curb there with a little bit of a gap on the inside. They drop a wheel in, it's getting them turned around. The one thing that I have noticed this year is there's not as many lights on karts as normal. Normally it's like a parade of Christmas trees past the commentary box. Pretty much all the owners have gone for it, but the hires this year have elected not to be quite as bright.
Yeah. I don't know why. That's just where are the positive vibes, guys? Just
exactly. Let's light this up.
in the colourful LED sense.
Yes, of course. I'm having a quick look at the 128, the Tockwith kart that we thought was off, and indeed they had a 9-minute 50 lap about 15 laps ago. So that was definitely one of them. I think it was Newmarket Buzzing Hornets were the other one that I think was off. and we know it was EDKPT because they. I just picked it up from the colours on their Nauseo panel because it's incredibly bright. Trying to find out where Buzzing Hornets are. They're down in 53rd, and I want to see whether they too had a lengthy lap. They had one at 5 minutes and 21. I think that was the first kart recovered back to pit lane for that kart. So, yeah, I think we were correct in our assumptions of who was off the track at the time.
Well, you were. I didn't say anything as to avoid being wrong.
No, we
If
are.
you don't play, you can't lose.
We're a team.
We win and lose together. Cool. I'll take that. We have got some subtle lights. The 56 has got one little spotlight at the top. And an interesting question actually from Harrison Earl as to how do they power them? And I'm assuming it's just battery.
Yes, some of them will
Internal.
Yes, some will just be internal batteries. Some will have a battery pack that they put on there.
Yeah.
Nothing too weighty, of course. You don't want to add anything extra to them. Yeah, everybody has a different way of doing things, really. You know, we've done it before where we've sort of done it on the driver, on the sort of shoulder lapel of the car of my kart suit when we did Le Mans. We just clipped like a almost not like a glow stick, but something similar,
Yeah.
but brighter, to our sort of like left shoulder, so we could just clock where we were going around the track, and we were the only one with like sort of green shoulder mount, so it was an easy spot. All it is really is you just want to be able to, when you're waving your kart in for a pit stop, then you want to find out the one that I want to try and pick up at some point, if we can, is the 303 kart, and I believe it's Slavek Piskor's in that kart. Well, you'll see him when he comes over start finish, because I think he's got a green light attached to the top of his helmet.
It does, I see that, yeah.
Almost like the light that you would have on the wing of an aeroplane.
Yes.
Marshall is doing some work down at hairpin 3 to the tyre wall. I don't know if someone's been in it, but yeah, here comes Slavek, and he does indeed have a green light on the top of his helmet.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, easy spot. It's all about just spotting who's where. But yeah, currently light on at hairpin number 3 and 4. Just as the Marshall, I think, was just rejigging the tyres on the inside. They'd been pushed in, so he has fixed them and is going back to his post.
Yeah, and earning their keep today, the Marshalls. Obviously, we've sung their praises a couple of times thus far this race, and we'll always take an excuse to do it again, because thanks to them we can go racing. Without their hard work, clearing up incidents, waving flags, responding to problems, there wouldn't be an event to go ahead, and they do a fantastic job week in, week out, and today especially they've been earning their keep in terms of incidents they've had to respond to, the amount of times they've been waving yellow flags and green flags and standing outside their very safe little huts inside the track. They've all done a very, very good job, and I think a very well-deserved trip to their favourite fast food place is in order afterwards, or posh restaurant, whichever tickles their fancy, after this race is very, very much in order.
Yeah, in the live chat, Harry Fox has been in touch saying hello from the Isle of Man. Hopefully be coming back over for the October doubleheader for the sprint meeting. Hopefully so. He was over with a few other drivers from the Isle of Man for the doubleheader 2 weeks ago here at Teesside. Once again, a good contingent of drivers over from the Isle of Man. Dan Bugard, Dan Martin, Dan Crossley. There's a theme. Everybody in the Isle of Man is called Dan.
Yes.
Might as well just be called the Isle of Dan.
Nice.
Yeah.
Dan the man.
So yeah, making their way over once again for this British 24-hour.
Oh.
Oh, yellow flag at hairpin 3. Looks like we've had a kart round. He's rejoined though. That's okay. We are quite good. We've been left unoccupied in the in the commentary box with
Don't get tempted by the digi flag.
Yeah, I'll not get tempted by the digital flag.
I know what you're like.
Black flags for everyone.
Let's spice this race up a little bit.
I'll just be like, pick your favourite number. We will give them a mechanical.
Yes. Just get a little lottery. Just spin it. Pull out a number. Black flag for you. It's like that that meme that all the F1 teams use for fastest laps, where they like make it rain with the fastest lap. It's just going to be you with digiflags just for every single team out there. It's going to be a very busy.
Oh
pit
yeah,
lane.
it will be like a thing. I'll be like is that your card? Is that your card? Is that your card? I'll be like, is that your penalty? Is that your penalty? Is that your penalty? It's like penalties for everyone.
Oh wow. Quick update on Chris Pedlingham, of course, our world record attemptee. The number 4, running 23rd overall, albeit doing very, very well. 577 laps completed with 10 hours and 37 minutes left to go. Of course, we've had a number of full course yellows. I don't know if he's still on track to do it. I would say he is either on track or very, very close to being on track. He has had a couple of setbacks, but he's been able to raise over £1,600 thus far for the Racing Fringe.
Yeah, and what I do think earlier on when we were talking about the incident on track, you know, with the 2 full course yellows and the ambulance being on track, he was having his extended break. He was off 22 minutes for pedals. He's back out now, and in fact gained a place. He's up to 23rd a lap ago. Got himself up into 23rd place. So he's back out on track, and he's heading towards the 600 lap mark, which really he only needs to be at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I think he's going to be in
22
front.
laps in 35 minutes, easy.
Yeah, to get him towards 900. 900 is target, personally. I think he needs... sorry, it's not. It's not. It's more than that, isn't it? It's 984 that he needs to get to. But I do think he's on target. You know, he's getting there. I think if he can get to... If he gets to 600 by 4 a.m., that gives him an easy time. You know, if he gets to 700 by 4 a.m., then he's got a fairly good run from there to take us through to the checkered flag. So, you know, again, just about getting them in the bank. When I was speaking to Anthony Pogson before I came on commentary, he said that Pedal said he was feeling good. One thing I will note is that 20 minutes getting out the cart, the body will stiffen up. When you get out, it did for me when I did I only did 2 stints at Le Mans. I got out the cart and then had an issue with it, had to come in about 10 or 15 minutes into my second stint. Got out of the cart, and then all of a sudden my legs wouldn't move. Yeah, it happens. You sort of stiffen up. Your body just gets into a rhythm of it being sat in a certain place, and just your sort of foot doing all the work, and your legs are then you get out. Oh, cart wide at hairpin 1. You know, you can't take away, certainly for Chris doing it on his own, how grueling this is for our drivers as well. You know, we talk about our owner runners that race this race every year, but some of our higher teams are doing this for the first time, and I'm sure some of them will be out there now considering their life choices.
More than likely. Why did we do this? Why did we pay money to do this? And why are we awake at nearly 2 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, but then they'll get to the checkered flag and think, this was the best thing ever, we'll see you next year.
At the checkered flag, they'll go, oh, that's it, I'm never doing it again, I'm in pain. And then in about a week's time, someone will send a text message and go, same again next year. Yeah. And they'll go, yeah, go on then. And they'll do it again.
Exactly. As is the way. You very quickly realise that you would... because it's always fun. You know, you never get out of a race car with a frown on your face unless you are one of those drivers that take it very, very seriously, and you are genuinely disappointed with the result. If you are jumping into a race car and you just go quickly, you are never going to be dissatisfied with the experience that you get. At least not in my experience at all.
No, the higher you go, the more serious it gets. As soon as you went,
as
soon as you went, you'll never get out of a race car with a frown on your face. I just thought, Dan Tickton would.
Dan Tickton, do you know what? He's very underwhelming to see in person. And I know that sounds horrible, but so is any famous person. I was at the Formula E Prix in 23 to do the commentary for the Formula Accelerate stuff. And Dan Tickton and Sergio Sette-Camera were staying at the same hotel I was. So obviously I was just sat eating breakfast, and I go, it's Dan Tickton walking past. And he's just this 5'8" bloke. And that is just all he is. That's all they are just people. Incredibly underwhelming. And yet is the very intriguing radio message tantrumaire that is Mr. Dan Tickton. He seems nice enough until you annoy him. Does good old Dan Tickton. Keeping coming the weird and wonderful.
I want to know if anybody in the live chat has met not just a racing driver, but if they've met anybody famous who they've met, and
what the experience was.
Not even that, you know, all that sort of don't meet your heroes and stuff. It's why I don't look in a mirror.
That's true.
Because you should never do
that. Well,
that.
I've not seen my dad for over a year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Let's not get too deep. It's the middle of the night. We don't want to get too deep. But yeah, if you've met somebody famous, let's stick it in the live chat. Let me know who you've met. In the meantime, let's have a quick look. If anybody else is in there. Charlie Bean just saying good luck to Danny Bean. He's jumping in the 959 Pro Kart for a stint at the last minute. We'll keep an eye out for him. That would be in the Shenby Racing Kart.
So Jack Brabham.
Yes, for MG Motorsport. Says he's met Sir Jack Brabham.
Nice.
Full. And Kate Bell saying keep up the good work for BTM. Thanks for the commentary.
Jack Grealish?
Yeah, Zion Wolfpack. He met Jack Grealish.
How big were the calves? Are they as
They're like footballers' calves. They're all so big that they have to cut holes in the back of their socks these days, don't they? It's all a little bit silly. You know.
Ooh.
Imagine having that sort of money that you can just cut your socks up at a whim.
I know. Socks are precious. You get to like your birthday and Christmas in the year, and then 2 weeks later they're all gone. As is
I'm
the
going
way.
to show you my socks now.
Yeah.
They're just a black sports sock. And every sock I have is that sock. So that if I get a hole in one,
Oh, nice.
I don't bin the pair. I bin one sock and then leave the spare there.
That's true.
Until the next one gets a hole in. And then I make a pair out
Eventually
of my
they-
2 orphan socks and put them together and make a pair.
Good going.
And that's how. And obviously at Christmas then I just get another 5 pairs and, you know.
Cycle.
Exactly.
Yeah, nice. We've got Zion's Wolfpack did say they were indeed massive. Travis Pastrana, no idea who that is. David Higgins, I've heard of.
David Higgins is a rally driver,
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, and if that's the case, I'm just going to get confirmation from Kat, our top timekeeper, and everything person here. Matthew Higgins, son of David Higgins. Matthew obviously won Kart Masters last weekend, the British Grand Prix in senior Rotax. Alexander van der Woude saying he's met Sir Chris Hoy, hanging out with his Ginetta teammates, waiting to be picked up at one of the first ELMS races that had LMP3s. Tom Zevin met Bill Ward of Black Sabbath. I'm pleased he put of Black Sabbath because I had no idea. Bill Ward could live like down the road at number 73, couldn't he? I've no idea.
I thought Samantha Norris paid £15 per car in the
Oh.
Kat's just telling us that she charged Lando Norris £15 to do some karting once. Fun. And was this before he was the Lando everyone knows? Oh.
Was he a race winner at that point? Because you could have just said F1 race winners only get free entry.
I do like the fact that Lando Norris took a somewhat unconventional route into...
Oh, he was a Ginetta champion,
He
wasn't
did Ginettas, didn't he? And won Ginetta Juniors.
Sports cars, and
Yeah.
then... But then he was in... He did F3, and then obviously F2, and then F1. I think he did a stint in British F4 in some capacity. I'm fairly sure.
Well, he also met Mick Fleetwood of Fleetwood Mac. I know who Mick Fleetwood is. But I wouldn't know Bill Ward if Bill Ward was driving a pro kart here at the 24. I would have absolutely no idea.
Bill Ward approved of Tom Zevin's drum kit.
Oh, lovely.
So that means nothing to me, but it means everything to him, which is all that matters.
Zion Wolfpack back on just saying also shout out to Clayton Kelly with their team Random Racing. It's his first race and he's doing an amazing job. And we see that, so many times drivers come to do the British 24 for the first time. Alexander's been back on saying he's remembered when it was. It was Silverstone in 2015. Aaron Watcott, I get the feeling he's related to Christian Watcott or Kieran Watcott. Can't remember. I'll go through the notes later. Who told me that he was 6'7" and that he should be an easy spot in a kart.
Right.
And there's at least 2 guys out there that look like they are just human windbreaks because they're about 4 foot from waist upwards. Said he got blanked by David Coulthard, which I'm going to say would be massively accidental. Now, I've never met David Coulthard, but I've seen them. He just takes photographs with everybody. He spends loads of time at places like Wilton, and we would be 100% certain that that was not intentional because I've seen probably 100 carters with selfies of David Coulthard, and every time that a commentator's asked to interview him, he's happy to oblige, and he does podcasts for people. And
sounds like a sound bloke.
And he is, from what I'm told, people that have done podcasts with him, he's just a really, really nice guy. And when I say people that have done podcasts with, people that I know 100% wouldn't have paid him to be on the podcast because they, I think one of them, I've been on her podcast, a young podcaster called Evie Spencer, and she didn't pay me, so I don't think she's going to pay David Coulthard.
No, maybe not. Yeah, that is true. You are in the same level of as David Coulthard, though, which is impressive in its own right. Dario Franchitti came and spoke to me on the grid at Formula E because I went and visited the commentary box that him and Tom Brooks were in, and he saw me on the grid and came and had a chat with me. So that's my call to fame, that an Indy 500 champion and commentator came and spoke to me, and I've got Tom Brooks' phone number. So yeah, I don't know. That's about it as far as famous people go for me.
Yeah, I haven't met too many. I had a lovely but brief chat with Paul O'Neill at Silverstone last year at Ginetta G-Fest when I was lucky enough to commentate on the Saturday there. And he wasn't working. He was just there, just enjoying himself, and he was just sat on like a beanbag in the middle of the paddock.
Yeah, nice.
Just enjoying himself, and was chatting to some of the other guys around there as well. But that was a good day actually, because Mike Simpson, who's the test driver for Ginetta, they were in between the races. They were displaying the LMP1 and LMP3 car that Ginetta have got. They also had Senna's Tolman from 1984, which Simpson and the owner of that car, who I can't remember who owned it, but I am incredibly jealous.
Huh.
And at the end of the day, we stopped our stream 5 minutes early so that we could go out and stand on the pit wall and just listen to it go past.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely brilliant.
I can imagine. That is... Because it just... Like, classic cars like that are fantastic. I was at the Donington Historic Festival at the beginning of May to do the Q&A stuff. So I spoke to Jake Hill and Rob Huff on day one, and then spoke to Guy Smith, the 2003 Le Mans winner, Sean Lynn, who now owns the Speed 8s from 2003 Le Mans, and then Howden Haynes, who was one of the data engineers on the scene. And then it got to the point that after that whole interview, there was a demo run of the Speed 8. As soon as I heard it take to the track, I was straight to the Crane of Curves at Donington, because they're just one of those things that you cannot miss going round, because they are just that good. Like the noise and the speed is amazing. And I love that people allow them to be driven, because the last thing you want for cars like that is to be sat in a showroom. That's not what they're built for.
No, and the thing for me, I like historic cars. I don't get me wrong, I like F1, but everything looks the same now. Whereas when I first started watching F1, there was far more disparity when it came to lap time. Now you've got an entire field split by a second, and you've got, Ferraris and stuff going out in like Q1 and stuff. Whereas, if you have a look at some of the results from like the early 90s, late 80s, the leader won, the top two were on the same lap, and then the lad in fourth place had been lapped 3 times.
Yeah.
And half the field had broken down because reliability wasn't, the word reliability hadn't been invented.
Yeah, nor its safety, just speed was the name of the game. Harrison Earl has brought up race car noises, and that's prompted a question for me, because it's a debate I've had with a lot of people before. NA, turbo or supercharged? Really?
Whichever's loudest.
The whine? You enjoy the whine of a supercharged car?
Yeah. Also, just whichever's loudest.
In terms of the noise,
because I just can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in terms of noise, what would we go for? Do you want this, like the flutter, the grunt, or the whine?
I'm not really fussed. It doesn't bother me.
No.
A
straight piped Vauxhall Corsa, maybe.
Oh yeah, like a 1 litre.
The Mackey's Car Park Special.
1 litre Peugeot 106 with 4 gears, which is like my first ever car. Which I will say I may have been pulled over by the law.
Oh really? A naughty boy. For
getting that car very near the 100 mark.
Kilometres an hour.
Not no, not at all. The policeman actually said, when pulling me over onto the hard shoulder, I don't know how fast you were going, but it has taken me 5 miles to catch you. And he was in like a Volvo T5, and I was in a 4-speed Peugeot 106 1 litre. So I was tramming along rather quickly.
Nice. I'm seeing a lot of people. We've got MG Motorsport going with NA. Alexander Vanderwood has come in and said supercharge. I'm going to say something really controversial. I dislike the sound of a supercharged engine. I really dislike the whine. Like the Dodge Chargers and stuff, I really hate the sound of. I love like an RB26 turbo flyer.
Yeah.
You cannot beat that in my opinion. But the whine of a Dodge Charger just gets on my nerves. The grunt before the supercharger really kicks in is great.
The problem with American cars is they go, okay, well, we're going to stick in
the biggest engine ever.
15-litre engine that's come out of a jumbo jet, and then we're going to stick 17 superchargers on it for you to drive 15 miles an hour because it weighs more than a fully laden tanker.
Yes, true.
They've got no idea what they're doing.
And then you have to fuel up for every acceleration from each traffic light, because it gets about 0.3 miles to the gallon.
Yeah. And they still wouldn't be able to get up the hill at the mountain here at Teesside, would they? Because it's just so heavy.
No torque at all.
No, exactly. They've got no idea what they're doing, and they should just import all their cars instead. Sorry to our American... Oh, sorry. Oh, damn it. We've got 2 American teams, haven't we? So, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's whatever.
No, they won't in a minute when the door gets booted in.
It's fine. I'm gone in 18 minutes, straight to the back seats of my car.
When the door is booted in, a majestic mustache man tells me I know nothing.
You hear Freebird get slowly and slowly louder as he approaches the commentary box, till he bursts through at the peak.
We've got a stationary car on the outside of hairpin 4, by the look of things, because the marshal's gone running and the yellow light is on. It looks like it's a Hyatt. Don't know if we might be able to get a wide shot. There it is on the right-hand side. From the back, we're definitely not picking the number up, but we're going to try and get the kart going without the need to get the full course yellow. You can see it there in the background. It's now right in the middle of your shot, just below the central floodlight. But kart is stationary at present.
Driver is out of the cart, just deciding what's the best course of action to do with it, because that is a prime acceleration zone that the natural racing line takes you right to the edge of where they want to rejoin the circuit. So that is going to be a difficult one. The green LEDs, the pull cord being ripped up by the marshal to try and get the kart back running again and get the driver back in ready to go. It would help if the drivers took a tighter line coming out of hairpin 4, but naturally they don't want to.
There's a lot of curb out on the outside where that kart is. There's probably about 6 foot of concrete rumble strip. So he is off the track, but still, I think we're going to... I'm expecting at some point to maybe see the quad go and collect that, because if he's able to start it, marshal-wise, then he's probably gone. He would have done it already. It's coming. No, it's coming back on its own power, but I think it could be down to one engine. Oh, so apparently one engine and maybe not all its wheels. Let's have a quick look. It's the 56 perfect card, and yes,
front left is gone.
Yeah, left front is missing. Normally they give it to the driver to bring back, but I'm guessing it's gone missing in the dark. So we'll have a route round for it in the morning. Ooh, some sparks as they come through the dog leg. Looks like that's MS Window Doctor in the 171, threading the needle through some of our higher cars as they came through the dog leg. And TRX, the 376, are pitting as well. Back to full green. We've gone there from famous people into you've sent them crazy with
YouTube chats tend to
with superchargers.
I have that effect, you see.
But with 15 minutes to go of your stint, all being well, although having said that, if Tom doesn't wake up, I know where he is, so I'll just send you to bang on his car window. He's in the top paddock just behind Apollo in the Golf. So. If he's not here in 10 minutes, we'll just send somebody down to put his window through.
That's true.
Best way to wake them up, anyway. He was actually asleep. He was trying to sleep. He puts NASCAR on when he can't sleep from either Martinsville or from Bristol, the short circuits,
right,
where the engines just go brrr, 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 and it puts him out like a light. That's his go-to for sleeping, and he had it on. And I walked past him, and he sort of just flashed his car light, so he'd obviously seen that I was there. I had no idea it was him.
Yeah.
And I had a look, and he basically that's what he had on in his car, just listening to the short-circuit NASCAR.
That's one thing.
But in terms of actual car, what's your favourite?
Actual car?
Yeah, as in if somebody said to you, there is all the money in the world, what are you going to buy? What are you going to buy?
Oh.
Because I know, and mine's not an expensive car.
No.
I would buy a Lotus Exige.
They are good cars.
Because it's the car that I did my ARDS license in, to then subsequently go and drive the slowest car in the world, the Citroen 2CV.
Huh.
So, but it was just so memorable that you get in and you just basically, you change gears and you can just hear it clunk.
Yeah.
There's no door linings. It's bare, and you can just hear it clunk through all the gears. And I just love the fact as well that it's not even that fast. It's at a top speed of something like 110 miles an hour. It's just it'll get there in about half a second.
Yeah.
You just put the power down, just go through everything. It's just so unbelievably quick on acceleration that I love it. They do go a bit quicker than 110. I think
true.
they do about 150 or something like that, but it takes a while to get there. But it also reminds me, when I did my ARDS license, the Silverstone, what was at the time the South Circuit, it was before the new pit complex was put in, so the start line was up at Copse, and the South Circuit used to go down the Hanger Straight, round Stowe, up to Club and Vale, and then before you turned left at the Abbey chicane, there was a chicane on the right.
Right.
And it was basically a normal right-left chicane, and then the track would then just curve through the middle to the top of the Hanger Straight, and then just go down the other end. And that was what was called the South Circuit. And now you mentioned everyone's the Stowe Circuit. No, it's a South Circuit, and it's still technically there because it's on one of the F1 games that my lad plays.
The short, so you turn right at the loop.
Yeah,
to go straight on.
And that was him. But obviously, back then, the track didn't sweep right, left, and then go up to what is now known as Farm. It was just a tight right, left chicane. And you may remember from one of the early TOCA touring car games, what used to be known as the international track rather than the full GP, would take you 2/3 of the way through Maggots and Beckett, and then would go down the other way to this red thing or something, and there would be a tight hairpin, and then you take a left and go down towards Abbey under the bridge, and then do Priory and Beckett's, Priory and Brooklands and Luffield. And nobody really knows that circuit existed because there's no remains of it at all because it was all turfed up when they put the
new one in,
put the new loop in.
Interesting. Yeah. See, I was 2 when Silverstone was all changed, so I have no.
Have you been to the museum?
I've not been to Silverstone.
The Silverstone Museum is fantastic because it takes you through like the history of everything.
Yeah.
But then there's obviously cars in there, and I think the Jordan 191, which is the most beautiful F1 car in my opinion, is in there. Like Mansell's Red 5 is in there, and there's in it there's a signing on sheet from I think a race in like 1991-92 where all the drivers have signed it. Basically, it's their signing on sheet, and it's basically every driver that's entered. So it's like Senna, Mansell, Berger, everyone from there. It's just signed. It's brilliant as the Silverstone Museum. I really enjoyed it. I sort of booked it one Christmas, and my dad and my lad went. There's just bits in there, but it shows you like the original track where it was just basically like the outer parts of an airfield, and then they slowed it down by putting some hay bales in the way, and then they changed it and put a chicane in before Woodcote. Yeah. Because initially that came straight from effectively what is Club, because Vale didn't exist. You just basically went round Stowe, but didn't come back on yourself. It just went round and straight. Yeah. And then back up, and it was basically a straight run, a little kink at Abbey, and then a flat out right at Woodcote. You definitely didn't need to change your brake pads in that race because you never used them.
No, yeah.
It just appears like it was flat out everywhere.
Silverstone's always been quite a fast circuit, though.
We don't need to go and we don't need to go and wake Tom up.
No,
he's here.
He is.
He is here.
Found that out very quickly. In response to what car would I have if money was no object, I have got a couple. Nissan R32 GTR.
Thought you were going to say Micra, but we'll let you on.
No. They're all right, but they are so Mackey's Car Park-esque recently. Ferrari 296. I really like a Ferrari 296. Especially the GT3 spec, it looks amazing. And then a 720S.
Oh, yes.
Really like a 720S in like a dark metallic blue. Would be quite nice.
Yes, a friend of mine's got a few McLaren 720S's and the newer Tourer GT4.
If you'd like to get rid of one, I will gladly take it. I won't be able to afford the insurance because I can barely afford a 1.6 Mini.
You'll not be able to take any passengers in it though because they are race spec.
I can live with that. I will enjoy it for myself and myself only.
Do you know, we haven't really done a rundown at all. Me and Tom will sort one out when he comes
It's
on
true.
in 10 minutes or so, because we've been engaging with the live chat for the last 40 minutes.
But that's how we tick over 1,000 subscribers.
Yes, it's
We keep the fans happy.
We do keep the fans happy. Pedals is going well. I've just seen him come through over the start line in the number 4.
600 laps.
Yeah, Tom's it. Tom, they timed that unbeknown to them perfectly, because there was 2 lengthy full course yellows, and we'd pretty much said at the first one, I don't know whether they reacted to it or whether they were already taking part in it. We'll discuss it in a little while. But that first one that was prolonged, I was like, I think that this would be a good time to sort of have that longer stop, and indeed they've gone down that. We have been keeping the full course yellow tally chart.
We're up to 15 now. 16.
When Ewan and Zach were on, they went nearly 2 hours, I think, without an FCY.
And then right at the end of our stint.
So Tom left the commentary box, and then there was no full course yellows until I arrived back in the commentary box, and then we had one with about 10 minutes to go. So yeah, we went nearly 2 hours without a full course yellow. As a yellow comes out, although I am actually on delayed stream now, I'm looking at the live chat. Aaron Watcott saying Honda NSX, late 90s. He'd drive it in his Lotus like Ayrton Senna.
It's a pretty good lap.
I'm dying to get on and critique people's terrible choices of ultimate dream cars like Honda NSXs.
Oh, savage.
Graham Cobb has been in between everybody telling me about which car they'd want. He's just saying a quick shout out for Alessia. I'm going to track where they are. They are currently in 4th place in our owner clubman, the team that finished in 3rd place last year in that owner clubman class. Just have a quick look at our reigning champions. We don't have a Super Pro class this year, but it doesn't matter because X Racing won that. MS Soko Select, the defending champions, currently with a 3-lap lead, roughly 3.5 from Nexus Sport, who in turn have got a 9.5 second gap back to Red Graphics, so it's still fairly close for 2nd and 3rd. Raceview Academy, who won Pro last year, were due over but didn't make it. Didn't have the driver availability, unfortunately for them, so they haven't made it over. Max Plant was 2nd in Pro. Urban, the 15 entry, who are now up into Pro, currently running in 10th place. They won the club class last year. That's your run through of previous winners from last year in owners. In hires, Corblimey Racing, who are currently 2nd, were leading the higher class earlier on, but they picked up a black flag for advantage by contact. That dropped them down into 2nd place. Team Bonato won in Pro last year, but they've got a completely different lineup this year. Hence why they're in a different class. Yellow flag is out on the run down towards Rib Bend, so could have a car off down at Rib. Yellow is in, so whatever the issue was has been rectified fairly quickly. Le Petit Bouchons raced as number 9 last year. That's the 24 kart this year. Is currently running 4th overall and 3rd in the owner. Oh no, and then they had their number 2 entry, which is their novice entry from last year. They've got a completely different driver lineup this year, but the outcome appears to still be the same. They are leading that higher club class, doing very, very well indeed at the moment. Trying to figure out, I was looking where Lockwell 1 were. They had some problems earlier on, but have been slowly just ticking off karts in front of them recently. In the Lockwell Hill 1 kart, we'll see where they are in a little while. But 5 minutes or so to go in your second stint on comms this weekend. Zach, I'm guessing that earlier on everyone's keen. You get down the paddock, you see what's happening, and I imagine at the moment you're keen to put your head on a pillow.
I haven't got one. I didn't have the forward thinking to bring one because it's never actually. It didn't dawn on me until I'd arrived that yes, I'm going to be sleeping in my car this weekend. Obviously, I had a fantastic hotel last night, which was brilliant, and I got to share a room with the one and only Ewan O'Leary, which was just a dream come true. But tonight, I say tonight, 4 hours, not even, but probably about 3 being asleep, because I'm probably going to take me half an hour to get to sleep. I have to wake up half an hour before my stint, so I'm actually only going to get 3 hours of sleep anyway. I'm looking forward to using my backpack as a makeshift pillow, and hope that it's enough. But I've enjoyed the atmosphere. Obviously, race paddocks, I've been in a few. Very, very privileged to have the opportunity to do it. This one, it's busy, it's bustling. And with how competitive it is, there is still that element of community between everyone. Everyone speaks to each other, everyone having a laugh, everyone's sort of asking how they're all getting on. The element of banter is there. Obviously, I've not really been able to indulge with much of the paddock, not really had much of a conversation with people. But from what I've seen, it's one of those light-hearted ones that obviously everyone takes it seriously and with competition, but it's not so serious that the tension is through the roof and everyone is on edge, which cannot be said about every single paddock out there.
Yeah, every team wants to win, but again, if a team comes in with a problem and everybody generally tends to muck in. We saw it earlier down in the pits. If somebody has a problem,
because you want it done to you, should you have a similar problem?
Yeah, exactly. And everybody sort of chips in and helps each other out, which is really good. Particularly with stuff like tyre changes as well. Earlier on, we were seeing members from other teams just sort of helping out, changing tyres and helping out whenever there was a problem, which is really what you want. We have had a retirement, which is very rare actually for the British 24-hour. I think most years, particularly the wet years, where we've not had, where even if we have an incident, it generally doesn't tend to be as bad because the closing speeds are a lot slower. That teams will fix it and get them back out there. They never know. They've paid the money to enter, so you get the car sort of get back out. We have had that one retirement so far for Boneheads. Unfortunately, brake issue for them, meaning they are out of this race. As the service window continues, it's 2 a.m. We're 3 hours into the service window. Carts still continuing to be serviced with Team Cringe and Cole Clark being called into service. And Cole Clark will hit now, and straight in he comes. So it looks like someone's been on the radio and they've seen the lights and are heading straight in. So Cole Clark will serve their service stop. Like I say, 3 hours into the window. Can't have many more to go for Cole Clark Racing and then Team Cringe after that for us to service. Zach's off to hopefully recover in sufficient time in the next 4 hours. Tom's asking why we've got binoculars. Ewan bought them. He was using them earlier to try and spot carts that were off.
They don't work with my glasses on.
They work better in the daylight.
Yeah, well, that too.
They work a lot better in the daylight.
Can you see out with them on?
He's back, folks.
The binoculars. Hello, everybody.
There we go. The funny hours are upon us.
I've had double espresso and all, and about 45 minutes kip on the back of my seat, back seat of my car.
You climbed in the back. You climbed in the back.
I did climb in the back. You saw me in the front. I gave up on the front. I'd already been in the back by that point and given up on the back and climbed in the front, and then the front wasn't working for me, so I retried the back. And I also put Martinsville NASCAR on in my ears.
We spoke about how you use NASCAR for sleep.
Yes. Well, should we do it again?
Would you like to just do the impression?
Well, what it is it's like waves crashing on a shore. which some people find very relaxing. I don't find that relaxing. It just makes me want to pee. But what it is it's the same sort of sound of waves crashing on a shore, but it's V8 engines instead. It's what's called brown noise. You've heard of white noise, and there's green noise, which is all nature sounds and bird song and trees rustling and all that kind of thing. Where you get brown noise, which is your kind of industrial sounds and engine noises and stuff like that. And it has me to sleep usually within 5 laps. I'm asleep when NASCAR is on. Not because it's a particularly boring sport or anything like that. It just sends me straight to sleep.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things.
But would you like to do the impression of the engine?
It goes. That's Martinsville NASCAR for you. Bristol's slightly different, but yeah, they're so it works like a charm. Right, so run me through what's been going on with these cars then.
Well, I thought not on the track. No,
no, that's
no. We've nearly forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well, what happened? If you the live chat's been
somebody talking about
very active.
The sound of Ferrari V12s.
No, before that.
Before
that, we were just chatting about something, and then I said, then we moved on to if you've ever met anybody famous.
Oh, okay.
And we went through that, and then as we were wrapping up on that,
who was your famous?
I haven't really met anybody.
You've not met anybody famous?
Not really. Not
ever.
Not
You've not met any F1 drivers?
Well, no, because when we say famous, we mean more famous than me.
Would you like my fun fact for meeting F1 drivers?
Yes, I would.
That is related to here.
Yes.
I drove in the Dan Weldon car race, the charity race, at Autosport several years ago. And taking part in that race were the McLaren Young Driver Award winners, which included Lando Norris, Alex Albon, Ben Barnicoat, and George Russell. And the fun fact for that is...
You beat them all.
They stuck it on pole, and our team, not me, but our team stuck it second.
Who qualified for you?
I think it was Ian. I think
Was
it was
it?
Ian Williams. I think so, yeah. I'm sure he'll be listening and will tell us. But yeah... he stuck it P2 on the grid. Also in that race, Sarah Moore was in that race as well. I think Nigel was in that race, or he might have been marshalling, but he was certainly there.
He's probably doing both, wasn't he?
Probably doing both, yeah. But yeah, so there you go. They were famouses, and I've met most of them since. Who else have we got? Valentino Rossi. Met him when just as he moved up to 500s. Also at the NEC. I meet a lot of famouses at the NEC.
Yeah.
Foggy. Met Foggy at the NEC.
You just hang about?
Yeah, just he who hingeth about. Trying to think now. Lots and lots of famous. Oh! My most famous person. Well, not my most famous person, but certainly my most interesting famous person story. I met Bobby Davro in a toilet in Birmingham. Genuinely, I was having a wee.
Lovely.
And in a bar, he was doing panto, and I looked across, and this guy, well, I didn't look across, if you know what I mean, but there was a guy stood next to me chatting away, and I was having a conversation with him, as you do, and I looked, when I looked over, it was Bobby Davro.
You have a chat? You all right, Bobby?
Anyone who was born after 1990, you might have to Google him.
I have one that no one.
Oh, come on, Kat.
One time at a kart race when I was a kid, I had a fight over the checker flag with Rusty Lee.
Rusty Lee?
Rusty Lee.
Okay.
We know who that is. Do you know who that is?
I've heard the name.
It's
I'm going to have to Google.
old-timey,
Is he a singer?
no, it's a woman.
Oh. Shows my Shows my knowledge. Is he a singer? Oh, there's Rusty Lee. Yeah. Right, okay.
In fact, on the same programme, Jason Donovan.
Well, there you go.
Funhouse.
Were you on Funhouse?
The carts were on Funhouse.
The carts are on Fun. Did you supply the carts for Funhouse?
When we built
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Mate, whole lot of fun.
That would have been a string to pull back in the day, wouldn't it? To
Oh,
get on them
absolutely.
bad boys and collect the tokens and get guns. Wow. Now that is something I never knew. So was that Martin and Bob supplied the carts for Funhouse?
Oh, hang on.
Hang on. We've lost radio contact with Kat. But well, I'm sure we'll get that back. But
Yeah.
wow, what a fact that is.
Funhouse. Whole lot of fun prizes to be won.
Pat Sharp. What were the twins called? One was called Mel. I'm sure one was called Mel. I'm gonna Google that as well now. See, now the fun's started, folks.
Yeah.
Now we're into it, aren't we?
The duo, it's almost like we've got the band back together, isn't it, mate?
That's exactly what I said to somebody.
I still get the feeling we're not going to beat Pete Le Mans.
What, with my rants about team names?
No, before that, when you were
Melanie and Martina.
Yeah.
See, I was.
When you say before the rant about Tina, no, you were funny before then, and that's when you proceeded to be less funny.
That's hilarious. Melanie and Martina. See, I told you one of them was called Mel. They were the twins in Funhouse.
Yes.
One wore red, one wore yellow.
For the two teams, yeah. I think we should turn this race into a bit like Funhouse, so they have to pull over and collect tokens on the way round.
Yeah.
Hanging some tokens.
If you're an elite, you have to. We've hidden tokens around the track, and you get a bonus lap for everyone you find.
Sir Dreamer said, shout out to Newmarket Hornets. Also, car of choice would be a working transit so the motorbikes can fit in.
Transit. Interesting choice.
Yes.
Gone for Ford. Not gone for the Sprinter.
No, Ford. They also good. They were good for bank jobs in the 80s as well, weren't they?
Yeah. Them and Mark 1 Jags.
Yes, I think it was something. I think the statistic was 11 out of 10 bank jobs were done by a transit.
And the other one was a Mark 1 Jag. and the ones that weren't using the ones that were using transits were then dumping the gear and jumping in a Mark 1 Jag.
Yes.
So we were up. So famouses. Who else have we met? I'm trying to think now.
You'll have met loads more.
I have met a fair few famouses in my time. I'm not going to lie. I caught the maraca thrown into the crowd by Rick Witter, the lead singer of Shed 7.
We had a bit earlier where someone had gone, oh yeah, I've met Bill Ward. But I think he's in Black Sabbath or something. But if they hadn't have said that bit, I'd have just gone, oh Bill Ward.
There's a band of a similar ilk, Uriah Heep.
Right.
Ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. Uriah Heep, I met all of them on an EasyJet flight to Italy. And I asked him, I was like, are you in a band or something? And he went, yeah, we're in a band called Uriah Heep. So, okay. Never heard of you. Apparently very famous in the 70s.
All right.
Like, very famous.
Very.
They were playing a festival. Yeah, I just bump into randoms everywhere.
Yeah, mainly. I mean, look, are they famous if no one else has heard of them? I've no idea.
I mean, the definition of being famous is that you're heard of.
Yeah, I know.
Trying to think now. Who else? What other famouses we've got? We've got a yellow flag out at Hairpin 1. And we're going full course.
Is it for the...
Oh, it's for this one here at Hairpin 2, which doesn't have anybody in it.
No, because he's at the Marshal's post. He's at the Marshal's post as 104 Rethink pit under full course yellow. There'll be a clear pit for them as well.
I think they were the first ones to dive in, you're right.
Yeah. Still can't pick the number out on that one. That looks a bit like a 3 at the front. Nauseo panel's very low.
It's definitely a three-digit number.
He's
Well,
here.
as we flick through the racing driver book of excuses that we've got here. Top with 1, 2.
Shall we try?
Could be.
Shall we try and guess?
Could be 222. Bargain racing. Who have we got in the 3s? It's not TRX. Could be Circuit Breakers. Who's not circulating at the moment?
It's not Circuit Breakers.
589.
Which are that'll be High Row Motorsport.
They would in the. If they'd have stayed in rookies, they were in that. They are still in that bit there. And yes, High Row Motorsport Academy haven't tripped the timing line when everybody else has, and they've dropped 3 places. So yeah, so they were up there with LPBRT2. They've been in that sort of banding with them and Teesside Tigers and Barrier and T4 and Newmarket Hornets A66. They've been in that sort of grouping of karts, and yeah, now dropping down. So yeah, it looks like that's who it may be.
Could be Dan Harrison in that car. He's the only one I don't have a kit colour for, and I know it can't be Chris Cutler because he's he won't be here till about 3 a.m. Tom.
Okay.
Because he was due on the 9 o'clock flight back to Newcastle from Tenerife.
A 9 p.m. flight.
That's it. Into Newcastle and straight to here, where he will be
sporting a lovely tan
and helping the team complete the race.
Okay. While sporting a lovely tan.
Now, luckily, he's raced here before, so knows his way round. Hence why he has been given the dispensation to come and do race with the team without having done the practices.
Yeah.
So,
keep just having a look at the recovery of the car. So that's now underway. It's been recovered back into pit lane. So it might just be a very brief full course yellow unless there are other repairs underway. No, we are back to green flag conditions underway and racing once again. So that was a rather quick one. Nigel's still working hard, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Did you notice the personal best lap times being pumped in once the higher carts had some?
Yeah, I was paying particular interest to the Teesside Academy kart because at the time Addison Smith was in it and he was lighting up the timing in the hires.
Well,
he was taking like nearly a second out of the Le Petit Bouchon's 1 in front, hence why they're now 3rd overall.
Was it just front tyres, Cat, for the hires?
Yeah, front tyres, oil, and sometimes lasers.
By oil, we mean chain lube.
No, engine oil. Yeah.
Oh, engine oil. Ooh.
So engine oil's gone in. Front tyres have been changed, so they're going to be very pointy at the front end, which suits certain drivers' styles. As one of the RAF teams went over the exit curb at the D, and somebody else does as well.
That could be MS Urban Pink going in hot.
Got some sparks coming up underneath that as well. It was, So Kart Events Belgium, they set their fastest lap on like lap 500 and something, and it was when 505, and it's about 15 or so, 20 laps after they'd done their stop for new tyres.
Just
as
back
the race for Ruben.
Sorry, Tom, there was 2 going round there at the bottom of the mountain. They should be able to rejoin.
When did Core Blimey 113 do their? So they did their service stop 475.
While you're looking, Tom, a question in the live chat from Chris saying how many races per team and how often do they switch? Well, they will normally switch at when the fuel tank runs out. So normally owners are 1:15 to 1 hour 20. although generally we will find that the front-running owners at least may do a double stint, so they'll do 2 hours 40 before exiting the kart. Hires, sometimes they do double stint as well, but their fuel goes to probably around about the 140 mark. So if you're going to do a double stint, it's going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes. So you do just need to be mindful in terms of personal fatigue. In terms of team numbers, minimum this year that a team has got is 3. JS Racing in hires are definitely running as a team of 3 drivers in that kart, with Josh Greaves, James Binks and Connor Botting, and they're currently doing rather well. They're leading class in higher pro. Most we've got, generally I think we've got JJH might have 8. I think there's a couple of other teams that have got 8 or 9 drivers. Circuit Breakers, I think, have got 9. Most that a team is allowed is 10. That is the maximum number of drivers that a team can have on the in terms of signed on. That's in the rules. We can't be having at least one person a stint. So yeah, 10 is your maximum number. Generally, Tom, though, you'll find that it's 5 for owners and 6 for hires. That's roughly about the number, isn't it?
Yeah, you can comfortably. I say comfortably do it. You can do it with 4 drivers fairly comfortably. I always preferred to have 5, though, just for a little extra safety blanket. But yeah, 4 drivers. We did it the first year with 4 drivers, and then realised that we needed a 5th. And then we had a proper crack at it. Yeah,
you just need it. You know, if you have 5 drivers and something happens to one of them,
it's an extra hour and a half between
4.
stints.
Yeah.
If you do it on a rotation, it's an extra hour and a half that you get to recover.
Whereas if you do it as a 4 and something happens, you're down to 3, and that is a tough slog. Now, it can be done, and very successfully, in fact, with less. During the race that was not so much COVID affected, but that followed the COVID-19 pandemic, Kart Events Belgium did the race with 2 drivers.
Yeah,
and won it.
Yeah,
in higher elite,
a
and
feat
won
that's
overall.
not really been seen until we're seeing what's going on with pedals at the moment.
Yeah,
it's not been repeated. The levels of energy and stress and such like as pedals manages to be sort of threading the needle through the traffic here. Very, very smart driving, in fairness to Chris there.
The one thing that you will have missed because you were sleeping, Tom, was this, and I'll show you the picture. I showed it to Zach earlier.
I bumped into Max.
Oh, yeah. That was what happened.
To Max Shields in the 181 Max Plant car.
No contact again. He just turned in and the steering wheel broke. Nursed it for a lap and a half.
Yeah.
To get it back, to give the team time to get all the bits so they weren't waiting.
Yeah.
And they lost a place. Lost 2, in fact, behind Team Tate 3 and Team Keen. Now, Team Keen have been involved in their own tribulations. There was
I spotted it come through while I was waiting to come on air, and the front end looks a little bit worse for wear.
Oh, we've got a kart round at Hairpin 1, higher kart backing itself in. They had an argument with 2 higher karts.
Well, they're always going to come off worse than that
and
one.
they did not win that battle.
Who was
with
in
2
it?
higher karts.
Not that we're trying to shame them or anything like that, just because I'm interested.
I'm really not sure.
Okay.
Oh, look, Mick McDonald.
Oh, dear. Okay.
I think was in the kart at the time.
All right. Well, let's look at the kart sparking over the exit curve there. But, the front end of that has definitely seen better days on the Team Keen one. But
and before that, I'm fairly sure you wouldn't have seen that, but we had the ambulance out on track for an incident down at Rib Bend. 2 hires and an owner involved for that, Tom. It was TSK-Motorsport 1 and Newmarket Buzzing Hornets and EDKPT were the owner kart that was involved. That kart was out and back on track fairly quickly. Tockwith were out for around about 10 minutes, but yeah, we had the ambulance down at Rib and a full course yellow. The pace slowed right down to a walking pace to allow the medical team to work, and then pit lane was closed for a small period of time while they made their way up the pit lane and back into the paddock. So drivers were being held at the top of the pit lane to prevent them coming down as the ambulance went back up. So yeah, that's really what's happened. They've been the big takeaways from the preceding 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, should we do a bit of a? Should we do top 3 in class rundowns?
Yeah.
Do you want to do hires again?
Yeah,
All
go
right,
on. Then.
Okay, so I'll start off with the owners. So, the 3 karts in elite. We got another. Oh, hang on. Driver started to. Is that?
Higher car off on the outside of hairpin 1.
No, I had a mild panic then that it was C there in the kart events.be team, but it isn't.
No.
Similar kind of suit though, which you could probably understand why.
Whatever he's doing starting the lawnmower dance, and it's not being very successful for him at present.
No, it isn't. So, while that gets recovered, we may have to go full course if it can't be started. But we've got yellow flags at hairpin 1 to cover that, so we'll just hang on a moment while this gets sorted out. Yeah. Okay. So while so it looks like recovery is going to get underway with that one as well. So we'll bring you the top 3 in each class while that's happening, and David monitors what else is going on out there, and then he'll bring you the hires as well, and I'll switch roles. So as we said, the 3 karts in the elite class of owners are the top 3 on the road. They are first, second, and third overall. So it's MS Soko Select now leading by 3 laps from Nexus Sport, and then it's another 32 seconds back to Red Graphics. Then we've got 4th overall is the leader in Owner Pro.
Oh, sorry, Tom. I'm going to interject. We've got a car off at halfway round South Bank and on the entry to hairpin 3, and that looks very owner kartish. It's there on the left-hand side of your screen.
Binoculars?
I don't think it's going to help because
give it a try.
It's dark. I think that could be MS Window Doctor, potentially.
I'll give it a try.
Full course yellow is incoming about now, and there we go. FCY kart will be collected. Tom, any joy?
I'm trying to get it focused enough. Yeah, it's not really working.
Window Doctor have lost a place to TSK-Motorsport. I think it's the 171 MS Window Doctor. If I had to put money on it, I think Ike Needham could well be in that car. He's got a white and pink helmet. From distance, it could well be him. We'll confirm when they come past, but hands are on hips.
It looks like a Team Tate style suit.
But it's blue, and I don't... The blue.
I'm not saying
white,
it is a Team Tate,
yeah,
but it's that kind of style.
I'm sure it's MS Window Doctor. They've lost 1 place, but then they've got 6 laps back to RAF Vulcan, so they should.
You could be right. Could be right. I'm not going to
well
argue with you on that one.
To 20th place, but they are having to wait for the quad. The driver pacing round impatiently, as you can see there in between the 2 flags.
And of course, it's extremely bad timing because the quad was already recovering 1 kart, wasn't it?
Yes.
So they've had to now wait for the taxi to do its first job and then come out and
Oh yeah, he's on the phone to him. He's just round the corner.
He's just turning your corner now.
Just turning into South Bank now.
Yeah. And it's out on the back straight on its way round to him. So it's just turning your corner now. Here it comes to pick that one up. So we are under full course conditions still here. So meanwhile, your owner pro is being led by Team Take 3 with Max Plant in second, a lap behind. And then we've got Team Keen third, 2 laps further back from that. Your owner clubman podium at the moment is 10th place overall, 36-Motorsport leading that one. Then we've got Rethink Racing International in 13th overall, and SKA have made their way back onto the podium there in owner clubman, and they are now 14th overall. But right behind Rethink Racing International, 2.8 seconds when they came over the line, which means they're in the same train.
Yep, the full course yellow has really helped back them, get them back together. I mean, to be fair, Tom, they've been in that sort of region looking at it. Needham is in front left puncture for that car. I'm sure it's MS Window Doctor. I'm not sure it is Ike Needham in that one. It could be Ben Morby in that 171 kart. And we are back to green flag racing here then.
Rethink Racing did a stop around about 11 laps ago. So that's what's put Rethink Racing and SKA so close together. But it's helped SKA close up about 5 seconds or so as the trains came together. But yeah, we're back under green flag conditions now as Alessia tried to go side by side through the D chicane.
Yeah.
With a couple of hires, and that's not going to work out nicely if you do that.
Wasn't Window Doctor, because they've triggered the timing line.
Okay.
So it wasn't them. Apologies.
36 Motorsport have just, MS Urban Blue have just overtaken 36 Motorsport. That's been a change of position. We've got ED. It could be EDPKT.
Last time
Oh, no, hang on. No. Yeah, look, going very slowly on the timing.
Yeah, but last time I...
4-minute 52 lap.
Yeah.
And they came across the timing beam on the back of the quad.
Yeah.
So it's EDPKT.
What did me on that is last time I saw them, I thought their lights were white, and they looked very blue when they were down that end.
They were blue?
Yes. So that will be why I have been deceived.
But it's EDPKT who are into the pits. Yeah, so Zach's been in touch as well, as in Zach off the commentary, Zach.
He's not asleep, is he, mate?
No, he's not. He's struggling. He needs to put some NASCAR on and stop listening to us and our amazingly enthusiastic, lively and entertaining commentary. That's why he's not able to fall asleep.
He's not falling asleep to us. I can guarantee it. Nobody's falling asleep to us. We are pure entertainment. Who's running up there, across there, on the camera?
Marshall.
Yeah, but why? Is something off? Has somebody got a problem? Who knows?
I don't know.
No. I couldn't see a yellow flag, so I think we could just be having a marshal swap.
Yes, that's pretty much what Kat said. That's the 69 is now in the pits as well.
Would you like
a normal stop?
Would you like a fun size Mars bar, Tom?
Sure.
There you
I'm
go,
sure
mate.
people will appreciate that coming down the microphone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Chorley FM.
For those who don't know. I'm not going to explain it.
Me either, but still.
Our screen's gone black.
It has. It's night time, and the screen's gone dark in the commentary box.
And
Will Phil.
and I've got a hole from Mars bar. in my mouth.
You've just lobbed it in.
Yeah. Oh, there we are.
Well, we're back.
Screen's back.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain someone said one we had earlier.
So,
Show.
of the Mars bars,
When you put...
I have to agree that that is the most fun size.
It makes you sound like Sean Connery. Show. I've got a full... Show, I've got a full Mars bar in.
Is that Sean Connery going via Kazakhstan?
No. He'd gone via Holland.
Did you learn your Sean Connery accent in Kazakhstan?
No, I learnt it in Holland. My Dutch accent is good.
I used to do a good Sean Connery
Yeah?
impression.
Would you like to treat us?
It's not so good anymore.
Is it not?
No, I'm a bit out of practice with my Sean Connery. But I do like those when you walk down the high street of what can only be described as probably old, well, not city centres, small town centres, places like Kettering, High Wycombe.
I grew up in a near a fairly small town.
But they've all got a place called it's what used to be called an arcade, but you'd have it's basically like a slot machine place.
Yeah.
And it's what I imagine Sean Connery calls a casino.
Oh.
It's a casino.
A casino.
Every time I see it, I just go casino.
You are a simple child.
I am, but look, like I said, it makes me laugh, and I always think of good old Sean Connery every time I drive past the casino.
We've broke the screen again. I don't know why we've broke the screen again.
Did you look at it? Stop looking at it. Keeps breaking it. Oh, do you know what? I didn't.
You didn't
I
add
didn't-
the FCY.
I didn't add my FCY in. So we're up to 18 so far. Can't remember what the record is for or was for Le Mans because I left my notebook at home.
You did. And your laptop charger.
And my laptop charger. Oh.
Yet confirmation then from
you
and the 24 is
PDPKT.
in the tent having it's something fixed. I think he had a front left puncture when it came past us on the quad.
I think the espresso's kicking in now.
You buzzing?
I'm starting to feel that way. Which
From the
mean-
do you get from the cafe?
I did.
Was the queue reasonable?
The queue was reasonable, and the mac and cheese was nice.
In the mac and cheese in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
Nice.
I asked what was left.
It is the best way.
Rather than saying I want that's on the menu, I said what's left.
What you got?
What you got? Well, so mac and cheese was still available. Destroyed that. It was actually too much.
It was
I had to leave a little bit, which is unlike me. And
no.
Tubby
Yeah, I
Tommy.
know.
Yeah, but it was very good. Right, so we need to. So we've done famous people. We've done. Well, I haven't done, but you've done what cars you'd like to own, and I'm still like wondering why people want things like Honda NSXs and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was.
But,
It was a unlimited budget. Buy what you want.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, you can get what you want. You haven't told us what you'd have.
Yeah.
So you're currently tearing the viewership a new one without telling us what you want.
I would. My first purchase, if I won the lottery / Euro Millions, would not just be any Aston Martin Vanquish. It would be the Le Mans 24-hour special edition Aston Martin Vantage. It comes in like it's not a British racing green, but it's the Aston racing green that the F1 cars are currently running. It's got lovely tan leather in it. It's got these amazing bronze-coloured alloys. And it comes with its own crash helmets and race suits. Vintage crash helmets and race suits.
With its own crash helmets.
Vintage crash helmets and race suits, and I believe they come in a leather bag as well. I mean, it's proper.
I don't want a vintage crash helmet. I want a modern crash helmet.
Well, it is a modern crash helmet, but it's in a vintage style.
Oh, that's okay. I thought
Yeah.
you're like yes, you put a colander on your head and you strap it on with a ratchet strap.
No. It's a proper crash helmet in a vintage style, and it's an Aston Martin Vanquish Super. No, it's not. Sorry, it's a DBS Superleggera. My apologies. It's a DBS Superleggera. So it's based on the DB11.
Can't Spun at Hairpin 1 is rejoining.
That'd be mine. Because
Right.
I saw one in an Aston Martin dealership when I was visiting for work, and the guy showed me around it, and I was like, yes, I want this one. And it's not a case of I just want a DBS or I want a DBS Superleggera. I want that one.
The man showed it to Tom, and then the man had to get a mop as Tom dribbled on the floor.
Pretty much,
I want that
yeah.
car.
And I actually texted one of our friends Ian the other day, and because I saw one on Auto Trader, and I was like, oh, my car's back up for sale.
Yeah, I told Zach that I would.
I think it's gone. I'll have a look.
I'd get a Lotus Exige because
you don't like your spine anymore.
Because it's what I did my odds in, and it has a special place.
Okay.
But I would also buy MG Metro 6R4.
Okay.
And paint it like Will Gollops.
See, I think you've got to have a multi. If you're unlimited budget, you've got to have a multi-car garage, right?
Yeah. Well, I've gone for two cars that would damage my spine.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to have a daily.
That would be the 6R4.
The 6R4 would be your daily. You'd go down to, for want of a better one, Lidl.
Yeah.
And do your shopping.
Yeah, I would. I'd drop.
You'd be off down Tesco's and the Asda.
Down the Tesco's and the Asdas.
In your 6R4.
In my MG Metro 6R4. I'd drop the kids off at school in my MG Metro 6R4.
How would you?
How?
Plural kids.
Yeah.
And MG.
How? I would put them in the boot.
Right.
With the boot slightly open. I would go into the school car park.
For ventilation.
Yeah. Into the school car park. Slight dab of Oppo. And
handbrake turn.
Yeah, and hit the handbrake and eject them out of the boot and fly. They'll be straight into reception.
Okay.
There's 114 people watching this, Tom. We are enjoying ourselves in the middle of the night. Thank you for sticking with us. I think we could well be down to 113. The fact that I've just suggested, we're back up to 114. They're back. Whoever it was is a big fan of me suggesting I'd maim my kids.
They went away in protest and realised there was nothing better on.
Exactly. I was going to. We're back to. We're up now to another number. People are flocking to my idea of maiming my children by handbrake turning them through the window of their school.
And that was maiming, not naming. Yeah. Okay. Right. So the 6R4 is the daily. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's a bold choice.
It's all purpose. It's a bold strategy, Clive. Let's see whether it pays off.
Exactly. It is a bold strategy.
It's I think it's a steady compromise. Do you know when people just go?
We've got the subtitles on the live stream thing here, and it's just come up. The only words that came up with were maiming my children. It was a bad time to look at the live stream.
I'm going to tell you a story about subtitles, Tom.
Okay.
We are well past 9 o'clock, and it's fine. And there isn't any naughty words with it.
I was just going to say, no F's or Jeff's.
No,
please.
but I got done over, and somebody had sent me the screenshot within 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I was commentating at Hooton Park at the back end of 2022, and I'd said, that's a textbook overtake.
Mm-hmm.
And the screenshot that came through was, that's a sex book overtake.
Okay.
And that's how YouTube subtitles had interpreted it. And that was screenshot and sent to me within minutes of it happening.
It's a different version of social media channels.
Absolutely. It is a very, very different. It's a different world. Dave Nichols has been on MG Metro 6R4. I've actually been in one back in the mid-80s. Well, obviously, because there's only about 6 of them left. Most of them got rolled on rallies, didn't they, into trees in Kielder Forest.
A few of them made their way over to America,
Yes.
believe it or not, and still do rallycross.
Incredibly noisy inside, even with both driver and me wearing headsets so we could talk to each other. And it guzzled petrol.
Which is not ideal in the modern day.
No, maybe
Not at these prices.
Maybe I will rein that in as the daily run around.
Oof, as they're going about 5 wide down the Bob Pope Straight, I've just seen them. They all managed to get themselves into an order. There's several owners.
RAF around. Is it Spitfires? Is it Vulcans on the outside? Hairpin
one.
one.
Of the higher carts managed to just about miss.
Yeah,
but went even further off. Was that Newmarket?
I don't know. I'm going to clock the number because he's just spun under a waved yellow, and that's naughty.
I think he got caught out by the huge train that was in front of him, all backing the pace down.
Have we got
and they
another
were they were pretty much the last ones to arrive in that.
We've got a cart stationary halfway down the back straight.
We're just going to try and figure out who that is. I think it's one of the owner carts. So, are you still keeping your eye on who this is coming through?
Yeah, that's 128. That's one of the top with one. That's the one that span under the yellow.
But as I say, I think that was more. Oh, that's a white one. Is that DWS?
It is. That's Steve. Is that Steve Nichols? I think. Is it?
It might well be.
No, I don't think it is.
Craig?
It's DWS. It could be Craig Day, who's going to try and push this cart home.
We've gone full course
yellow. And he's going to push that across the track and then up the start, finish straight back into pits here. So
it's got some.
No, it's got some power.
No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't.
It's just got gravity behind it.
Yeah, if we can go to our start line camera in a minute, I think you'll see him come through shot here. Yeah, and that's Craig Day. That's his new helmet.
Yeah.
So Craig Day's pushing that cart, the DWS cart, back. Now, that had an engine change early in the race, Tom. Have I shown you the picture of the DWS cart, the engine? There's not a lot. There wasn't a lot left of it.
No. Find that for me.
Here you are.
Here. Oh.
Yeah, we always say
it's perforated.
Oh, higher cart round at the dog leg. He's going to have to wait for a gap in the traffic,
which he's now got.
Yeah, but he's not going to be going very quickly. That's JJH at the chicane, where he's going to get met by carts arriving quicker. He's through, though, and it's all okay. Yeah, that was the picture, Tom. And as I said to Zach earlier, when you can see the inside of the engine from the outside, that's not a good thing.
That one no go barp anymore.
It does not go barp. There was supposed to be a team who were on the entry list as Barp Barp, but they changed their name to Team Cringe.
Yes. I remember. Yeah, I hadn't clocked that, but I did clock that we got a Team Cringe that I hadn't noticed before.
Yeah, a late change.
But I did like the name Barp Barp, so you've changed it for the worse, because they were going to get a lot of mentions. Now they just get this one instead.
Yeah, didn't think that through, did they?
No. Moving on.
Tom's on Auto Trader.
I'm trying to find you my picture of the DBS. Sorry, I was searching for Vauxhall Calibras the other day. That's
what for a run around or?
I can't even remember.
Speaking of Auto Trader, the 6R4s are absolutely rockets these days. You're like 100 grand and stuff. It's through the.
Oh yeah, they're proper.
It's through the roof. Yellow at hairpin 1. We've got a slow moving vehicle that is back going again.
I think me. Oh, there it is. No, it's there.
That actual one.
This actual one.
That's a bargain. I'll take 2.
It's the one that's currently on the market for £239,995.
It's the same cost as like a 3-bed semi in a fairly affluent area.
There's the helmet. Look, comes with saddlebags, tan leather saddlebags.
Right.
Vintage style helmets with goggles, and I think they've got gloves as well. Yes, gloves and a race suit, leather gloves, and a vintage race suit.
Right. Look, it's a nice idea till you stack it, and then
Why would you stack it?
because I drive it beyond my personal capabilities.
Yeah, exactly.
And
which
then-
is why you don't deserve to own one.
No,
of these.
exactly. But then when the ambulance man comes and he looks in and I'm there with me tan leather hat on looking like Roy Chubby Brown. And he says, why have you crashed it into the tree? And I'll go, well, I ran out of talent. And he'll go, he'll just leave me. You can't wear that while driving
You're not supposed to
Aston.
wear it. It's an accessory to the car.
Then why would they give it to you?
Because it's an accessory to a special edition car.
So's an air freshener.
Yes, but they're not as nice. They don't smell as nice as tan leather saddlebags and vintage style race suits. They, But anyway, that's what I'd have. You can critique it as much as you like, but that's where if I win the Euro Millions, I'm having one.
I'm having one.
Be straight down the Aston dealership. I'm not even joking. First thing. That's my first purchase. I'll then think about buying out my mortgage.
Yeah, why not? You've got to buy the car first, because if not, after we...
What are you doing with your life?
Well, yeah, exactly, Luke Tomlinson.
see several hours ago for
that reference.
for what we're calling back to
Yes.
on that one.
The short version is he's decided to buy a house rather than race.
In this,
Yeah.
yeah, we think that's a poor life choice.
It is a poor life choice.
He could just buy a go-kart and live in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Where have we got some on-track battles that we can actually talk about, some racing for a change? We've got CBR 113 are now back on the same lap as Kart Events Belgium. I think they may be in the pits by the looks of things because they haven't tripped the timing line.
Who's that core blind? Well, we've got
Kart Events Belgium.
Right, well, we've got a camera down there. Let's see if we can have a look.
Oh, for Kart Events Belgium. Pit lane.
Gonna have a quick look, see if we can get the pit lane camera.
See if we can get the mechanics bay up and see whether they're in there. That'll be our overall higher class leaders.
There they are. Yeah, absolutely. That's Kenneth Nason's in the red suit. We don't normally see him in that. Normally he's in grey. See there, the taller fella to the left-hand side of him.
Who is in a grey suit.
Kartevents.be, the leaders in hires are in the pit lane with a problem. See there, hand on hips. Kenneth, helmet stays on. He's going to be ready to get that car. I can't see a spare engine on the floor. Although, is that to the right-hand side, just behind Kenneth's knee? We'll see whether we have a change. Pacing round.
That's Paul giving us a wave.
That's
He's realised that we're on. That he's on TV.
That's Paul White, who runs like Paul Chuckle.
And there's Howard Lucas just walking across the shot there from left to right as well, across the boss of Lucas Racing. And
See there, they're clearly frustrated. Engine being restarted. Change then for the lead in the higher class. Core Blimey Racing, the reigning champions. Kart is being lowered back onto the ramps.
So they're going to get going again in a moment.
It's whether they can get out on that lead lap. Look how quickly that cart's just going to be rolled back. Kenneth's going to get in it. Seaver's going to give him a helping hand up the hill. And you see there, Kenneth, what he was doing, he's putting his hand out the back. He was making sure that the engine was on, the exhaust was blowing through. Down the pit lane he comes, and he rejoins the fray.
With some making up to do. But they are still potentially in second place overall, even with that issue. Seaside Academy are going to be the next ones through. But are they going to overtake them? No, they're not. So they've tripped the timing line, so they're now on the same lap as Kart Events Belgium, but they'll be around about half a lap behind when Kart Events BE cross the line. So that's going to give around about 2.5 laps, I think, to Core Blimey Racing 113 at the lead of the higher class overall and also in the higher elite class.
I'm just looking. At the moment, they have dropped off the lead lap in the higher class. I think they're about a lap and a half down. I'll get confirmation as to who crosses the line first, because it's either a lap and a half or 2.5 laps.
There they go. There's Kart Events Belgium. Have crossed the line now. Core Blimey Racing are about a third of a lap behind. So it's on track.
So it's a lap and a half, but I think Kart Events Belgium, if they've come in, they'd have filled the tank. That's what they'd have done. They'd have filled the tank. Even if the engine's down, they'd have made sure they fueled. They'd have filled that tank up. So yes, they've got a deficit, and that was a 5-minute 24 lap. So they've lost 4 minutes. On that last lap because of the issue in the pits.
Yeah.
But if they fueled and then Core Blimey Racing then are off kilter on the pits, then they could be back on the lead lap. Again, one of them interesting dynamic as it pans out.
Because that says 2 at the moment, but I think they're going to trip over the line first, so it'll be, about a lap and 3/4 behind by my quick maths.
Yeah, I think you could be right, Tom. They'll be through in front. It'll go down to 1 lap, then back up to 2 again.
Yeah. It's about a lap and 3/4. We've got a track limit warning gone out for the 33 of BTM as well, just to keep the admin up to date. For them, yes, so the Belgians came across the line that time at 1:22.1, so not the quickest of outlaps, or first flying lap, should we say, but they are up to speed again and out there on track. So they've managed to hold on to second place overall in the higher class and second place in higher elites as well. The reason I say overall is because third overall in hires are actually third and fourth. 2 of the clubman karts of Teesside Academy and Track Limits, and what should theoretically be our second class, second of the 4 classes, will be the higher pros, and we actually down in 6th place in hires is our first higher pro.
I will caveat that if you go back through the penalties, they have been a bit of a magnet for them of JS Racing.
Yes, but then you go down even further and you've got Accelerate Kent Brewery and Teesside Tigers.
Yeah.
Are behind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 higher clubmans.
Yeah, given the A66, Tom, in 35th, were 3 laps down at the start of the race because when they went out...
Oh, they had the pull cord issue, didn't they?
They had an issue with the engine, and they couldn't get up the mountain on lap 1.
It wasn't them with the pull cord, no.
No, they got lapped on lap 2.
Yeah.
And then have had to fight their way back up the order to run now in around about 10th place, 11th in fact, overall, but are 5th in class in higher clubman.
Well,
is a great effort by A66.
It is, as is the effort for Race for Ruben, who I've given a lot of shout-outs to as well. But
Yeah,
they've
'cause
had a monster
they
effort.
were miles
They lost
back.
14 minutes in the first hour. They lost 14 minutes. So they gave themselves a 14-minute handicap, as far as I'm concerned.
Seems fair.
And
They've
now-
won it before, haven't they? So it's fair.
They're now 2, 4, 6, 8, 9th in all of the hires. They're running 9th. Of course, there's only 5 in higher elite, and they are still running 5th. Oh, Barry R have just put in a personal best lap of the race to light up the timing screen all of a sudden. Who's out in that one?
Let's have a quick look. They'll be they'll be coming back into shot soon.
And when did they come in for tyres? Is that my theory is it's about 15 to 20 laps after you've made a tyre stop. Oh no, they came in significantly earlier than that. Or have they not been in at all? Oh no, they did. They came in on lap 520.
Yeah, they'll have had.
And now they're on lap 624. So 104 laps later, they've put in a personal best lap.
Yeah, they'll have served their service stop. Services are done now. Mechanics down there in Mechanics Bay have done a great job.
ABC Racing, personal best.
It's getting cool now, though, isn't it, Tom? This is where the tracks, the air is cooler. The engines will be pulling an extra few hundred RPM down the straight.
So we've got currently off track as well, Metro Plum and AOR, Fantastic Four and Random Racing. I don't think any of them are tripping the timing line. I'm just going to refresh my screen just to make sure that that is up to date. Shenby Racing as well, they're not tripping the timing
Barry
line.
R, I think Alfie Hale is in that cart at the moment. Not a driver I know a huge amount about. But I can tell you that he's going quickly because he's just set personal best.
Yes, exactly that.
And ABC, I've got the feeling that'll be... I think Trina's in that at the minute. I'll confirm in a few moments, but I think it's Henry Trina in the 116.
Yeah. Where did he qualify?
Ooh, can't round a hairpin one.
Stuck at 3rd overall in hires, did Trina, so it could well be him back in the kart now. Henry, who normally races for X Racing in the BPEC Championship. Oh, we've got Apex Twinner off track at the moment, and they're tumbling down the order.
Contact warning for the 104, Rethink International.
I'm going to point out as well, 43rd and 44th, which is Hyro Motorsport Academy and Test Tees. They're separated by 1.3 seconds, and they've been separated by near enough that gap every time I've looked at the timing screen in the last probably 8 hours. There's not been much between those two karts at all, and there still isn't. So we're well over the 700 lap mark now with MS Soko Select on lap 706.
My assumption was correct with ABC. Tom Henry Trina in that kart at the moment and setting personal best. He's currently around about 1.1 seconds a lap faster than Le Petit Bouchon's one in front. We've got a kart off on the outside of South Bank. And similar to what I mentioned earlier, it's one of them incidents where you think, how's he got up there?
Well, it's currently facing in the wrong direction, well up the banking. It's just to the left of the shot. In fact, just through the timing, you can see where the marshal is stood, through the on the left-hand side of the screen, where the ticker is for race positions, and he's just trying to find a gap in the traffic. Might be able to get across now. There he goes. Across to that stricken cart. Driver is out and well to the side of the track.
Yeah, so the driver's out. We're on standby. And we're going full course yellow.
That brings us up to a nice round 20.
Full course yellow. Carter will be collected as usual by the quad. But it is one of our higher entries. I
the gold
literally...
bears.
Yeah, I know. I picked them up this morning.
Did you?
I added them to the mix.
Yeah.
We've still got the
star mix to go
Haribo
into.
Star Mix.
Yeah.
Which the cheeky little scamps changed the lid on to the Tangfastics one.
The cheeky little scamps being the other two in commentary.
Yes.
Deciding to play pranks on us.
Yes.
By changing lids on our favourite sweets.
Yes. Earlier on, Zach did say, "Do I really look 12?" And I went, "At least 13, mate."
Yeah, he's a good 12 and a half.
He is a very youthful-looking 18, isn't he?
When we went out for dinner the other night,
he told this story
did he?
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. The lady who was serving us read us out the choice of beers, wines, and cocktails, and then told Zach what the mocktails and soft drinks on offer were. To which I then said, "Don't forget to ID him."
As he tucked into his Capri Sun.
Yeah, well, I said, "Don't forget to ID him," because I'm not convinced he's 18 myself.
Nexus Sport, Tom, are going to pit under the FCY out of second place. They're going to use the full course yellow to minimise their exposure. They're going to pit and save some time. Our Nexus Sport in the 17.
Wondering whether we can get pit lane shots at the moment. Oh, there we go.
Yes, we can. There we go.
It's the other one in the fuel bay.
There's your fuel bay. That's Nexus going into the fuel bay to the right-hand side. So if you where you can see the gates are, that's the last cart going in. There's another owner cart, but plenty of activity down there in the pit lane. You see the tyre change area. Teams sort of leaving a set there just in case, because we had the puncture earlier on 36-Motorsport. Tom had the rear bumper pushed straight through the back of the tyre. Luckily, it happened down at hairpin 3 or 4. He got it back without a puncture. That looks like a kart with a problem. It's the 122 RAF Vulcan's kart is being wheeled to the right. No, is it tyre change, Tom?
It could well be.
It
yes,
is.
it is. It's just a standard tyre change. Nexus Sport already back out. You just saw them flash through the bottom of the shot there. As who is it? It's Pisa. The
Perfect Card.
body.
Yeah, Perfect Card 56 with the problem, with the Pisa body work on.
Yeah. Looks like we're about to go back to green flag conditions as well, and we are indeed already green flag and back to full racing speed once again. So the first train flashes past the commentary box and down towards Rib Bend. And Pedals still out there circulating well. Was told he's still feeling good out there just before I came into the box. So he's now overtaken 4 carts down the back straight.
Bugard threading the needle. Just right in front of the commentary box, which I don't know if our South Bank camera picks up our location, Tom, as to where we are. It was a good move by Bugard. He just squeezed it through the gap over this dogleg corner.
I think some people have had enough internet for one day because
all the chat stopped.
Yeah,
didn't it? After.
Well, it's not just the chat stopped. We've also lost 40 odd or 50 viewers as well. So I think our chat has been. That's enough internet for one day.
It's 3:10 in the morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll let them off. Yeah, but still, just made me chuckle.
Yeah. It's 3:10 in the morning. Thank you for sticking with us. We'll be taking you through the night all the way towards the breakfast show. tomorrow morning. I'll be back at 8. You'll be back at 10. And together for that final 2 hours will take us through to the checkered flag.
Yep. I'd like to say I'm looking forward to that one. I'm looking forward to the 4 hours off in between even more, though.
And the 4-hour drive home back to Glasgow.
And the 4-hour drive back. Yeah. So where are we gap-wise at the moment? So Nexus Sport now back up to speed again with a 1:15.4. In second place overall. They're still 3 laps off the lead, though. Cycle Select looking comfortable at the front of this one at the moment. 711 laps completed for them. Team Keen in 6th, the latest ones to tick over to 700 laps, and very shortly will be followed by MS Urban Pink. When do we get to 3/4 distance, David? My maths.
With 8 hours to go.
Yeah,
so
so
in 53 minutes.
So we need to have a progress update on pedals at that point.
The coldest hour as well, from my previous experience of racing this race, 4 a.m., even in the middle of summer, is freezing cold.
It is when you're absolutely shattered.
Yeah. And
it's
when you
not, it's probably not.
and it's the strange.
But it is blooming cold.
Yeah,
when
but
you're
it's one of those
knackered.
like because you've been so warm in the car,
Mm.
and then you get out, and then you sat there in your chair, and you think you're actually, it's freezing cold.
Yeah.
But then as soon as the sun comes up first thing in the morning, the temperature increases so quickly.
So, just trying to work out how pedals is doing. We're on 6:53 at the minute, so about 2/3-ish of coming up on 2/3-ish of where he needs to be schedule-wise. He's got about another 13 laps to go to be 2/3 distance to 1,000 laps, which I think has got to be the target
Yeah.
to avoid any doubt of
He will.
whether he's achieved the distance or not. I think it's got to be give or take 1,000 laps around here.
But so bearing in mind, Tom, in 51 minutes, that will be 2/3 distance in terms of time.
Yes.
But in 3 laps, he will be 2/3 distance to the world record, which is 984 laps.
Yes.
So he is ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Pogson is driving him, working him.
Not literally.
No, working him like a dog.
Yes. He's just keeping him motivated, and he's got lots of support here at the track as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, anything that anybody can do, of course, to support him even further. We've been keeping our eye on the total, and it's not actually nudged forward for a little while. So we'll wait until people start waking up, and then we will start firing some more donation requests in your direction.
One thing on Friday, Tom. Now what we've got the questions coming in. Is that a question in? Is that a new question? Yes.
Which one? Sorry.
Well, first of all, MG Motorsport says it's midday here. He's making lunch.
Yeah, he's in Australia.
I was about to say hasn't really told us where here is, but
no, it's in Australia, but he didn't say where, or she didn't say where in Australia.
It's quite big. It's just a bit bigger than Birmingham.
Yeah.
Yeah. By
what, Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to know my fun fact about the size of Australia?
It's big.
It's quicker to fly from London to New York than it is to fly from Sydney to Perth.
It's bigger than it looks, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that's a owner cart spinning at the mountain. Don't know who it was. We'll track it, see if we can pick it out here. That's Scorchio, MS Scorchio 66, who looked like they had an excursion. Sir Dream says, could you go through what the colour groups are?
I think that was going. Yes, it was. Who's in that one in the 75? Just coming into hairpin 2.
Lost it.
deciding to go 3 wide and take to the grass down the Bob Pope straight?
Don't know. Is it the one with the white helmet going round South Bank now? Because if it is,
yes.
that's not TTM. That's DWS.
Oh, it is DWS.
Yeah. That's DWS, and there's a fairly decent chance that's Gareth Plackett with his night helmet on.
No, it's there. It was TTM.
Was it? Oh,
yeah. Sorry, it's got white on the helmet. That's what threw me.
Oh, okay. Because Plackett's just behind
like
them as well.
a black and grey helmet. Let me consult with the Racing Driver Book of Excuses. We've got red, white, and blue helmet for Mark Tate. I don't think it was Mark Tate. Oh, it'll be Phil Pavlik.
Yes,
it's Phil Pavlik.
Yeah, I think it is.
But yes, went 3 wide down the back straight. Went 2 wheels on the grass.
Right, questions are coming in. I'm going to answer these, and then afterwards, we've got a video of the differences between the hires and the owners. So I'll answer the questions first, and then we'll go to the video that we filmed on Friday, Tom, where we've got a side-by-side.
And it'll do some more explaining.
Yeah. So first of all, Sir Dreamer said, could we go through the different colour groups and the difference between them? And then Kimberly Thurer said, how many classes are there and how many teams are in each class? Also, the cars with lights are the owners. No, lights are free reign as long as they are not flashing and are not pointing forwards, as in a spotlight. We've got a hire off at the D on the grass. Just going to return back onto track in a moment.
Just a caveat with the lights as well. They're not allowed to be red, yellow, or green for obvious reasons.
Yes, because we can't have...
no flashing and no red, yellow, or green, which is why you're seeing a lot of blue ones and white ones out there.
Pink ones on the Rethink car.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of classes, we've got 2 main classes, owners and hires, of which then we have subclasses. Owners, we have elite, their background is yellow. We then have a pro, the second tier, their background is red, and then we have black for your club runners. Then in our higher class, we've got the same classes, elite, pro, and club. Elite is blue, pro is pink, and club is green. And then we have our rookie runners, the first timers, those drivers that might not be as experienced. They are with an orange background. Numbers in classes, anywhere between 3 for elite, down to 10 or 11 in both pro and club for the owners. The elite class in our hires, they've got probably 5 or 6, I think, in elite, then probably 7 or 8 in pro. Club is going to be quite heavy with numbers just because of drivers based on their experience and ability. I think we've got about 20 or 30. And then I think we've got around about 20 in higher rookie. So there's a fairly decent split between all our teams based solely on driver ability because the karts are identical. Your owner hires, so your owner karts are all running a sealed engine with the same amount of tyres available to them. The hires are all prepped and they have the same amount of tyres available to them as well. So everything is... try to keep everything as fair so it's down to driver talent and driver ability. Differences though between the karts, it's easier to give you a visual aspect of that rather than Tom and I try and explain it without having the karts. We were lucky enough to borrow one of Team Tate's karts during practice, their race kart, I think the 75, and we borrowed the Nauseo panel from Apex Twin to give you a side-by-side comparison of the difference between hires and owners. So we'll take you that right now.
Welcome to the bottom paddock at Teesside. As you can see, we've got not only a multi-class format, but also a multi-kart format as well here this weekend. We're going to take you through both of them. I'll take you through the owners class. David's going to take you through the higher class. Let's start here with this one. As you can see, completely different types of Nassau panel on the front, this wide Welcome to the bottom paddock at Teesside. As you can see, we've got not only a multi-class format, but also a multi-kart format as well here this weekend. We're going to take you through both of them. I'll take you through the owners class, David's going to take you through the higher class. Let's start here with this one. As you can see, completely different types of Nassau panel. On the front, this wide It seems as if we've got a bit of an issue with that video. It seems to get to a certain point and then just stop. You know when you see yourself on camera and then wonder, who did I eat to become that size?
Yeah, well, we're both in black, aren't we? And the camera adds £10.
And to quote the famous line from Friends, how many cameras were on me? Cartwheelers putting in a personal best lap of the race.
Sorry, Tom. I've just caught the
I
cable,
can't-
but I think Teesside Tigers are off. That looks like, is that Lewis Jolly?
It could. Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, at the D.
But yeah, it seems we're in happy hour at the moment. I wish you wouldn't keep playing with my cables, David, because you keep cutting me off in my ears.
Well, I can hear myself.
Well, lucky you.
Sorry, mate.
Thank you. Right, we're up and running. So Cartwheelers put in their personal best lap on the previous lap. They've just tripped over with a 1:21.450. Their personal best lap was, just want to scroll up the timing, 1:21.1. So we are definitely hitting happy hour. We've got fresher tyres on the karts. We've got cooler track conditions, cooler air going into the engines, maximum power at the moment, and despite the darkness, we've clearly got some fresh drivers going in as well, because they are lighting up some timing screens. It wasn't that long. Oh, I was going to say it wasn't that long ago that we saw Kart Events Belgium setting a really quick lap. However, they're back in the pits by the looks of things. They've dropped 2 places. LPBRT have now overtaken them, as have Teesside Academy. And I don't think Track Limits are going to be too far behind either. Can we get a shot of the mechanics bay and see if... There they are again. Kart Events Belgium back in on the other ramp this time. They're on the left-hand one as we look at it. Definitely been an engine issue or something with the rear, because the cover's come off. And it looks like it's being prepared to go back on and go back out, but that has somewhat scuppered Kart Events Belgium. They're now down into 3rd place in classes. ABC Racing have now overtaken them. Looks like Dan Crossley's getting ready here to go out in... Is that Dan Crossley?
Not
it looks
sure.
like his suit. Or does that say Owens on it? I don't think that is Dan Crossley. Look, it's a very similar suit to the car shop one that Dan normally wears.
I think I saw that suit earlier on. It's got Modus Motorsport on the back, so no, it's not Dan Crosley.
That's kartevents.be, I think, are back out on track now.
Yes. Just had a picture sent to me, Tom, by Kyle Burns, who they've decided to pitch their camp on the outside of basically the mountain section and Barbecue Bend.
Yeah.
And that's where he's doing all the timing, and he's watching the live stream from up there as well.
Okay. Which is great until you have a problem.
Well, yeah, but I think,
and then you've got to run about a mile down to the track.
I'm sure he's got someone else to do with the running.
You got to get about a mile back down the track, through the overflow car park, through the main paddock, and up into the pits. So if something happens, he'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kart Events Belgium, we'll just see where they tick over the start-finish line as to where they're actually going to be sitting. There we go. Now they're back on track. Another 6 minutes lost for Kart Events Belgium. Still having trouble hearing myself. Oh, is that better? Yeah, a little bit better. A dodgy connection here in the commentary box. So now your lead in higher elite is CBR 113 from LPBRT, but in the middle of that is a higher clubman car of Teesside Academy. Then it's another higher clubman of Track Limits. Then we've got another higher elite of ABC Racing, so that now your podium in higher elite is CBR 113, LPBRT 1, and then ABC Racing.
All mixed up with Kart Events Belgium, who are now 8. How many laps now? 8 laps down, Tom. I think there's 6 laps, sorry, off CBR.
We've also got the leaders in higher rookies off track at the moment as well. Not sure whether they are in the pits or in the mechanic bay. LPBRT2 have not tripped the timing line that time around.
No, and I think Accelerate Kent Brewery will be passing them if it stays as it is.
I'll just ask the question as to whether we can get a shot of pit lane and the mechanics bay. There we go.
In a minute, there's the other camera we've got which points the other way should pick up the number. I think it was in a different direction earlier, but I don't think we'll catch the cart as it comes round. That cart has, yeah, that cart's heading. That's the 45. That was
too far. Oh,
yeah, that was the 45. Yeah. They were late on. They were late having service.
Okay. So they got put to the back.
I don't know whether they missed it or what was, but I noticed about 10 minutes ago the service light came up for the 45 on the gantry above the commentary box.
Okay. Well, LPBRT now 2 are now back out.
Yeah, have
39th place, a 2-minute 53 pit stop and out lap for them. So yeah, it looks like it was just a scheduled stop for them, and they hold on to the lead in higher rookies. Higher pro is headed by JS Racing. They are 6 laps ahead of Teesside Tigers. With, as I look at it now, it might actually be, it's 5 laps ahead of Teesside Tigers. And Accelerate Kent Brewery are next in line, and they are a further 2 laps behind the Tigers. So let's just checking in on timing as well with Pedals. He's still circulating, racing for Ange. The world record attempt, 23rd place overall. Just tripped the timing line and done 666 laps, and is certainly, of all of the record attempts that we've had here, significantly further than anybody's gone before. Certainly in the recent years.
Yes.
I think there was one in about 2008, 9, or maybe even before that, when the record was, the last solo record here was set.
Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name. It was 2009. There was a guy who did it in hires on his own, back when the world record wasn't anywhere near as, I think his name was Howard Kamen.
Yes, it was. You're right, absolutely right, because it's who Ian was consulting with when he went for
he did it here in 2009 in hires on his own, and he basically puts a motorhome at the top of the top paddock, so that if basically he'd come in for a pit stop, park the car, go in his motorhome, grab something to eat, go back out of his motorhome, and carry on.
Yeah.
But yes, we're 35 minutes or so away, and at the moment, Pedals is 10 laps up on his Delta and an extra 35 minutes by my gauge. So I think he could add easily another 25 laps.
He's just ticked over 2/3 of the way to 1,000 laps.
Yes. So
I wish these young ruffians who've come in would tidy up their mess when they've finished here.
we'll ground them.
So ruffians, you know, these new commentators
Youths.
coming in.
The
youth of yeah, I wish they'd tidy up after themselves. But anyway,
I think he could be at maybe 690 by the time we get to the 8-hour mark.
yeah. So the point is, he's 2/3 of the way to 1,000 laps, and we're still well over half an hour from 2/3 race distance. So at the minute, if he wants to do 1,000 laps, he's currently got half an hour in hand.
Yes. And crosses the line there in front of us.
I've been assured that that Poggy is going to come and have a chat with us between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. at some point. Just to give us an update on how he's, well, how Pedals is going, not how Poggy's going. I'm sure Poggy will be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine, and plus no one's really that bothered.
We don't really care.
No.
But we do care how Pedals is going. And yeah, I was assured before I came on for my commentary stint that he's still feeling pretty good out there. Which, to say he's done, what is it, 15 and a half hours in a go-kart around Teesside is pretty special.
Yeah,
And I mean that genuinely.
It really is. It's a grueling track, isn't it?
It's hard
Teesside.
work.
Yeah.
Very hard work. It doesn't. When you look at a map of the circuit, it doesn't look particularly difficult. It doesn't look like it's going to take a lot out of you. But what you need to factor in is the D chicane is extremely fast and off camber at various points. Then you've got rib bend, and it's rather undulating, shall we say, through there. Called rib bend because that's what happens. Then you've got barbecue bend, which is another off-camber corner. You've got the two sets of hairpins, 1 and 2, which are fairly simple. But then you've got essentially a 360-degree corner, which is South Bank, that then leads into hairpin 3, and it loops around, and it just tightens up and tightens up and tightens up all the way around. And you're turning right for around about 8 seconds a lap.
You don't straighten up, do you, out of South Bank into 3?
Just through that section. It's about 8 seconds, I think, where you're purely turning right. And it only gets tighter as well.
2 off at, and 1, it looks like, is that an owner kart as well? No, I think it's
at
a higher.
hairpin 1,
Yeah.
yeah, gone a long way off.
He's going to have to push that back, but it's heavy kart in there. It is a higher. And it was basically, they hit the tyres and some dust went up, and that's what sort of alerted me to it. Just needs
like a reddish panel.
Yeah, it
on
just
the front.
needs enough space.
He needs enough steering lock.
Yeah.
That's ambitious to get around that bit. Oh, he's done it well.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't. Going in there would have been doing it better. Not going in there would have been doing it better, is what I'm trying to say.
And yeah, just bouncing now in the seat, trying to gain some traction.
And it is back underway. Well, I'll keep an eye on that one and see if I can pick out a number as it comes through. It definitely looks like a red panel.
I've got a feeling I know what it is, but I'm gonna have a look first before I make myself.
See if you can preempt it,
Mm.
and I'll keep my eye on it coming round. It's travelling very slowly. It's not up to full racing speed just yet. Well, in fact, no, it's very much not up to full racing speed.
Do you think we're down to 1 engine?
No, because it's going again now, and it seems to now be okay.
Could be Bonato.
I say it's okay. No, it's coming into the pits.
I think it's Bonato. No, it's not. It's Bargain Racing 241.
Yeah. They're the ones who were in the mating ritual earlier.
Oh.
I know that because that's still got the black line over the number of where the tyre was from the other car.
The other car. Were they stuck on each other at hairpin 1 by any chance? Or was it somewhere else?
No, it was hairpin 4.
Oh, and David Attenborough popped up.
Well, it was that funny you could hear Adam in the background laughing his head off. Adam, the director.
It doesn't take much, so he's easily amused.
Yeah, it was. I mean, looking back, yeah, pretty worrying for them. Obviously, they were trying to separate the carts, and we were under stringent yellow conditions for it, obviously, but it was a pretty dangerous situation with these two carts joined together by their front end. But if you watch it back, hilarious. Because the one driver was trying to get the other car off, and the one in the 241, I think it was, it might have been the other one, was basically just sitting in it going, well, you do all the work for me.
Yeah.
Just waiting for him to take ownership of the issue and separate the two cars. It was like, come on, chauffeur, sort me out. And then, eventually they managed to get some teamwork together and get it sorted out and get back underway, both carts. But yeah, it took a bit of effort. But yeah, pretty funny when they watch it back, I'm sure.
Yes, at the front.
Ooh, it's, the 35 has just they're still side by side. Not sure who it was with. Who's the 35?
Lockwell Hill 1.
Right. Well, they went well over the inside of the dog leg, just as they were about to start finish.
Right.
And kicked up some sparks.
Let's
that
see
one there, the corner that you're looking at
Yeah.
now. So you look at Apex Twin come through it.
Shall we see who the brave driver is? We'll see who's feeling brave in the 35. Try and clock them later.
There's
on.
some more sparks coming off. This is my favourite shot to watch at night.
This is why we have this camera. We don't have it for the daytime, although it is good when they don't get it right through there. But
that was a perfect example of the two different lines you can take through that corner. You can either run the dip off the curb,
or that line there.
That
looks Tom Braid's just taken in the 181,
where you straddle the gap.
It's just when you go too far up the gap, the concrete rubs on the underside of the chassis,
or you end up going way left and coming down.
And because the seat doesn't
the
have a floor tray under it for our owner teams, you become very aware of that curb under your tush.
Yeah, it just rubs under the bottom of the seat. You're absolutely right, David. It does. But yes, this is a great shot, and you can see the differing lines as people come out of the D chicane. What tends to happen is if you're in a higher car, you will want to be in the dip rather than straddling it. But if the back end gets a bit loose through the off-camber D chicane, as you see the number 1 of red graphics doing exactly that, perfectly timed. If it gets a bit loose through that corner, you end up washing over to what, as we look at it, the left side of the screen, the right as the drivers approach it, and that's what exactly happened. It's like they're listening to me, and then you end up bouncing over the runoff area, shall we say? It's not actually a runoff area; it's just an extra piece of tarmac that isn't grassed over. So basically, those are your three options. You run the dip, you straddle the dip, and put your right two wheels just like that on the red and white curb. Or you go fully right, you bail out completely and bounce across. That one there got a bit wide as well. Have we got a 55?
In hires,
yes.
Accelerate Kent Brewery.
There you go. They went a little bit wide there as well. Got a bit loose. Did we figure out who's in 35?
I am still looking. I've missed them last time round.
Is it Lockwell Hill 1?
It is. I'm still trying to clock roughly where they are.
They're in...
I think they've just gone through.
They're in the pink class, aren't they? They're
yes,
in 55th.
They're in Pro.
54th overall. Because EDPKT are back out.
Yes. good to see them back out,
Good to see-
persevering.
Yes, 100%. And they're now climbing their way back up the order. So they've just overtaken Lockwell Hill 1. Was in the owner classes. And ED PKT back up and running again. We've still got Metro Plum in the off track, as our AOR. Bard Racing are showing us off track at the moment. TRX Motorsport Club have dropped 2 places, and it looks like they're off track. They might be in the mechanics bay. A66 Higher have just dropped a place. I think they're in the pits at the moment. And
the leader's in, Tom. Ryan Cannon brings the 43 kart into the pit lane. So the leader will pit. They've got a cushion. So we'll see what the plan is. Looks like we could be preparing tyres, though, Tom.
I've just seen Rethink Racing have just done a 3-minute 10.
Yeah, but we could be preparing tyres for someone, and I think it's the 181. I think we could be doing tyres on the 181 as we've got a higher kart backwards over the start line,
and we've got
he's taken the tyres with him.
Yeah.
So I think we could do with the light board on so that the marshals can go and work. We've got tyres across the track.
As James now heads out onto track and tries to do these barrier repairs over the start-finish line.
Yep.
So that's a good effort,
Top work.
James.
That'll do. Perfect.
Yeah.
Spot
now find
on.
yourself a gap in the traffic and
Yeah.
get back over to safety. Yeah, so that wasn't ideal. But the tyres are being put back into position now.
Yep, all good. And then just got to wait now for a gap in the traffic to cross. So we'll keep the yellow on over start finish. And all being well, there should be a gap now, and yet we are good to go, and we'll be able to remove the light, and we are clear now once again.
Well, that was a bit of excitement, wasn't it?
I know, I've still not found that Lockwell Hill car.
Well, so they've lost a lot of time because they were doing really well earlier on, and
Yeah,
we've missed what's happened to
Just
them.
quickly, Tom, I want to see if we can go back to the pit shot, because I want to see what that, right, who's that having tyres done? That looks like it's Vulcan's 122. MS, obviously, MS SoCo Select have obviously pitted and not done tyres, but we're waiting. This is where we start getting a hive of activity. That tyre bay has been barren for the last couple of hours, but waiting down there, that's Jack Morris in the...
It was a regular stop for SoCo Select just
Yeah.
now. Just now.
But it looks like we're going to be doing tyres on the
181.
on the
and
181.
then they're sending T-side Stig back out on the fresh rubber.
So let's see how they go.
This chap here that we're looking at in the pit bay with the green helmet on, I think he was part of the mating ritual earlier.
Was he?
Well, his cart was. He was in it while they got to know each other. But yes, looks like Jack's going to be heading back out in that one.
I think Ryan Cannon's double stacked the 43, so he's come in, refueled, and gone back out in that 43 machine. Whatever's going on, I think they could be able to be doing brake pads as well on that 122 RAF Vulcan's car on the right-hand side.
Do we know what chassis they're running?
No, and that looked... yes, I do, actually.
I'm sure you've written it down on your...
No, they're on a Haas chassis.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, both RAF teams are on Haas chassis, as are Shenby Racing. And there indeed is Max Plant in for a tyre change.
That was your leaders in Owner Pro.
Who's on what corner? There's Jack Morris getting ready. Looks like that could be Steve White front right. Barry Shields is on the back left. I think it's Alex Braid on the front left. And I'm trying to figure out who that is on back right.
Oh, that's our
the leader. Ryan Cannon into the tyre wall over start finish.
It wasn't the biggest of hits,
No.
but it certainly was a hit.
But I think as well, Tom, he's gone nose in or back in into the
I
wall.
thought he went side
Yeah,
in
and
to
it's-
the
but it-
angle. He
but
might have gone
yeah,
nose in
it's
and then
spun him round, and he's been able to power out on the other side.
we
Tyre
could do with a
walls-
yellow flag out.
No, he's good, we're good.
He's all right, is he?
We're
He's
good,
back
yeah,
in,
he's
all right,
good.
okay.
He's relaxed.
But yeah, we'll see whether that one's coming into the pits as well, because there could well be track rod damage to that.
Right, this does not look like the fastest stop in the world, Tom, for Max Plant. Whatever's going on down there on the front, there we go. Now we're dropping it down, we're away. It's a fast start, and there is Jack Morris is sent on his way. Don't know whether they had an issue there with the front left sticking on. No.
Well, once they go over the line, we'll be able to tell you
what they do. The MS in particular, they have a hub attached to the wheel, and they basically just take the centre bolt out
on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slide it off and slide another one on, so they don't have to undo 3 wheel nuts. They just undo one big nut.
Yeah.
But the bearing, bear in mind that bearing's been going round for 8 hours, and it's really, really warm. And once it stops spinning, you know,
It doesn't contract
no, but
particularly quickly.
it just grips.
Yeah.
Because it's two hot pieces of metal, and it grips, and it makes it very, very difficult at times for you to get that hub off. So
Max Plant, of course, Team Tate 3 have now moved into the lead of Owner Pro. Just going to see whether Team Keen tick over the line and then take that position away as well. They're just coming through.
don't think they
No,
will.
Max Plant. So a 3-minute 58 stop. So about a minute longer than.
They've been doing 3:15s-ish with tyre changes,
Yeah.
haven't they?
Yeah, so about a minute longer, 45 seconds longer than it should have been. But not too bad in the grand scheme of things. We've got a yellow flag out at hairpin 1.
It's back in though. I don't know what we had. It's just a slow-moving vehicle.
So, just going to try and see where this shakes out in terms of Max Plant's overall positioning. When they trip over the line, trip the timing line again. 36-Motorsport still leading Owner Clubman. They are 3 laps, it looks like. Possibly 2 when they come over the timing line, about 2 3/4 laps in front of SKA Racing. Then it's Rethink Racing International in 3rd in class, but they've just done a tyre change.
Yes.
Not the quickest of laps from them that time around either, with a 1:19. 1:18, 1:16, 16, 15, 15, and then a 19. So on the fresh rubber, it's taking some time to bring the pace to Rethink Racing. Pedals still going round on circuit. He's doing he did a 117 that time around. Seems to be averaging sort of 117s, low 117s, high 116s.
Yeah, he's
just
consistent.
on pace.
Just popping laps in.
There was talk of him doing, starting to do 1 hour stints rather than full fuel tank stints, just to try and give himself a bit of a break because he's got the time in the bank at the moment. But I don't think they'll take that option until it's really necessary. They want as much time as they can. Ryan Cannon still pounding round in MS Soco Select, a 1:15.1 that time around. So it doesn't look like their trip into the barriers has done them too much harm.
No, not at all. And he did seem to come out of it and just power down fairly unscathed.
Very lucky.
Yes.
Very, very lucky.
Similar to how we saw the 181 car earlier when he went into the wall on the outside of Rib Bend. Just skimmed the wall, having taken evasive action. And if he'd have hit that wall a foot in a different direction,
well,
you're taking a huge amount of impact.
If he'd hit it a different 30 degrees,
it would
have been a lot different.
We've got the 58 DWS car off and a higher on the outside of Hairpin 1. They're both going again.
DWS in 9th place
yeah,
overall.
I think that
they've had some adventures this race, haven't they?
Yeah, I think that could be Sam Cassidy in that car. Normally he wears a grey suit, but I know he's got a black one because he was wearing it on Friday. Because I went and asked him which suit are you wearing, and he went probably my white one, but who knows?
But haven't got to the bottom
and
yet.
He's got a little bit. He's a little bit smaller in stature than height-wise than what Gareth Plackett is.
Well, yeah, we didn't get to the bottom of what happened with Craig either, did we?
No, we didn't. It didn't look. Obviously, the car didn't look like it was damaged. Potential fuel mileage. Could be.
Maybe.
There was no real damage, and he was pushing it back, wasn't he?
Yeah. Could well have been. Got MS.BE off track at the moment.
Yeah, they pitted about 2 minutes ago.
So they could well be having tyres fitted to that one.
Let's see if we can get the tyre bay up again. See if there's any work going on down there.
A team shall not be named are also in the pits as well at the moment. In 48th place, they've dropped a couple.
Yes, there we are. Tom there is right on cue. MS.BE having tyres changed. Again, all hands on deck for MS.BE.
I'm wondering whether we need to get the Black Pen of Doom out for Metro Plum and AOR. 87th and 88th overall. They've been in the pits.
Lengthy pit stops.
Well, I don't think they've been out in the last hour.
Well, that's normally. What they may well do, though, is they may well stick around and just take it out for the last hour.
Yeah.
Bring the car over the line to take the checkered flag. So we do often see that, particularly for some of our teams that come for the first time. And woo, as MS.BE decide that they're going to get some heat in their tyres by sliding it all the way across the paddock. I'll show Tom the secondary video here of what happened.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's style points.
Yes.
For that one.
Yes. He did himself a little burnout, didn't he?
Yeah, nice. It just shows how little grip you get from these non-scrubbed slick tyres.
Well, down there earlier on, we've had engine changes going on down there, so there's gonna be fluid on the floor. Someone earlier on had dropped a drink. It was just water and ice. Obviously, technically the same thing on the floor down there earlier on, and somebody nearly spun on it coming out of the pit lane.
Okay, just an update further down the order. We've got All Roads Asphalt have done a 4-minute stop and outlap. But they are back underway again. I thought they were off track, but I was trying to see how long they'd been off track for. And Bard Racing, who are 84th, they're showing us off track at the moment, and Racing for Ron, who are 85th, they are on track and circulating, as are Circuit Breakers, and ticking off laps going towards Bard Racing. There's currently 11 laps between them at the moment.
Kart squeezed onto the grass there and then going slowly, and then decides to weave to try and clear any debris off the tyres.
So we're going to be on the 8-hour mark. I think we're going to be just shy of 700. Just shy of 700 laps for the world record attempt at 2/3 distance, which is some going.
It's a good effort, you know. A pro rata, that's 1,050 laps. That's 350 every 8 hours, so 350, 700, 1050.
Yeah, he's going to be a bit short of that, but yeah, it's definitely some going. And as I say, they're contemplating moving him onto some shorter stints, just to make sure that they get the longevity.
Well, we've got Haribo and we've got Rolos and we've got other stuff. So if we need to motivate him in any way by dangling the fun-sized family favourites over the pit wall.
I think what we need to do is dangle the motivation of how many donations we're getting coming in.
Yes, we should update. We need a whiteboard, don't we? And update it. We should have put it in the window in the commentary. We should have our own pit board up here with where we were with donations for Chris Pedlingham and his world record attempt on behalf of the British Heart Foundation and in memory of Ange Hutchinson. He's trying to get to 984 laps, which would break the Guinness World Record for a solo 24-hour kart drive within a race, of course. It has to be within a race.
Poggy's told me 960 laps. I realistically think they've got to target 1,000.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be any arguments about 1,000 laps.
No, I was sure last time when we created the spreadsheet when other people have done it, it was 984.
That's what I was told as well. But Poggy's told me that it's 960. He thinks the track is slightly longer. But it was, I believe, officially laser scanned at 1.64 kilometres.
Yes.
Using centre line, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's how they officially measure it. So it's not the racing line is 1.64 kilometres.
Is it not?
No.
That's where I've been going wrong.
It's the centre line.
Because I've been driving right down the centre of the track rather than the racing line.
That's
why I'm not very quick.
That's why you're on commentary.
Yeah.
So I had a kart go off at Rib Bend, but not all the way off. Just had a bit of a spin down there. But yeah, that's... You've just yawned and you've set me off. I'm sorry, everybody on the stream.
Sorry.
It's David's fault.
I looked at the clock, thought 6 minutes, I reckon I could let one out there.
There's 93 people watching who are currently yawning.
Absolutely, and rightly so. The one is in for a tyre change. The red graphics car out of third place.
That's
Jessica Alexander
Jess.
is in and takes that car out onto track. It looks like Scott Tate was in because he's holding his helmet and he's got his rib protector on. Warning for MS.BE that the car's only been out of the pit lane for about 10 minutes on fresh rubber.
Wouldn't be surprised if they've gone and done a full four-wheel drift into the side of somebody round a hairpin because they haven't got much grip yet in the tyres.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, didn't we? A grip issue. Particularly when he was trying to leave the pits and he was sideways. So
you're finishing up in about 5 minutes?
Yes.
What's the plan?
Yes, I am.
Bed?
Yes. Immediately.
And by bed, you mean
floor.
Back of the car?
No, office floor.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I'll go sleep in the office here at Teesside rather than go to the car. Mainly because it's so far away that I'll be...
Have you got a bag to sleep in?
I do. I've bought a pillow. I'm well prepared. This is not my first rodeo.
You see, see how continental I went then due to our continental drivers that we've got
Of
throughout
course.
the field. A bagged asleeping.
Yes. I've even
I
put,
murdered several languages.
I've even put the flags next to the what nation the teams are representing if they are anything other than from the UK on the commentary notes, and we do like to prepare. But yes, I'm going to go to sleep immediately. The alarm.
You sound like you're about ready to go now.
Yeah, you're boring me.
Shut up because you're boring me now.
There we go. Alarm will be set for just after 7. Ooh, RAF go wide. It's either Spitfires or Vulcans. They've both got exactly the same sticker kit, so it's difficult
I
to
think
tell.
that was one of the Lockwell Hill ones as well, potentially going wide there at the D chicane. As who was that coming back out of pit lane?
It was Vulcans who were off because.
Who came out of pit lane just then?
I don't know.
It might be Scorchio. Looks like Pedals is in the Racing for Ange world record attempt.
Yeah, let's. Wonder if
We call him Pedals because his name is Chris Pedlingham. So it's not.
It's just short, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not just a cool nickname. It's part of his surname.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what their plan is down there. They can put some more tyres on it maybe, and now's about the time I think they'd consider that.
Yeah, could well be the case. We'll see if we can get a shot of pit lane and the mechanics bay. And see if we can bring that to
There
you.
we are.
There they are on
yeah.
the left-hand side. Yeah, so he's not currently with Cart.
No, just being
That's pretty much all of the support people.
yeah, in the black and the red,
That
the
he's got
offline
with him.
motorsport colours. Everyone's looking in the direction of the toilets.
Yeah,
Maybe,
I think
maybe that's where he's gone.
Possibly having a little comfort break, and well earned. You can see the little green bucket down here, just to the right of the car as we look at it. That's got all his drinks and a load of ice in there as well. And I will be putting some of that ice down the back of his suit.
Oh, that would wake me up at this time in the morning.
Possibly in a bag or an ice pack or something like that to try and ease the muscles and ease the inflammation that will be going on at the moment as well. Just might buy him a bit of extra time. I'm sure he's taking very good care of himself. He is well prepared for this. I mean, I say he's well prepared. He did 2 6-hour races in 2 days.
Yeah, at GYG at BPEC earlier in the month. Imagine if in a minute we just see him sprinting back from the toilets.
Well, RAF Spitfires have just come in, giving it the Team America distress signal.
Oh.
As they came in to the pits. But they came in under power.
Yeah.
Under their own power. But, yes, exactly that. We'll just keep an eye on what's going on with Pedal. He might just be quite literally refueling himself.
Yes.
Just having something to eat.
That's
and
Kart
a bit of a
Events
break.
Belgium in, and where's that kart going? It's going the mechanics bay.
Again.
And not for the first time, is it? Yes, and hook it right.
There we go. We're just going to see them come into shot in a moment.
Not sure we are.
If it works. Still keeping an eye out for Pedals as well as to where he's at.
No,
I think our camera's on the fritz for Mechanics Bay.
I think it might just need a little bit of a
It's on 2 minutes.
Might need a hard reset. Or like we do TV, just bang it on the side.
Ah, there we go. We had it then. There we go.
There
right,
they
so
are back in.
And that's another engine change. That's a right-hand engine is now having a full swap.
And Seaver's going out by the look of it. Kenneth left his helmet on though. that. Do you know what?
Do you think that's the closest they get to having an argument about who's going out next?
No, he's left their helmet on because I think the radio's still connected.
Oh, so they're having a
they'll be
conversation,
talking
but they
to
can be
each
10
other.
feet apart.
Yes. Yeah. So their conversation. So you'll notice, like, whenever we've seen this at Le Mans before, and Seaver looks like he's going to help another driver turn his engine off, and while he's waiting to go out, he's going to help another driver get his car up onto the ramp. As
and that, ladies and gentlemen,
that
is
Spitfire's going
and
in.
there go Spitfires after their distress signal went up. They are heading down towards their awning for some repairs of some kind.
Tom, I'm going to leave you and hand back over to you, and we leave with MS SoCo Select leading from Nexus Sport and Red Graphics. Team Take 3 are leading in Owner Pro from Max Plant and Team Keen, and in our Owner Club class, it's 36 Motorsport from SKA and Rethink Racing International. I'm sure Tom will run you through the higher top threes as I hand the headset back over to you and O'Leary.
So, yes, while an exchange does take place, we're going to go higher elite. First of all, is currently being led by CBR 113 in 25th overall. 28th overall is second in higher elite. That's ABC Racing. Then we've got LP BRT 1 in 29th overall. Higher Pro 30th overall for JS Racing. Teesside Tigers 36th overall, and XLR8 Kemp Brewery 38th overall. Then we've got higher club, and some higher club teams are actually, if we did an overall podium in hires, they would be taking second and third places in that at the moment. So Teesside Academy currently leading higher club with track limits 16 seconds behind them for the overall lead of higher club. Then it's 31st place overall for Dr. Vapes. Your leader in higher rookies is LPBRT2 in 40th place with Test T's 42nd overall, and Ledger GP 54th overall. So we've got a couple of good showings from our rookies in the terms of LPBRT2 and Test T's. Just outside the top 40 carts at the moment, which for some of them being first-time entries is pretty good going. Just looking at one being eased up onto the kart stand, being helped by Kennett from kartevents.be, as he now starts to take his helmet off, because it looks like he's done for the night. So kartevents.be are back out and running, but have lost another 5 minutes. So they are now 5th in class and have been overtaken by Race for Ruben, who continue their march up the order. And I said they could get back inside the top 30. They've got another 2 laps to catch up on JS Racing in the higher pro class. They're the class leaders in that. They've got another 2 laps to catch up on them, and then they'll move from 31st to 30, and they will be then starting to close in on the 20s, the high 20s. Welcome back, Ewan, by the way.
Thanks. I am.
It's been here about half an hour. It's just been very quiet.
It would be a stretch to say I'm refreshed. But
yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah. I sleep didn't go as well as I planned, actually.
Same. Were you on the in the back of the car?
Well, initially I was in the back of the car, and then I could not sleep very well at all. I walked to the toilet once. I needed to go to the toilet. When I walked back again, I noticed someone else in the car was in the front seat, but had just winded the driver's seat right the way back.
Yeah, that's what I did. I went back seat, couldn't get comfy, went into the front seat, wound it all the way back, couldn't get comfy there either, wound it back up and went back on the back seat and had about 40 minutes.
Right, I managed more success on the front seat actually, but it struck me that I'd literally never thought of winding one of the front seats down and sleeping in one of those, which slightly a show of my lack of intelligence, but it was quite revolutionary for me at the time.
There we go. I've just thrown my pen on the floor.
Oh,
and I genuinely have no idea where it's gone.
that's a good start. I've only just found mine as well, so we're all losing stuff here.
Wait.
It's that kind of time in the morning.
Where's my pen gone? it's vanished into thin air.
Doesn't have this quite dark, does it? It has literally vanished.
It's disappeared.
Oh God!
Oh, hang on, what was that?
It's me breaking the wood thing that's next to me. I don't know how that's.
Oh right,
really
okay.
possible.
Well, I'm gonna have to find that when I've got some more. When I'm a bit more
More free
coherent, I'm gonna steal somebody else's pen instead. Unless that was it that
I mean, you've got one there.
Yeah, I've got a spare in my pocket anyway. But no, it was I dropped it and it's genuinely vanished. Scintillating viewing, I'm sure this is for everybody at home. But
should have put that on commentary camera.
such are the dramas. What time are we on? 4:10 in the morning.
Yes, not too many dramas out on the circuits. Plenty of dramas in the commentary box for the moment. Just less than 8 hours to go. We are not actually that far away from seeing a bit of light in the sky, I would say. At about 5 a.m, I would say we'll start to see the first bits of light appearing, and then the... I tend
think
to feel
it's starting directly
maybe.
opposite the commentary box. I think we're starting to get a little bit lighter over
Maybe.
there already.
Are we just being a bit
The-
overly optimistic?
Well, if you look at the shade of black above
Yeah.
us and then you
yeah,
move your eyes downwards, I think it's getting brighter out there already.
you might be right. I mean, as I say, it's always we've got to spin at hairpin 1. That was on. Was it hairpin 1?
Yeah, it was. They're back underway again.
Yeah, back underway. It was just on the stream camera there. Well picked up. Yeah, I always find at this stage of the race it is that thing that makes everybody a little bit more optimistic than they might otherwise be, because we have been going 16 hours now, and 8 hours, another 8 hours can feel like a very long way. But actually, when you do start to see the sunrise in the morning, and you do start to, see the light, you do get a bit more positive about the amount of time we've got remaining, and we're not too far away from that now. By the end of the next couple of hours, we'll be in, I'd say full light, but it will be certainly the floodlights won't be required.
We're
so
about
much
90
anymore.
minutes away from tinted visors being able
Yeah.
to be used again. Let's
Yeah.
put it that way.
Yeah.
As there goes Pedals back out, so an extended break for him. But I mean, let's be honest, he's earned it. But he's now back out on track, gingerly, I might add. It looked sore, did that one, as he's gone out. But we'll be getting an update from Poggy, who's sort of strategizing for him. He's being the key helper in that one for Pedals. So I'm sure we'll get an update from Poggy soon enough as to how he's doing. It was an extended break. We'll get how long that break was as he comes over the line. And it didn't look like there was a tyre change either. Yeah, we'll wait for an update from Tony Pogson about that. But still,
Have we got an interview on that side of things yet from him?
from Pedals,
Yeah, well, not actually from himself, I guess, but from.
Poggy,
Yeah.
he's gonna come in and join us.
Oh, okay.
Sometime in the next couple of hours. There was I did do an interview with Pedals as well. We'll probably try and play that out at some point again in the early morning when people start to wake back up again, probably about 8:30, 9 o'clock, something like that. As we've got a cart off on the back straight and a driver sprinting away. Something gone on
Driver's
here.
running around very frantically here.
I don't know what's gone on. Is he trying to get across the circuit? The cart's off at the side of the track. on the back straight. And we can see the driver here stood in the middle of the track. But why he was running back
And now he's running
towards
back again.
the marshal post, I've no idea. And now running back to the kart again.
What is going on here? Looks
Genuinely, no, he's back in it, and now
What?
it's driving. Did he lose something maybe and go and pick it up at the side of the track?
What was that all about?
Who is it? Can you see
Try
where
and-
they are on track?
Try and follow.
Should be coming through hairpin 3.
Yeah, with a white helmet. Yeah, and an arm up in the air. I think this will be straight in the pit lane for whoever this is. We'll get a look at the number on the way past the lane this time. Arm high in the air, and it is number 58.
No, that's the... Oh, that is... Yes, it's an owner car. It's DWS.
Yeah. What sometimes happens in these karts is someone going out accidentally with their phone and it falling out. That's my best guess at the moment. But other than that, I have absolutely no idea what was going on there. It is an outlap.
We'll see as they come... We're going to get them coming through pit lane here. So this is the advantage that we've got of having the camera here. So they're going to refuel, I would imagine.
They've just been in, so I wouldn't.
No,
imagine
they're
they'll be
there. Look, they're just
refueling
going into the fuel
they
bay
are
anyway.
refueling.
You always refuel anyway, just as a matter of course, because you still want to get your full time out on track for the next stint. We've got them coming up here with some fresh tyres as well. The guys from Apollo. So it looks like there's going to be a tyre change as well as some repairs. So they would have been due for their third set of tyres anyway. I'm going to assume at their next stop. So they've decided to expedite that, shall we say, move it forward and get them ready. And it looks like they're just being checked for pressures, possibly.
That was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, I've got to say. Maybe not as weird as those two carts that were on top of each other and couldn't get off.
The mating
last
ritual,
night.
yeah, that, I mean, when they watch that back, they're going to be finding it very, very funny. But as I said to David a while ago, at the time, quite
Absolutely
a dangerous
not funny.
situation and certainly not very funny. But, well, I mean, it was a little bit funny, but it was a dangerous situation. Right, so there's the 58 about to go onto
Is
the
it
stand.
tyres then?
Well, tyres are being done, but what was lost from the front of the car? That's all.
And where's the driver? I don't see the driver that was there. Is that the driver there?
Possibly,
graphic?
yeah. It's just
Certainly
where it
someone
says
with a white helmet.
749 next to MS Urban Pink's number of laps. Yeah, talking to the marshals. What have we got
Very
going?
confusing.
What work have we got going on here? Definitely a lot on the front left. That might just be tyres, of course.
He's running back again. Still adjusting something in his race suit.
Oh! You said they'd just been in, didn't you?
Yeah.
I wonder if he's lost the fuel cap.
Oh.
I wonder if he's lost the fuel cap, and that's why he looked down like that at his crotch area, because that's where the fuel tank is, and I wonder if it's leaked petrol all over his suit.
Maybe, but then what will they have done about it now?
Well, put a new fuel cap on
Oh,
it
a new
and
one on.
refilled it.
Right. Yeah.
They
right.
A lot of the teams carry spare fuel caps on the
Okay.
steering wheel, taped on, for specifically that reason. But if not, he may have. That could well have been the issue.
Now, yeah, on lap 746, he did a 2-minute 14 lap time. That was that's regular pit stop lap time. I do wonder, as they come over the line this time round, if this is another long lap, then, and I guess it will be, then it will be that, as we've got a tyre on the road at Barbecue Bend.
Oh yeah, we're going to need yellow flags as this driver's coming down the track now, and that's going to be slap bang in the middle of the circuit, in the middle of the racing line.
It's out the way now. Rolled. I think it's
I
going to
hope
roll.
we've got yellow flags out there at the moment at Barbecue Bend. As
out of the
that
way.
is the possibly, I mean, it needed its own theme tune, that one, didn't it? As it rolled down the track and
landed almost as perfectly as that clip from V8 Supercars all those years ago, if you've ever seen it.
Yes, I know the one you mean, yeah.
About a quarter of a century ago or so.
Yeah, good one though, that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's actually off circuit now, believe it or not, after all of that. So it made a bid for freedom and made it as far as the other side of the track.
I suppose it's free from all the other tyres.
Yeah,
stack,
I didn't like you guys anymore. I don't like you. I'm going over here.
Yeah, well, it's been successful. It was, of course, dislodged by a kart that had been in the wall. We're not we're not pretending that the tyre just moved on its own. Although I didn't quite identify which kart it was. They got back going again fairly quickly without too many major problems.
I hate to say I told you so, Ewan, but it's getting brighter over there already.
It is, yeah. I'm just surprised it's getting.
There
like
we go.
that
You
already.
can actually see it on the camera
Wow,
there
look at
as
that.
we look out in the exact direction that we're looking from the commentary box. The camera's making it look a lot brighter than it actually is out there.
Although
I
that's
can assure you it's nowhere near that much daylight at the moment.
That's the job of the camera, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just to make it a little bit brighter and more watchable for everyone at home. So
Because they're making the karts look a very light grey colour when they're black.
right, yeah. So it is getting lighter, and sunrise officially is an hour and a half away, but realistically we're going to be able to see where we're going quite well in about half an hour.
Yeah, hopefully so. So leaders, MS Soko Select still 3 laps clear of Nexus Sport. That's been the same situation for a good few hours now, actually. That gap has held fairly steady. Red Graphics now a lap behind in 3rd place overall. Team Take 3 leading Owner Pro from Max Plant and Team Keen. 3 laps between... a lap between Max Plant and Team Tate, and then 3 laps back to Team Keen. We've got 36 Motorsport leading Owner Clubman. They're on 747 laps, 744 laps completed for SKA Racing, 2nd in Owner Clubman. And then Rethink Racing also on 744 laps. 3rd in Owner Clubman, they're about 45 seconds behind. So the battle for Owner Clubman is still on for the podium. Core Blimey Racing look pretty secure at the moment, barring any problems for higher elite. They're 3 laps clear of anybody else in the higher class and 4 laps clear of LP BRT1. In that one, ABC Racing a further lap behind them. Teesside Academy and Higher Club, 689 laps. Track Limits, 689 laps. They're separated by 14 seconds, so that's the battle for Higher Club. They're 2nd and 3rd overall in Hires and 1st and 2nd in that class, 14 seconds apart. Dr. Vapes, 685 laps, so around 5 laps behind Teesside Academy. Higher Pro, JS Racing, 688 laps, and it's XLR8 Kent Brewery, 5 laps behind them on 683, and Teesside Tigers, 682. LPBRT2, 682 laps for them. Test T's, 679 laps. And then CBR 313, 671 laps. That's the higher rookies.
I want to pick up on a couple of karts who have fallen away in the 3 or so hours I was trying to sleep, and see if we can try and pick up on where they lost their time so much, because some of them are not quite so clear to me.
Okay.
First of all, Red Graphics being suddenly in a battle for second with Nexus Sport, as opposed to being the ones chasing MS Soko Select. When I left here just after midnight, they were, and to be fair, you were probably trying to sleep at the time this happened as well, but they were chasing MS Soko Select. They were about a lap and a half behind, and they were actually catching. There was a brief moment where they were catching, but
I think
laps
part
down
of that
now.
is I think they've changed tyres.
Okay.
And Soko Select haven't yet. I'm sure you can check that out. But I think they've changed tyres and gone on to set number 3, and Soko Select have not yet. But I could be wrong on that part. I'm pretty sure Soko Select haven't.
There is
changed.
There is a 250 there.
Yeah, so that sounds about right.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so that would explain an extra lap. I know that they were also nursing an issue that they were trying to get to a longer stop to be able to sort out. They don't, but I don't think they knew. Well, when I spoke to Adam, who's the boss of Apollo, he didn't know what the issue was, but just that there was an issue that they were having to work around. I did say, even if he told me, I wouldn't say on the stream anyway, but genuinely he didn't know what the issue was at the time. But there was an issue they were working with, so they may well have rectified that. I mean, doing quick lap times at the moment, Jess Alexander out in the car at the moment, quickest on circuit by at least a second on that lap around, a 1:13.4. The leader doing a 1:14.4. So absolutely flying is Jess at the moment. Yeah, so that's what happened with them. Who else do we need to update you on, Ewan?
By the way, I'm not entirely sure MS Circus haven't done a tyre change yet, because I can see a 3-minute odd stop for them.
When was that?
It's a little while ago. Oh, I've gone and lost it now, haven't I? I found it a few moments ago. Not their most recent pit stop, which I've got as coming at lap 737, but the one before that, yeah, lap 671, 3 minutes 27.
Okay.
That's very, very long as well, even for tyres.
Yes, it is.
So that would have been about 2 hours ago, just over 2 hours ago.
Might have been tyres and brakes.
Yep, maybe. Yeah, 10
about
hours
2 hours ago.
Yeah, 10 hours with 10 hours to go, maybe just less.
Okay, we've got a contact warning gone out for Accelerate Kent Brewery as well. Just to update that.
Yes, another one to ask about. Max Plant, I obviously saw their problems with
the steering
what was
wheel.
It, the issue? The steering wheel, the cracked steering wheel, right? So saw that earlier on. However, their most recent pit stop, lap 731, was 3 minutes 58.
That was tyres and driver change. There was a bit of a sticky front left wheel coming off as well, we think. So it was a little bit longer than it needed to be, about 45 seconds longer than it needed to be. But they're up and running now and just put in a 1:13.1.
That's quick.
Red Graphics just done a 1:13.3. So we're definitely into happy hour for the owners.
Yeah.
We saw it a couple of hours ago. Happy hour for the hire carts when they'd all got their fresh tyres on. We saw a lot of new personal best lap times being set. We're not seeing new personal best lap times in the owners, but they're a lot quicker than they were even for the last hour. They're now in.
Yeah.
We've got two carts in the 1:13s, which we haven't seen since the start of the race, the first couple of hours of the race.
So are we going to see our first new personal best for over 6-7 hours now? It would be the latest kart to set a fastest lap was Growix 303 on lap 426. We're now currently completing lap 774. It was a very, very in fact, about 8 hours ago, about a third of the race ago now, we've had without a new personal best
for the owners.
For anybody, for the owners, yeah.
Yeah,
the hires have been incrementally setting personal bests here and there all day.
When they got their new tyres on, we got an owner car off on the outside of hairpin 2, out on the back straight, so we could do with a light board out there, definitely.
Don't think they can. I think they're stuck. Based on that. Looking round for a marshal. Yeah. He's going to run right the way round the outside of the circuit to go and get the kart. You just see it on the stream here on the very right-hand side. They're actually so it's in the darkness, not covered by floodlights, that you're going to have trouble seeing them, I think. But
yeah, it took me a moment.
This could be trouble. The driver's getting out. Can that be pushed back underway?
Probably not. The
driver is chatting now to the marshal on the outside in the darkness. Again, you probably can't see it very well, but it's probably about 10-20 meters, and we've got a full course yellow.
Yeah, we've gone full course yellow once again. Let me update my tally chart.
20? Oh,
first one in a while.
We're racking up the numbers.
In fairness, first one in a while.
So, who decides to come in. Number 1 decided to go past the pit lane there because they were only in 25 laps ago. This is a great chance for Nexus to get in and vault ahead in that battle for second place if they can. I'm not sure they're that close to the pit lane though. They're in the final sector, but will there be fuel bays clear by the time that they get here? It's pretty much bang on timing. They've got to be imminently in anyway. I'd be straight in here if I was the 17 team. Not that we're offering advice or anything.
Well, we do that anyway. Whether they listen to us is a whole different thing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Probably for the best sometimes that they don't. Where is
so
it?
I can't. Oh, the quad is out currently, trying to make its way across the track.
And they didn't.
for
Oh no,
recovery.
they did. Very late call, but they did. Nexus Sport are in. This could give them the advantage in that battle for second.
Yeah, I think you've called it right. 2 laps the gap at the minute back to Red Graphics, who, of course, as we said, weren't in too long ago. Did you say about 25 laps or so ago?
Yes. Yeah, 25 laps, 24 laps. That stint, by the way, was 86. Maths is not going well at this stage in the morning. 66 laps, sorry, for Nexus Sport that time round. That's almost perfect.
Okay, so they're bang on schedule anyway.
Absolutely.
So that's fallen really nicely for them.
Yeah.
Let's see what kind of train they come out in front or behind.
Yeah, I mean, this has always been the story in the full course yellows so far. It's been who do you end up with? What group do you end up with?
We did have it last year where the leader had to take
and they're
the
doing tyres too.
responsibility.
Sorry to cut you off. They're doing tyres as well in this full course yellow. A great call from them to get this done.
That'll be them on to set 3 of their tyres as well. 7.5 hours to go as well. So, yeah, they've pushed them a little bit longer, giving them an extra stint on the tyres. And as it turns out, looks like that's a genius call to do that.
Really
Get
good.
an extra stint on those tyres and come in under full course yellow. Of course, you can't predict when the full course yellows will be, but that has fallen absolutely perfectly for them. In fact, they're already back out.
Wow. Unbelievable for them. Red Graphics
Did they change tyres?
Yeah, they must have. They've got to have.
I know it went up on the stand, but I don't think they could have changed them that quickly. I didn't see any spare ones down there either. Can we get another shot of the mechanic bay and just see whether they're picking up any tyres from the ground?
Green flag back
There
out on
are
the
some
circuit, by the way.
tyres. Yeah, we're back under racing conditions.
I'm just rewinding on the screen. They're definitely changing tyres there.
Well, let's see
100% sure.
what they do when they come across the line.
Wow, how perfect is that? It's eerily
Lap
quiet, isn't it? Where's everyone gone?
Time wise,
Here they are.
Yeah. We've got a big gap. Yeah, so now
at
we've
this.
got about
Woo.
30 odd carts in a train now heading through hairpin 1 and 2.
Take a look at this on the stream, by the way, and get on the edge of your seat because there's about 80 of the 88 on the same group. To be honest, looked out the window, didn't see anybody for the first time all race. Thought
Wondered what was
bizarrest
going
thing in
on.
the world, yeah.
It is weird when it goes
eerie.
quiet, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a very odd situation. But yeah, they're going to come through now, and hell is about to be let loose on the commentary box.
Well, hopefully not literally, but yes, it is figuratively. Look at this. 3 wide, 4 wide. Where do you pick your line through this one? For an owner kart especially, trying to lap all these. The race leader is involved in this somewhere. Couldn't tell you where. I think they've already gone through the start-finish line. There is the number 1 just coming over the start-finish line now. So they were pretty much right at the back of that train.
2 minutes 52.
Right,
In
okay.
lap, service,
Really good.
and out lap in under 3 minutes. And not just under 3 minutes, 8 seconds under that 3-minute barrier as well. So,
Yeah, so actually, they wouldn't have lost that much even if it was green. And
no,
the fact
and
that
they've lost even less.
Yeah. So great job for Nexus Sport. And that's given them 31.5 second advantage over Red Graphics, who are now third.
Although
Legitimately.
their tyre stop was a 2 minute 50 second in tyre change in out lap. And Soco Select for theirs,
A lot longer, as far as I could
it
tell.
was 3 minutes and something, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
3:27. So 40 seconds quicker for both Nexus Sport and Red Graphics.
However, I mean, Red Graphics and MS Soko Select are pretty much on the same strategy. They pitted only 9 laps apart last time round. They're 3 laps apart right now. 3 laps, apologies. Actually, Red Graphics might be 4 laps down, but Nexus are 3 laps down.
Yeah, let's check in with the higher teams. Teesside Academy track limits it's not worked out well for them during the in the higher clubman class during the full course yellow. They've got caught up behind a different train and have ended up 33 seconds behind. So that gap was down to sub 20 seconds. In fact, it went down as low as 13.5 and then instantly back up to 33. So that's not worked out very well for track limits. The rub of the green, unfortunately. But that's for second in higher club, and they are still on the same lap, as we said, about 30 seconds apart.
Still activity, by the way, down on pit lane. There was just a cart up on the jacks there, getting tyres changed. Another re-emerging after a pit stop. That was one of the hires, getting back out again. Sunrise is approaching. Don't be fooled, though, by that camera shot, which is showing a rather clearer picture of the sky than we actually have in real life at the moment, although we can very much see the first early signs of light in the sky.
Yes, we can. It's enough that we can see where the clouds are.
Yeah, exactly.
Which we've not been able to do for a few hours as they go side by side over the line in the higher class. And a bit of remonstrating as well. RAF Spitfires are back out and circulating. They did drop down to 31st place, I think it was, overall, but are now starting to march their way back up through the higher field, and they're now in 30th position. Pedals in the Racing for Ange world record attempt, raising money for British Heart Foundation. 707 laps completed. Still out there.
Yep.
Still going round.
Absolutely.
He had a 15-minute stop when he came in, so a good break. Well, it's certainly the longest one he's had so far during the race, so I would imagine there would be quite a bit of food has gone on board, plenty of fluid as well, both in and out. And
I think it's easy to forget how much fuel you need as a human for driving a 24-hour race.
In this, I
go.
reckon it's about 8,000 calories he's going to need.
For the race as a whole?
To do 24 hours solo,
Yeah.
he'll probably need to take on around about 8,000 calories.
Yeah, it's easy to forget about this, isn't it? The main focus is we always have going into these, especially as commentators, is staying awake, staying alert. That's the same for the drivers, of course. But actually, I think what gets pushed down a bit too far in the order in your thinking is fueling for your muscles as well, and getting that right.
It's not just taking on some food because you're getting hungry. If you're getting hungry,
It's too late.
It's too late. Yeah, exactly. And your muscles will start cramping up as well if you're not getting enough fluid. So, what I always say is, it doesn't really matter what you're putting into your body if you're burning it off. I mean, I say this from the perspective of a fat lad from Batley, but if you're to put it in perspective, when they're doing the treks to the Antarctic and they're trying to reach the South Pole, they are advised to eat around about 7,000 calories a day because of the amount of energy they're burning in the efforts they're making to get to the South Pole. So doesn't really matter what you put into your body so long as you're burning it off. And that's the advice that I think that he needs right now is just eat as much calories as you can. Make it bland food. You don't want anything spicy or too flavoursome because it's just going to give you horrendous reflux while you're going round. But yeah, plenty of plain pasta, potatoes, loads and loads of carbs, probably a bit of chocolate or something like that, just to give him something with some flavour. We've got a car going slowly, just coming off of South Bank.
Yeah, I think there was one that spun at hairpin 1 and didn't get away very well. So I wonder whether we're down to one engine maybe here with that car. Has it disappeared behind the post, or is it?
No, it's,
oh, no, it's very
still
slow.
working its way round. It's just come to a stop
Yep.
at the entry to hairpin 3, but on the outside
Yeah, he's trying
of
to
the track.
He's trying to restart one of the engines, I think. He's trying to yank it, one of them, to get going again. Marshall comes over to help. Couple of goes. Another one for good luck. No, there we go. So maybe the other engine was off too. Don't know how he was moving at all, because it seems that the Marshall restarted both engines there.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Well, one of the it might have been that when he came to a stop, the other engine was just sat on idle, and it can die. We've got 121, the RAF Spitfires again doing the Team America distress signal as he came into the pit lane. That's the second time in the last hour that we've seen that one. So it looks like further issues for RAF Spitfires. The RAF Vulcans are still out and circulating in 21st place, so Armed Forces fans. You've got the RAF Vulcans in 21st. I'm not sure if we've got any Army or Navy teams here this weekend. We normally get the a team from the Royal Electrical Mechanical Engineers. Is it Royal Electrical? The REME team, anyway. REME, Royal
Right, yeah.
Electrical Mechanical Engineering, I think it is. I might have got the first E wrong, but anyway, we normally get those guys, so they're Army, and I'm not sure whether we've got any Navy drivers with us, but we've definitely got RAF, 2 RAF teams, so we need to know whether we've got any Army or Navy, and of course we always want to know if we've got any police driving here this weekend, so that we can clock you for speeding. And then you know how it feels. Oh, we've got another Team America distress signal going on.
Very much so.
I think, was that Barry R?
It was. Let's give it. Let's have a look. Yes. Yeah, it was. 108. Barry R.
Yeah, Barry R coming into the pits as well with a very wavy arms. Like one of those, what are they called, the inflatable waving hand people.
Yeah, the thing outside of car shops.
At the car dealerships, yes.
68, excuse me, number 60, no 8, number 60.
Dr. Vapes.
Into pit lane. They're running quite well, aren't they?
One of them is.
Number 30 is running well. Number 60, less well. They're down in 53rd overall. It was the...
and they had a 4-minute 37 lap, so they've been off somewhere.
There's been a multitude of yellow flags, I've got to say, on this lap, and there's another one here as the barriers are being rearranged again at hairpin 1.
That could have been the Dr. Vapes incident then.
Well, there was that one, and there was a spinner at hairpin 4 too, so I don't know. I don't know which.
Oh, and we've got another one off here.
Oh dear!
Just gone off in a cloud of dust, but back underway again.
Shouldn't really be
hairpin
going.
1.
Shouldn't really be going off under yellow flag like that.
No,
to be honest,
definitely not. But there may have been some mitigating circumstances. We've seen it a few times where they get caught out by the closing speed of somebody braking hard under yellow flag conditions, and there really is only, as you come through the wiggles, there's only one line. And then you kind of spread out as you head into hairpin 1 if you're trying to make an overtake or whatever, and it might just have been a case of they went outside and onto the grass.
Yeah, that might well be the case. I remember a big smash on the back straight towards the chicanes earlier on when that was all going on. I think we saw one of those under full course yellow actually earlier on, with the concertina effect really slowing everybody up. But thankfully, everybody gets away with it. Another team cutting through after South Bank. That was team 33. Slightly odd, really, considering.
Should we get your input on Dream Cars, Ewan?
What do you mean?
We had you must have missed this. You must have been snoozing at the time, but we had Zach when I came into the commentary box. Zach and David were having a full-on discussion about what their cars would be. Sort of no financial limitations. I then threw in the caveat of you've got to also have a daily car. So David then went on a rant about having a Metro 6R4 and and I said how would he carry the kids in it, and he said well he'd just have them in the boot and,
Yeah.
and handbrake turn it into the school and they would fire themselves into reception.
Get a button on the steering wheel that opens the boot and fires them out. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, that was his one. So yeah, no financial limitations. You can have anything you want. What would you go for?
I always enjoyed the Lamborghini Gallardo back when it was released in the early 2010s. I thought it was a really nice.
Oh, so you go for an early one. You wouldn't go for the was it 670-4 or whatever
No,
it was?
I'd go for probably the first version of it. I think I would go for it. Just a more simple car, really, rather than
Simpler times.
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. With those snowflake
just-
alloys as well, they were beautiful.
It's just simple bodywork, simple rear wing, small rear wing actually.
Yeah, very small.
And but
Like a
but
gurney flap more
just
than a
simple.
rear
Oh
wing.
dear, someone's furious with their team here. I don't know who he's gesticulating at. I think that was Barry R that you were mentioning a couple of moments ago. That was a full two-handed. What are you doing from a driver?
Yeah, they are back out and circulating. They had a 4-minute stop, or 4-minute in and out lap. But they are back going again.
Absolutely furious.
So you'd have
Yes.
any particular colour?
Orange.
Ah, the orange one.
The orange one,
I'd
yeah,
be with
yeah,
you on
yeah,
that
yeah.
one. Yeah, I'd go for the orange. Yeah.
Or if they've run out of orange paint, then the sort of lime green,
Oh, okay, yeah.
if you like.
Right. Okay.
So,
and your
yeah.
daily?
Can I have a BMW Z4 as a daily? Is that possible?
You can. I mean, it's not the most practical, but yeah, by
No?
all means, you can have
Okay.
whatever you like. It's I suppose somewhat of a standard car. We've got
Somewhat, yeah.
a higher cart going very slowly around hairpin 4 at the moment and into hairpin 3, and they're going to be right on the racing line
is
as
that-
well.
Is that the same driver getting increasingly annoyed with his team?
No, it's
No?
I think it's
Somebody else.
Is it one of the Topquith ones?
He's not out of field, are they?
No, they will be pulled over at the side of the track.
Yeah, they're not quite out of field. They are. 987.
Oh, it's Bonato.
Oh, it's the best looking team outfits of the.
Woof,
Oh, that was
that got-
close.
Extremely close with the 15.
Yeah, MS
Oh,
Urban Blue.
Yeah, wow, that was proper thread the needle, squeaky bum time as Bonato recovered into the pits, and the 15 was flat chat overtaking
way-
higher carts over start-finish line.
987 have the best team outfits around.
They do. In terms of their t-shirts.
The colour,
Yes,
the t-shirts,
and
absolutely
their
brilliant.
Bigfoot Nassau panel is identical as
Yeah.
well. They go for full-on livery every year, and it's brilliant. And
It's great.
normally, what we see as well in the early hours of the morning is somebody. Oh, we've got a black flag for the 1, 2, 3, which is. I'm gonna pull that up. Bear with me.
ETL.
Exceeding track limits.
Yeah. I wonder if that's what they've been
Is
doing.
that an overtaking under yellow? Yes, it is. Okay, I've just had it confirmed in the
Surprise,
box
surprise.
here. So 1, 2, 3, black flag for overtaking under yellows. That's a big no-no, and they will be brought in and allowed to go out whenever the clerk of the course sees fit.
Yes. Number 1 also receiving a warning for contact. That will be.
Jess Alexander.
No, it's not the 01, it's the 1.
It's yes, which is
Teesside Tigers, it will be.
okay. Which is, I'm going to try and find Tigers out on circuit.
Okay, they're running 3rd at the moment in their class. They've just started a lap, so I think you're going to struggle to see them for a moment, but
Yeah.
they'll come
Keep-
through the back straight.
Keep an eye on them.
Yep.
I'm sure I'll be able to pick out whose helmet it was. It won't. I don't think it'll be Lewis Jolly because he was in a couple of hours ago. So that leaves Ian Nelson and Paul Watson, Lewis Blench. I know what Ian Nelson's kit looks like as well. Raced against him for about 10 years on and off, and there it is. It's Ian Nelson.
Well spotted. Oh, 96, excuse me, going very close to the grass near us here on the front straight, getting away with it. That's 1, 2, 3. Does indeed.
That
come
woke
in
you up a
service,
bit,
black
didn't it?
flag, yeah. I'm feeling quite awake now, actually, despite the fact I'm not convinced I've even had an hour of sleep yet. But,
I had a double
anyway.
espresso before I
Crikey.
came onto stint, and it perked me up for about an hour. Then I flagged massively about probably in the last hour, and then I started to perk back up again now.
well, I'm glad about that.
Well, we need some more scintillating conversation about the different cars.
What car did you go for? I was asleep. You were correct to assume.
Look, Ship has said if you don't say a K truck,
What?
I'm a be disappointed, lads.
What's that?
That's one of those little mini Japanese truck things that they highly modify. They slam it and they put all the lights on it and stuff like that. The little, it's
I've never seen one of these.
it's
in
like
my
the
life.
little Isuzu and Nissan, the tiny little pickup truck, or it's like a flatbed thing. They look like micro machines, but they're actual cars.
Right. Okay.
Am I making any sense
It does-
whatsoever?
well, it does, but I've just never seen it before, so I'm struggling to.
let me
we're gonna have to-
Google
we're
it for you.
gonna-
I'm gonna.
Looks like there's been some
I'll-
interesting things being
yeah,
googled when we've not been here as well. What's going on here?
Oh, we were talking about Funhouse.
Funhouse TV show.
Are you old enough to know what Funhouse TV show was?
I didn't really watch TV, so I
That'll
might
be
be
a
old
no
enough,
then.
but
Okay,
no.
so Funhouse was like a kids game show that had Pat Sharp hosting it. They had twins as cheerleaders, and then it used to be two people from a school going up against two people from another school, and then like the whole school would go and be in the both schools would go and be in the audience, and they would like cheer them on. Loads of guns, prizes to be won, whole
okay.
lots of fun.
It does
Funhouse,
It
right?
does ring a bell.
But
okay.
what they did at the end of that was they had a kart race.
Okay.
And loads
so
of
this is where-
guns and
this
stuff
is
like that,
where
and they
it-
had to pick
right.
up tokens. But what we found out was that what is now Teesside Karting, which used to be based down in London, provided the carts
Oh right. Wow.
for Funhouse. So yeah, so we were googling that.
Unbelievable.
What was it? I was going to Google K truck for you, so you can
Oh,
have
yeah.
a quick look and a bit of an image search.
Okay. Yeah, I
Oh,
see what
come
you
on.
mean.
There we go. So these little things here.
Right. Okay.
So like I say, it's a very very small little like a ute, and there you go. That's
a proper one. Yeah.
that's
okay.
one that's been like modified. Yeah, so it's got a big wing on the back of it, and yeah, they slam them and then they like highly modify them for their looks,
Okay.
that kind of thing. Put big front splitters on and little 14-inch wheels or whatever they are.
Well, sorry to that person in YouTube chat, but it looks hideous.
Yeah. We respect your opinion, and you're welcome to it, even when
yeah,
it's
of course.
wrong.
God,
Um,
that's hideous. That
yeah, we've not asked Adam yet in the director's booth,
I've not been here. For
director's
Oh,
chair,
God.
what he would go for. An M3 estate. And what is your daily or the money no object? As the daily. Oh, the Delta
Nice.
Integrale. I've got a Delta Integrale story for you as well in a minute, but I'll come on to that.
Okay.
But what year M3 are we talking? Are we talking straight six? Are we talking V8? Which is the that's the straight six version, isn't it? Yes. Good choice, my friend. with the DSG gearbox and the Harman Kardon audio. That'll be a yes then. And you see, what I did there was really surprise him at my knowledge of that particular model of M3. He wasn't expecting that, was he?
I wasn't.
The reason is that I've driven one. I won't go into when or where or how, but I've driven one. Let's just put it that way.
Illegally.
No, it was. It
was legal.
Do you know what? Honestly, I don't know whether I was legal or not.
Oh,
is
okay,
probably the
that's
best way to
good.
put it. It wasn't my car, obviously.
Right, yeah.
But it was in Australia.
Okay.
So I only drove it for about 20 minutes. Just had a little poodle about in it, and
Right.
and a bit of a thrash for a few minutes. But yeah.
Fine.
So there you go. It was somebody I know's dad had one.
Oh, right.
So yeah, managed to get behind the wheel of that.
Where were we?
Yeah, where were we before that?
I can't really remember, to be honest. We were yeah, but
No, after Funhouse.
Funhouse was distracting us, to be honest.
K Trucks, Adam and his M3. Oh, the Delta Integrale story.
Oh yeah.
Right. So, again, before your time, but there used to be a program called This Is Your Life.
I do have heard of
You've
that.
heard of This Is Your Life, right? And they had.
Not that
I
young.
think it was This Is Your Life, or it might have been. I think it was This Is Your Life, but it might have been Parkinson. Anyway, Eddie Irvine, F1 driver, former F1 driver and property magnate as he is now, was on either Parkinson or that. And when he was driving for Ferrari, was driving a Lancia Delta Integrale. Of course, they only came in left-hand drive as well. So was driving it on the continent, I believe in Italy. In fact, I'm 99% sure he said it was in Italy, and was having a proper hoon, driving it absolutely flat out, hooning around whatever streets he was. Anyway, the police pulled him over, and it took the police quite some time, apparently, to be able to catch him. Not in the sense that he was running away, but just he was driving so fast, they had no idea where he was at any time, and then they eventually caught him. They pulled him over, and this guy, this police officer, was absolutely furious, jumped onto the bonnet and started banging on the windscreen, screaming at Eddie Irvine, and then all of a sudden sort of realised who it was and stopped banging on the window very slowly as the dawn of realisation hit him. And he just smiled and went, "Eddie!" And they had a brief chat, and he was allowed to carry on his way. That's the huge benefits of being a Ferrari driver in Italy.
You can get away with anything if you're famous.
Well, if you drive for Ferrari and you're in Italy, you can do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember Michael Schumacher crashing a Fiat van when he was doing a delivery for Ferrari at one point. I think it was when he was just about to retire, or he just had retired at the time, and he'd visited the factory for something, and they said to him, he got wind that they needed a delivery doing or something, and he went, "Oh yeah, fine, no problem, I'll do it." And then he reversed the van after he'd done the delivery into a post.
Brilliant.
And crashed it.
Not good at going at slow speed, are they, these F1 drivers? He crashed a van. So there you go. There's the Eddie Irvine Lancia Delta Integrale story. I've not heard that story before, actually.
Full of useless information, mate. Absolutely full of it. David will stand testament to that. I am absolutely full of useless crap.
That's actually a good asset for a commentator.
Well, it keeps the early hours of the morning going, and this is the kind of conversations that David and I have normally at this time of the morning, or Andrew or Howard who are normally in your seat. So we normally have we did do one year about, I think it was about 45 minutes on which colour fruit pastel was best.
Oh,
we had a poll on YouTube. We might even do something along those lines again.
I mean, it's got to be an easy win for purple, hasn't it?
Well, you see, green came out well on top in the poll.
Green?
Yes, green came well out on top in the poll, I think. But there was a lot of people voting for purple.
Green's like eating stinging nettles.
I think what we need Adam to throw up a hashtag cake chat graphic just for old time's sake. We'll get him to work on that one for us. but we'll have something along the lines of #Haribo chat, because in fact that's what we'll do. We'll put a poll. I think Adam can maybe rock it up for us on YouTube. He's going to stick a poll up for us of what type of Haribo is going to be best. I'm going to throw in the options of Malwam, Tang Fastix, Star Mix. What else have we got? Gold Bears,
Cola bottles.
Pinballs.
We only have 4 options.
All right, so we'll have Malwams, Tang Fastix, Star Mix, and Gold Bears, please.
And that's not just an order for us.
Yeah.
You can tell it's 3 minutes to 5.
There it goes. Look, place your votes, people.
I mean, that's an easy vote for me, but
We've got 73 people watching now. I want 73 votes in there for which Haribo is your best. I'm going to vote on behalf of, because I'm logged into Zach's account.
Yeah, I'm logged into David's, but he's not here, so I'm
no, you're on the official account, I think.
I'm voting on the official account then, for Malwam.
Have you? You've gone Malwam, have you?
Yeah.
I'm going Tang Fastix, mate. Ooh, we're 5 votes in. Tang Fastix doing well so far. We won't
influence the vote.
No, we're not influencing anything, and we're not telling people what's winning or not. But Tang Fastix is doing rather well at the moment.
They can see who's winning and who's not.
Only when they voted they can.
Oh right. Oh
yeah,
that's
they're
true,
not allowed to.
Okay.
Not allowed to see it until they've voted. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. As to what type of Haribo is best.
Oh no! Big spin at hairpin 1 for one of the hires, and oh dear.
Is there 3 in there?
No,
one's just got going with the white panel.
There's only one more, I think. And someone with the white helmet just stepping out to push the cart backwards, drag it backwards. It's an owner. It's a 24, I think. I think that's number 24.
That'll be the ED-PKT team. Looks like they're stuck as well, because the driver's still in the car and
Engine?
not getting out of it.
Help.
So we hope that they're okay for a start. Of course, there may be a bit of a communication issue here as well.
It's been dragged out the wall for a second time. I'm not sure that cart can move.
This is the English Deaf Pro Kart team as well. So let's see if they can get that one moving again. Front end being lifted.
It's been a
he's back in it, and it moved, and then it started. Now it's moving again,
we go.
And we've gone full course yellow. It's certainly got one engine running at least, and it looks like
And that is overtaking on the back straight there. That will be overtaking under yellow for whoever that was. And they've redressed the place, I think.
Yeah.
So well done to all involved.
I think that they went past the yellow, and then as they went round 1 and 2, they hadn't gone. They'd gone full course yellow, but in between them being in hairpin 1 and 2, so overtook and then saw the digi flag and gave the place back.
Yeah, I think so.
We've got 8 votes in for the Haribos. I think we'll leave it till at least 20 votes have come in before we get a definitive answer.
I think we're going to get 20 votes.
I think I'm leaving it up until we get 20 votes, at least. We'll see how quickly they come in. We'll give it until the end of my shift.
Yeah, about another hour.
Yeah, about another hour. We'll give it another hour. So yeah, if you're with us, stick a vote in, especially while we're under full course yellow.
Leader in. Yes,
Ryan Cannon in, as is Red Graphics as well, both into the pits. So we'll see if we can bring that to you in pit lane. There we go. That's the other shot. We want the one on fuel bay at the minute to see them come through.
Is that the leader? And there's Red Graphics. They're both in with no delay.
So that's first and third overall in the race. They're straight onto fuel bay and getting fueled up. We'll see which one makes it out first. I think they'll probably come out in the same order that they went into the fuel bays. Shouldn't be any advantage there, really.
No. But
Of
you never
course,
know.
you're not allowed to run through pit lane either. You get a big telling off, and it looks like Josh Falk has stood here on the right-hand side of the screen. Looks like he's going to be taking over from Cannon.
It looks like it could be a tyre change here for the 43.
That's good. Oh, hang on.
Here we go.
It is. It's going up on the stand. They've got fresh rubber down there. Yes, indeed. Well called, Ewan.
So
New boots about to go on the 43.
that earlier 3-minute odd stop wasn't for tyres in that case. For something else. But that kart that was stopped out on the circuit is now recovered. Wonder how quickly we'll be going back to green as number 1 goes straight through. So they are now 3 laps down, not 4.
I think that was. Look. We're back to green flag racing, but that looked like Sam Spinell's helmet. But then I thought that when Jess Alexander went out earlier,
Okay.
so it could be Jess Alexander has stayed in and done a double stint in that. But it might just be the camera over brightening it, because Sam Spinell's got a sort of white and fluorescent yellow and orange helmet.
And traffic as well for the new driver in the 43 on new tyres that struggling to get up to temperature as well in the very cool morning air.
And he got out just in front of that huge gaggle of karts as well, so that was pretty good timing for them. Look at this coming down the back straight, right behind the leaders
contact
as well.
3 wide or so. A couple of the highest going shoulder to shoulder on the way towards the S's. Now he's pretty much up to speed here in the 43.
One going over the curbs, one going over the grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, and eventually lets everybody through by taking the off-road route.
By the way, something else I've noticed through the Wiggles, I'm sure you have as well, but it's just a noticeable development in the time I wasn't here. The dirt offline through the Wiggles is extraordinary. If you just look at it, I mean, it would be easier to see if you're actually at the circuit, but if you can sort of take the shine of the racing line as the floodlight is sort of illuminating it at the moment, and then contrast that with the dirt offline, it is a very big contrast.
There'll be a lot of marbles down there as well, because
yeah.
it's a really high-speed part
And
of the
43
track.
in again. 43's in again, and he's pointing at the right-hand side of that kart.
Since he refueled on the previous lap, I don't think will refuel this time. He'll just go straight back round. That was the shot that we needed. Was the one of the fuel bay.
Now, what is
They
the
are
issue?
still you see Steve White there. So Josh is back in.
And we've got a big crash on the on towards hairpin 1 as well.
You talk us through that, and I'll keep an eye on 43 that's on screen at the moment. Talk us through what's happening on track.
The 969 on circuit has gone through the barriers on the way towards hairpin number 1. There's a couple of tyre stacks now in the middle of the road, well, not quite the middle of the road, but off to the side of the road in the front straight here. A couple of the marshals coming to assist because the engine is turned off, I think. At least one of them has for the 969 team. They are back going again now, but the marshals will need to pull those barriers back into position. We won't need a full course yellow by the looks of it.
I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on here that we can see on screen.
There's issues for sure. Mechanical.
I think it might be an engine change for the 43.
Now,
there's a lot of work going on the right-hand side of it. It might be more.
So
brakes. Has he lost the brakes?
It's in the rear left, I think. I think engine's a better shout. I'll go with engine.
I think if it was engines, they'd have had it off by now.
You think? Okay.
Yeah, they're rapid at changing engines, and I can't see a new one coming up either. So
no, that's true. Well,
I think there's something gone wrong with the brakes.
Okay, so Nexus Sport are about to get onto the same lap. They are just, where are they now? They're about to come across the line here. I'm trying to find them. There they are, across the line now. So they've got 1 minute 16 effectively, have MS Soko select, and then they will be not in the lead anymore.
Yeah,
they will lose the lead.
I do want to kind of stick with that so we can see. Thanks, Adam. As to how long this is going to take, you see lots of people from other teams helping out as well, which is the amount of respect that you get in this paddock. It was Jess Alexander's got out of the car. I can see her stood there right in the centre of the shot.
But it's not her driving anymore.
Holding the got out of Red Graphics, and it's Sam Spinell
apologies.
that got into it. I think.
Christ, they're not even in the same team. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think Jess Alexander's got out.
Okay,
Well, Jess Alexander is there, so has definitely got out
She's
of the
definitely
Red
not
Graphics
driving.
car. Red Graphics is there. I'm 99% sure that's going to be Sam Spinell coming across in front of us. 43 is still in the pits. Red Graphics now are going to be moving up potentially into second place.
Yeah, so
Nexus
here
Sport
comes...
taking the lead potentially. They're on the same lap as Nexus Sport
Here
now.
we go. So over the line, and we are about to see a lead change, I believe. We are about to see a lead change as Nexus Sport go past the pit lane. They will take the lead of this race with 6 hours and 54 to go.
I think it's going to be next time they come across the line.
I think it's this time.
Well, as in, yeah, they
think
haven't
just
taken
have.
the lead yet.
Yeah, because of the timing. So MS Soco Select have already started this
they're
lap.
both on 8:02. Yes,
So-
I'm with you now. Yes, so they are now.
now
net
they
in the
are
lead,
ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
So-
Red Graphics are a minute and a bit behind Nexus Sport, but they're on the
Oh,
same
and they're
lap
off,
as well,
and they're
and
off.
they're back out. Right.
We're gonna have 3 carts separated by a minute here. 43 back out on the circuit again. How much has that cost them?
So our 3 leaders are going to be on the same lap.
Yep.
There goes Falcus now, heading down the Bob Pope Straight. Where have we got Nexus Sport? Should be heading through. We've got Red Graphics coming towards us now. Sam Spinell just overtaking a higher car over the line. 1 minute and 5 seconds behind Nexus Sport, who of course tripped the timing line now, and they do move on timing into the lead. Falcus is going to come through in a moment, and we're going to see a gap in real time, and then the following time around, Red Graphics will give us the gap back to them. So where is Soco Select?
They should be.
Any time now. Here he comes. Here comes Falcus through the dog leg, round the inside of a higher car and over the line, and the gap is 30 seconds, and I think it's going to be about the same back to Red Graphics.
Yep. I think so. Looking for those white lights on the front nose of the number 1. Not those white lights of the 113. That's different. The number 1 just making its way around hairpin 3 at the moment. Now hairpin 4, and we'll see. I think you're right. I think it's also going to be 30 seconds back to them as well. We'll get that gap now. It is 34.5 back to them. So 3 carts on the lead lap for the first time in ages. I can't remember the last time that happened.
Around about 16 hours or so, I think.
Okay. A long time ago, as we've got... what have we got going on over there?
We've got an ooh from...
We've got an ooh.
Contact warning for 24. That's EDPKT, who are apparently back out and circulating.
Yeah, 54th. 55th at the moment. They're just up down.
Although according to the timing, they're still in the pits. But yeah, they have picked up a contact warning.
Yeah, so in terms of the leading 3, Nexus Sport will be in next. Not soon, but they will be in next. 30 laps into their stint at the moment. The reason I'm bringing that up is because they are noticeably lower on fuel than the other 2.
Who have just been in.
Exactly, who have
Yeah,
just been
so they're just starting a fresh stint.
Yeah, well, whereas Nexus Sport are nearly halfway through theirs, or about halfway through theirs. So that's where we are in terms of stints at the moment. Does that leave the teams who just started a stint now in a better place, or the ones who's halfway
we won't know
through?
for another 6 hours and 50 minutes, will we? As to
we will not know
who's got to stop or not.
We won't know at all. I think it's put it this way. I think it's a pretty good time to be starting a stint. I think 5 more stints and those 2 will be home. Not sure whether. Well, Nexus Sport can do it on 5 more stints as well, but how many stops are they going to have to do? I don't know if it's quite going to leave them in such a good position, but there are so many variables still to come, of course. We just don't know how this is going to end out yet, but this is a very interesting situation now. try and get them to tell us what happened, actually.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get to the bottom of that one. Zach's asking, since when are Malwams a type of Haribo? Well, like forever. They're Haribo Malwams. Yeah.
To be fair, I thought it was a bit odd that Malwams are Haribos, but there you go.
They're not gummies like the others, but that's why I like it, because it gives people an option.
Okay.
It's a chew, isn't it?
Yeah. How are they getting on with voting? 10 people have voted.
Don't be reading out any results.
I don't read it. I'm just checking myself. You know.
Okay.
I've voted. I can have that privilege.
So we've got. I just wanted to give you an update as well, very briefly. Coming up on 6 hours and 49 minutes left in the race. So we're 50 minutes away from 3/4 of the way through, and the world record attempt is about 14 laps away from 3/4 of the way to 1,000 laps. So still running ahead of schedule as they went side by side. That was Ian Nelson in the number 1 Teesside Tigers, getting extremely,
and there's the arm out.
Yeah, extremely close with the 55.
Wow.
As they went side by side over the line, and the 55 ended up on the grass, with Nelson remonstrating all the way down to Rib Bend by the looks of things.
Marshall's scattering at hairpin 3 as well. I think the car has just got back underway again after an incident down there, but it wasn't clearly that major.
And now, bizarrely, the camera's doing a bit of a trick of it with us, where it actually seems a bit darker on the screen than it does on circuit now. We're almost back into daylight conditions here. I wouldn't say full daylight by any means, but
I mean, we can see very well now.
Yeah, we can. It's even bright. I mean, 10 minutes ago it was still seemed like full darkness, and all of a sudden it's like somebody's starting to turn the lights on over the whole of the circuit, rather than just the little patches where the floodlights are.
Yep, and so that means we'll be able to see hairpin 4 in high definition again.
Yes,
it's fairly
HD.
fairly dark down there in the night time.
So, Nexus Sport, MS Soco Select, Red Graphics, Team Tate and Max Plant, the only teams over 800 laps so far. Team Keen will be the next ones to do that. The gap, 25 seconds to Soco Select. 5 seconds quicker there. Nexus Sport had a very slow lap for some reason.
Yeah.
Missed what that was, but they had a very slow lap with... a 118, gap down to 25 seconds. The gap holding steady between Soco Select and Red Graphics at 34.3 seconds.
They're not in very much traffic either, so there they go through over the line now. I mean, there's a bit of traffic behind them, but it's not extraordinary by any means. 1 minute 15.0 last time as well. I think that last lap was an anomaly, that 18, but I also don't think they've got the speed of those around them.
I need to figure out who's in that as well. I'll try and get them as they come through the wiggles. Try and figure out who is in that Nexus Sport kart at the moment.
All right.
I can flick through the Racing Driver Book of Excuses, as I've now called it.
Yes. Speaking of that, by the way, what a remarkable turnaround for them, because they were laps behind at one stage, and up until relatively recently were 3 or 4 laps behind, but that issue for MS Soco Select all of a sudden has given them new life in this race.
I think it's Charles Wagner.
Okay.
Or Wagner. Whichever.
Is he, is he, you know, where's he from?
Is he?
Is
he?
Well,
I don't know, is he? Is he what?
It depends. Is he is probably not the best way to start that question, actually, is it? Now I think about it. But
Charles Wagner. Charles Wagner. And, of course, we've got David Wagner, Greg Barnard and Ash Blythe as well in that kart. So, currently leading the race now. Or get Josh Falkus over the line this time. So he was 1.1 second quicker the previous lap.
So I'm pointing at someone else. That was the 111. This is the
Here
43.
Comes 43. Soco Select 23.3 seconds. Another 1.3 seconds quicker that time around. for Falkus. Of course, running brand new rubber as well. Potentially new brakes as well.
Yeah. I don't
Depending
know what
on
they've got
that
new
issue
now.
was. No, I've no idea what that issue was, but I will endeavour to find out. I might actually dispatch Zach down to the MS awning in a minute to find out what that was. No, he's not bothered.
The battle for 10th place is quite close, by the way, in the overall standings. 36 Motorsport and MS Urban Blue are nose to tail as per the timing screen.
Oh, he doesn't know where. That's the issue, right? Top in the bottom paddock, it's the big awning that says Lucas outside at MS Kart. There might be people stood where the tyre change area is. It might, if there's people still around there with a load of MS gear on, they'll be your ones to ask.
There we are. We've yeah, they're still milling around there, sort of, but they're just about leaving now. You can see them on pit lane.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Zach will go and get to the bottom of what happened with 43.
We've got a very impressive and large tent. Having been down there myself, you would have seen it in the pre-race show that you recorded.
Yeah, I think there's 12
earlier.
karts in there this weekend.
Wow.
That are being looked after by the Lucas team.
Yeah, very impressive operation.
Of course, Connor Lucas, part of the 43 kart driver team. Howard Lucas owning that team. Josh Falkus has been with them for years. Normally we get Paul Wilkins, who's part of RPM Engines, who supply all the control engines for this race for the owners. Paul Wilkins normally takes part in this one, but not here this year. I need to find out really what the reason is, or reasoning is behind that, because he's been a mainstay of the British 24-hour, has Wilco.
Pretty sure Dan Crossley's been driving for that team for a while as well.
Yes, certainly has, yeah.
Saw some historical social media posts earlier of him taking the checkered flag in one of their victories, not last year, but a year. It was quite a few years ago.
Dave Robinson has been a mainstay of that one as well, and he's not racing this year. And who's the other one as well? Charlie Bingham's made a couple of appearances, I think, for them. Andrew Delahunty, who is racing with, I forget who, I'm going to find him on here. He's racing for a different team this year, but he's been in 43 at various points as well. Goodness me, Tom, memory's gone completely this time of the morning.
Yeah, it's...
Okay, we'll find him on here now. Where are we? I'm going to start at the beginning again.
It's that time in the morning, isn't it? Yellow flag out towards the D chicane briefly there. Although it was only brief. There's a slow running kart on the way in that's going to hold up MSBE, I'm afraid, the previous leaders in the owners club class. Oh, and a big crash at the hairpin one, and a driver falling out of their kart. The crash was so large. He's back in again now.
Is that, I think that...
69, 68, 60 something. That was a large crash. And the driver...
Racing for Ron.
Thinks so.
Could well be them, yeah, it could be them.
It's a very big crash, and I'm surprised he's able to pick himself out the wall so quickly there. Car came in flying at speed. Clearly a hangover issue from the wiggles where it started to go wrong, and then by the time they got to hairpin one, he was at the scene of the accident, hit the tyre wall face on, and on the rebound, the driver flailed out of the kart. But somewhat remarkably, sat back down again and is driving again. So that kart will continue in the race. You still looking for them?
Yeah, can't find him. Can't find him. He's either not on David's notes or...
Have you imagined him?
I'm being completely blind. No, definitely not imagined him. He's definitely here.
Okay.
He's definitely here because I've seen him with my own eyes and spoken to him with my own voice.
Oh, or was it in a dream?
I think David's gone for a kip, and he would be my my fountain of knowledge on who he's driving for. But never mind.
I'm not quite as much used.
If you know when you're watching and on the stream, let me know.
Let us know.
Who's Andrew Delahunty driving for? But he's been in 43 anyway over the years, and yeah, there's a fair few of them that are in other teams this year.
Oh goodness, 66, yeah, bouncing over the curb.
MS Scorchio. Was it Scorchio on the bottom? Were there sparks?
No, there weren't sparks.
No sparks. There's
No,
normally sparks when they bounce over the inside of the dog leg here.
Would have been a good chance for a pun there, but not quite. Not quite historically accurate.
Scorchio
Zach
buttocks.
is re-emerging. He looks cold, doesn't he?
He looks cold. He looks tired.
He does.
He looks like he needs a warm bed.
He arrived 65 minutes before his commentary.
Yeah, he's keen, isn't he?
He doesn't look very keen.
But we'll
just looks unable to sleep.
Yeah, he now looks full of regret.
Yes.
For venturing back into the commentary box.
So we sent him out.
Here he comes. Has he got an update for us? He has. He's nodding away. What's the score then, Zach? He's going to write it down for me, I think.
This could take a while.
You were told to what in the awning? Right-hand engine. Did they drop a chain? Oh, yeah, so they snapped so they dropped a chain. So that would explain what all the thing was going on with the right-hand side, but there wasn't an engine change, so it was a chain that went.
You obviously know infinitely more about these engines than me. Does a chain snap mean it won't work at all, or it will work worse?
It essentially goes down to one engine driving. The other engine will be on, and of course he'll be hitting the throttle, and it'll be revving like crazy because there's no friction there. It's not driving anything, the right-hand engine. So he's gone side by side with Teesside Tigers again over the start-finish line. That's twice we've seen them making contact, and that was Falkus coming together with Nelson over the start-finish line. But yeah, so when the chain snaps, it literally, so there's a chain for each engine that drives the rear axle, and if there's one missing, the other one will rev like crazy, and you're down to one engine driving it back in. So he did quite well to bring it back in at the speed that he did.
Yeah, I was
going to say. Dropped.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Somewhere around the final quarter of the lap or so.
I was going to ask you as well. Was it the fact that it was an outlap? Is that anything to do with it? Are they more likely to snap getting back underway again, back up to speed?
No, but what I would say is that they changed tyres, hadn't they? So he would have been putting a lot of stress through the rear end of the car at that particular time, trying to get that shine off the car. Zach just said it's the equivalent of a drive shaft falling out. He was putting a huge amount of stress through the rear end of the car to try and get that shine off of the releasing agent on the fresh tyres and get some heat into them. Could have gone over a curb somewhere that he wouldn't normally take, and it could be just as simple as that.
We were talking last night about getting tyres up to temperature, but that was an easier job because it was actually quite warm then when we were talking about it before. When he was warming the tyres up just a moment ago, it is cold outside. For those of you who are not at the circuit, it has been cold overnight, dropped to 11 degrees, I think, at very least.
T-shirt weather.
So, I mean, you're still in T-shirt and shorts, to be fair.
Well, I live on the west coast of Scotland.
Well,
so
I can imagine this is a bit of a warm day, by those standards.
It's barbecue weather, is it? 11 degrees and dry. Crikey.
I've got to say, I was absolutely freezing walking back here earlier. Goodness me, couldn't believe it.
The likes of Jess Alexander and Murray Adams, I'm sure, are listening to us and agreeing fully with this statement that
What, with your one or mine?
No, my one. That
right.
if it's dry and it's 11 degrees, you get the barbecue out.
Okay. I mean, it would have warmed me up, to be fair. So yeah.
It's people think I'm joking when I say it rains every day where I live. Or they think I'm exaggerating or whatever. I don't cut my grass for 6 months of the year because it will dry out. As Falkus is back in again in the 43, pointing again
wow.
to the right-hand side.
Wow.
Doesn't look like he's dropped another chain, but have been wrong before. If we could get a shot of the pit lane.
This is only 15 laps after their previous engine
He
change.
is fueling this time for obvious reasons that he's been out for 15 laps. So they want to maximise the stint.
It's about a quarter of a tank he'll need, so it won't be long.
So he's jumped out and has run round.
There's team member
That's his dad.
craning to see what's going on.
That's
Slow
Dave
reapplications of fuel cap,
I
and
think
now
it
they're
is
off again.
anyway. Couldn't quite see his face, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's his dad. And we've got so Howard is down here with the apron on in the middle of the shot. You've got Bobby Hutchinson there as well, of course. BPEC runner, and of course husband of the now late Ange Falkus as well, who were trying to raise all the money for British Heart Foundation in honour of her legacy. But he's down there as well, helping out. So we've got the 43 now up on the stands.
They
It
look
was
like
the right-hand side again he was pointing at.
they look like they're doing exactly the same thing.
Could it be that the engine mount has potentially moved? There's an engine swap going on. You can see
Oh,
the
look
old
at
one's off on the floor already. The new one going into position. The chain will be put back on, and then what they will do is they will position the engine to tension the chain up. So it could have been that the mount moved, and that's what caused the chain to snap. And then just putting the new chain on it,
So-
it could well have not been put back on in the rush. It could have been put in slightly out, and that's enough to drop another chain.
So, am I remembering this correct in that they didn't change the engine last time? They just
No, they just put a new chain on it.
Okay.
But of course, to do that, you've got to release the engine from its mount to be able to slacken the chain off enough.
Is it not? Oh, it's not quite right. And they need to start the engine as well. That's going to go off camera slightly, but has it been started properly? They don't look especially happy with it.
He's underway. He's heading back out now onto track at full race pace and chops straight across beautifully to take an apex of rib bend. So that has allowed Red Graphics now up into second place. So we've got Nexus Sport leading from Red Graphics.
And a gap, by the way, that is decreasing and continuing to do so. They're just about to go over the line as the Red Graphics. They're just about to. They're just going around that final corner right now. And what's the gap going to be? 51.7 seconds. When this situation was first created, it was 52.6 over the line last time round. It's slowly, steadily coming down from over a minute as it was earlier on. But would you believe it, MS Soco Select have gone from 3 laps in the lead to 1 lap down in the space of an hour.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. One thing leads to another, leads to another. Hopefully that for them, that is the last of their issues. We saw Nexus Sport there are now leaders of this race. I mean, they have been for a while now, but yeah, leaders of the race flashing through the shot. There goes the 43. So they've now tripped the timing line in third place and a lap down on Red Graphics. We'll wait for it all to shake out once we've got their first flying lap back in, but a 3-minute 33 second in lap. Pit stop and then out lap 3 minutes 33.
At least, though, that those engine woes will be behind them now, you would think. Now they've changed the engine entirely. Before, they just... I mean, it was a short-term fix in hindsight to that problem. Now that they've changed the engine, they should be okay.
Just
Now-
had a change for position in 34th overall. JS Racing have overtaken Newmarket Hornets. And something's gone wrong potentially with JS Racing.
absolutely.
Because they were well in front in that
Yep.
class.
9-minute
41 second stop.
Yep, that was 20 laps ago, sorry. 25 laps ago.
So we've missed that one, and they have now lost the lead of the higher pro class because Teesside Tigers have taken the lead, although JS Racing are on the same lap.
Yes, just trying to find their last pit stop. I think Teesside Tigers are pretty soon due in. When did they make their last stop? I can't find a stop at all here.
They're that quick. at their
590,
stops.
598 I can see a last stop. That's not correct. 672 when they were last in. So they can't be far away from a pit stop. I think they'll still be okay, JS Racing. But it's a scare that they could have done without. That's for sure. Also, MS Tokyo Select seemed to be 2 laps down rather than 1. I almost don't believe that because I only saw them lose 1 lap, but timing screen showing me that it's
when they come over the line, it might tick back down to 1.
Yeah, but Nexus Sport seem to be going over the line before they can. Let's see here.
It's the gap to
Yeah,
Red Graphics.
It goes up to 3 laps and then back down to 2. So they are legitimately 2 laps down.
for the leader, yeah. The gap to Red Graphics is about a lap and a half.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's about 2.5 laps for Nexus Sport. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that adds up.
Yep.
Ish.
15, 20 laps away from a pit stop, by the way, for Nexus Sport.
Just an update on the world record attempt. Pedals has just ticked over 750 laps completed.
So 3/4 of the way there.
Enormous. Yeah,
to
750 times around this track.
Getting dizzy.
He's he's half an hour ahead of the 3/4 mark in the race.
Yep.
As well. So it looks like at the minute he's got, if he wants to get to 1,000 laps, I think that's got to be the realistic target. If he wants to get to 1,000 laps, he's got half an hour still in the bank.
And that's good enough for a couple of 15-minute breaks like we just saw beforehand.
Yeah.
Not so long ago. He will need, with more frequency, he will need those longer breaks towards the end here because the body will start to tie up. And as we were talking about earlier, he will need the fuel calorifically to get to the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, I genuinely can't emphasize how difficult it is to do what he's doing. I mean, it's up there with running not just a marathon, but like an ultra marathon.
Yeah.
He's putting his body through. Who is this coming in?
We can't read the.
Sorry, say that again. 39, we think, in hires, which
say we think.
Is
people more alert.
I won this team, so that's going to be the Jared Fox Whiteley, Alex Lynn, Stuart Lynn, Isaac Duff, and James Kell effort, and I think it was James Kell who was driving that one as it came into the pits.
Yeah, for those that didn't see, the front nose was almost entirely dislodged from where it should be, and looked like it was about to fly off. So they would have got a mechanical flag had they not come in.
Yeah, it
any sooner.
It was at 90 degrees to where it should have been.
Yeah.
But yeah, pedals with this. I mean, it's an incredible effort. Just incredible effort.
Yeah.
I think it was worked out. Somebody did a thing on YouTube about how many calories they burnt in an hour's karting.
Oh.
And it was around about 1,000 calories.
Crikey.
For every hour's worth of karting, but it was using one of those things on your wrist, not a Fitbit, but something along those
smartwatch.
lines. Yes. Yeah.
Other brands are available.
It's been a long shift. Yeah, so using a smartwatch while he was karting, and it came up around 1,000 to 1,500 calories per hour's worth of karting. So you can imagine he's now done 17.5 hours.
Yeah.
Even if it's half that amount.
Yeah.
Like even if it's 500 calories.
He's still on a good 9,000.
He's still on 9,000 calories burnt.
Yeah.
Which is
unbelievable,
insane.
And
really,
of course,
isn't it?
It's not like in some other physical activities where you sort of can take some food with you. You've got to take it on all the pit stop as we've got a kart stops just before hairpin 2 here. Driver getting out to restart both engines, along with the marshal who's having a go at the other.
They're doing the start the chainsaw dance, aren't they?
Yep.
Starting the lawnmower. I think we're getting an essay here from Zach.
Writing about calories.
Yeah. Plus his maintenance calories of 110 calories an hour. So that's your base rate, is it? 110 calories an hour.
Does that not count?
Yeah.
Like when you know when someone says, "Oh,
But that'll be
this
factored
exercise,"
in.
yeah, that'll be factored in. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
that's
So
what
if
I'm saying.
it
You don't have to add them up.
Yeah, you wouldn't add on
No.
another 110. No, it'll be.
Does it really cost me 110 calories an hour to stay alive?
Apparently.
Goodness me, what a waste! Unbelievable. That's well, there you go. Things you didn't know.
I think
that cart's back going again, by the way.
I think I had about 4,000 calories in that mac and cheese I had before I came on, so I'm good for
You had a
bit.
mac and cheese before you came on.
Yeah.
4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Or 2 in the morning.
I went and I asked what was left.
Oh.
What they got on offer not on offer, but what they got available still, rather than just choosing off the menu. I was like, oh, you got all left? And they said, yeah, we got some mac and cheese. I was like,
have some of that.
yeah. Straight in. I didn't even think about it.
Someone's asking in YouTube chat when Team Tate last came into the pit lane. They are still 4th overall and a lap ahead of Max Plant in the lead of the owners. Pro Class, they were last in on lap number 755. That was nearly 70 laps ago. They should be in imminently.
Yeah, anytime soon. Anytime now.
Yeah, 6 hours 24 to go, so that leaves them with 4 stints of 1 hour and 36 if they want it.
Just seen Lennon French flash through the shot in Team Keen, currently 4th in the owner Pro Class, 7th overall in the race. Let's have a little look down at our higher classes, see what's going on there. T4 Autosport have overtaken Test T's because I think they are currently in the pits. Whether that is scheduled or not, I'm not sure, but they're currently in the pits. So,
looks scheduled to me.
Off circuit at the moment, we've got Fantastic Four
no.
in 80th place. They aren't circulating. Then we've got 86th place Bard Racing. They're not running, nor are Metro Plum, and they haven't been running for, I'm fairly sure, the 3 hours and 40 minutes that I've been on commentary, and neither have AOR as well.
Have we got any reasons for retirement down there? Because we know Bones just didn't have the equipment anymore to
They didn't have the
replace.
spares, did they?
No,
yeah.
didn't have the spares.
But Bard, Metro Plum, and AOR are all in hires.
Yeah.
So if they want replacement bits, they can have them.
Right.
So that might be that they've run out of drivers.
Okay.
Bits,
I mean,
if that makes sense. The
yeah.
drivers might be broken more than the
Yeah.
because they're in higher rookies and higher clubmen. So you've got to imagine that they are the lesser experienced in the scale of drivers. So it might be a case that they've just run out of bits that aren't broken on them. And have parked it up, but we would like to see them take a checkered flag still.
Exactly, yeah, they might well do that. I commented last night that the AOR team especially looked like they were taking things quite leisurely in the pit stops. I noticed them in the garage once just chatting over their carts while they were changing drivers. Wasn't exactly the quick changes we've just seen from the leaders, for example, so they've been taking it quite leisurely all race long. Hopefully, though, for all 3 of those teams, they will re-emerge for the at some point in the morning. Maybe they've just gone to bed for a bit and they'll be back with a couple of hours to go. Hopefully they will be.
Keep an eye on that one. It looks like Racing for Ron are a few they're lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker than the circuit breakers in front of them for what is essentially the last running place on the road at the moment.
And the last realistic place they can get either.
Yeah, so that's 85th, and the battle is on for that one. That's 14.4 seconds apart for what will be the fight for 84th place.
Yeah.
14 votes in our what Haribo is best poll.
What was your target? 100?
Yeah, I reckon we could get 100.
Maybe by the end of the race.
Yeah.
You said by the end of your stint.
Yeah, or I said 20. If we could get to 20 by the end of the stint, that'd be nice. If you're watching and and you've subscribed, you can comment and you can also vote in the poll. JK Racing, personal best lap of the race. It's only taken them 709 laps. But no, well done to them. Still flying along.
Not sure
Quite
when they're
clearly. 78th place. With a 1 minute 20 point...
21.
Oh, 1 minute 21.4. Which is pretty darn quick.
Pretty good going.
For respectfully, it's quite a way down the order.
Yep.
78th place, and I do say that with all respect.
Another couple of karts, by the way, that set fastest laps recently. ABC Racing, who are 36th overall, set a 1:19.2. That is quick in a higher. That's the fastest lap higher class has seen today by some distance too. Can that even be real? 1 second ahead of the rest in terms of that lap time. That's unbelievable. But
on 737 as well.
yeah, that's extraordinary from ABC Racing. And Williams Esports also set a new personal best about 10 laps ago, 1:21.2.
Yeah, it was just now for ABC Racing.
That's extraordinary. 19.2.
But they've done 22. Oh, they did an 11-minute pit stop. And then a 22, a 22, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and then 19, and then 21, 21, 21, 22. So yeah, I'm going to question the legitimacy of that. There may have been a cut-through somewhere used for...
Big claims.
Well, no, we've seen it a lot where they've actually spun off on the track, and then, like, for example, if they're coming down the back straight here, and they've had... they've gone off somehow, and then we've seen them use the cut through, and then they've rejoined the track at hairpin 2. That kind of thing. It's not unheard of. But yeah, to be in the 121s near enough every lap since that long stop, and then all of a sudden banging a lap that's 2 seconds quicker. Yeah, you've got to ask a question, haven't you?
Well,
but they've dropped significantly now. They're down in 36th place.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had problems a long time ago now. Did the 1:16. Pretty sure it came in the first 6 hours or so, their first trip to the garage. I've mentioned it time and time again. They took a very hot box of part of the engine out the back. I think it was lap 291 when they made that change.
Well, they've just overtaken Teesside Tigers, who've dropped 3 spots as well. So I don't know whether they're in the pits. Well, I'm assuming that they're in the pits at the moment.
Be.
But
yeah,
they were due for a stop, weren't they? Anyway,
yeah, they were. Yeah. Last in on lap 672, and it's now 741. So that's about 70 laps, which is what we're aiming for.
I mean, it shows how close it is, because JS Racing, Newmarket Hornets, ABC Racing, LPBRT2 have now all overtaken Teesside Tigers. Are they in the mechanical bay?
And also XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing have also overtaken for a class position.
Can we get a shot of the mechanic bay and see whether Teesside Tigers are in it? Because... Oh, no, hang on. They've just gone over the timing line now, so they're back out again. 3 minutes and 2 seconds. So a longer stop than would be expected, but not overly long.
No, wasn't terrible. I think it just says more about how close it is in that class, actually.
Yeah, well, in that whole group of karts from sort of A66 in 32nd, you've got JS Racing, Newmarket Hornets, ABC Racing, LPBRT, to Accelerate Kent Brewery, and now Teesside Tigers, and then I Won This Team, all give or take on the same lap.
Something else that helped...
Not separated by much, anyway.
Something else that helped XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing, by the way, get back into the fold was a pit stop, I believe, under the full course yellow, whenever we had that about 30 laps ago or so. It was a relatively long stop, but no really longer than the number 1 just did in the box. And so that, I think, I mean, I can be stand corrected if that is indeed not what happened, but it seems to me as if they benefited from a full course yellow.
Teesside Academy have just had a 5 minute 37 second stop. They're back out now, but that's relegated them from the lead of the higher clubman class.
That was unscheduled. They were only in 10 laps ago.
So they've had an issue, and Track Limits now lead higher clubmen. So we're now starting to see the higher elites moving back towards the top. When was the last time Race for Ruben stopped? Because they're now back inside the top 30 significantly. They're up to 28th place. So I want to know whether that's net or whether that they owe us a stop.
726 they were last in quite recently. 20 laps
Okay,
ago.
so right, okay, so they're now 4th
But
overall in hires and 3rd in class.
yeah, but they are 4 laps off the next car in that class.
Yeah, and but they're only 7 laps off the lead. And bear in mind, they gave themselves a 14-minute handicap in the first hour.
Yeah, true.
So that's a heck of a showing from the Race for Ruben crew. Of course, they've won this race in the past.
Yeah, I think they'll be pleased for sure, but I just don't think they'll quite have enough to get any further up the field without problems for others up ahead of them.
Kart Events.be set a new personal best on lap 7:26, so about 20 laps ago. A new personal best went in for them as they continue their charge back up as well after their woes earlier on. 6:74, they had a 5-minute stop. Then they had a 2:25. They had a few 5-minute stops. I've lost where they were though.
Which one was that, sorry?
This is Kart Events Belgium. So we had a 6:29. They got a 5-minute stop. Then 6:46, a 6-minute stop, and then a 5-minute stop on lap 6:74, and a 2-minute lap on lap 6:91.
Well, that could have been the full course yellow in fairness, but
Could
yeah.
have been, yeah. But then back on pace again, and it looks like they've just been in the pits as well. 2-minute 45 out lap and pit stop. So yeah, it looks like they've just done a normal on schedule driver change for the first time in a while. But they're now 30th overall, 4th in the higher class, but lapping, as I said, very, very quickly.
Plenty of quick times coming in, as we've already mentioned, about some new personal bests for a few of the hires especially, which are still able to go quick even at this stage in the race when traffic is a constant for those owner class karts. It's happy hour, as some would say, because we have officially passed sunrise now, even though it's barely noticeable, is it? I mean, the sun has been risen for quite a while.
Yep, it's up in the sky, as David would say. The sun is in the sky. It's about to make an appearance over the trees by South Bank. And
then go right into our face just for the end of the race.
Yeah, it'll be. It takes an hour or two to get up above the top of the commentary box, but we're up to 16 votes in the poll as well.
Maybe you're going to get your 20 by.
Yeah, keep them coming
by
in.
the end.
Keep them coming in. Every little bit helps, and all that. Let's have a quick look at some gaps as well. So the gap between the front three has remained, I want to say fairly static, but Red Graphics are closing in at quite a rate on Nexus Sport. Pretty much going lap time for lap time with MS Soco Select. Max Plant still leading owners. Owner Pro from Team Tape 3 and MS Urban Pink. Yeah, that's fine. So MS Urban Pink now in 3rd place in class from Team Keen. 111 MSJSR continues its march back through the order after some early issues. DWS have had some adventures definitely throughout the race. They're 16 laps off the lead in 9th, and then it's MS Urban Blue in 10th. 36 Motorsport leading your owner clubman class in 11th, then it's Rethink Racing 2nd in that class 13th, and SKA 3rd in that class in 14th. They're 5 laps in front of Alessia, but are running nose to tail on track at the moment.
Ah, okay.
So for 14th and 15th overall, and 3rd and 4th in class. but they're together on circuit. Pedals has gone back out in the racing for Ange. Car, he's just entry. He's just done a 7-minute stop again, about 10 laps or so ago. So he's up and running again after that stop.
I think those longer stops could become the norm now until the end. 5 minutes or so, just to get a bit of a break, some more food in, and then back out onto the circuit again. But still a remarkable effort. Someone with a hand up on the back straight there. Yeah, it's in that red suit there. Couldn't pick the number out. They've got the right arm up. Trying to stay out the way of everybody if they can.
Yeah. See if we can pick a number up as they come across the line. I imagine that, but they're coming straight into pit lane.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Staying wide through South Bank as a group of 4 make their way through on the inside all at once.
That was a driver waving a yellow flag down at Rib Bend, which I think means that the cart's well off into the gravel.
Oh,
there
it is stopped.
On the right-hand side.
The car stopped.
And that looks like it's going to need recovery, although why the driver was waving the yellow flag, I'm not sure.
Are there 2 off there?
It looks... Is it? Oh, there is 2.
There is 2.
Yeah. So where's the other driver then?
There's one car completely left unattended there. There's the marshal. Oh, and then immediately afterwards, overtaking resumes.
Right, so that's going to take a while to recover that, and we could end up, because we're going to have the quad on circuit, especially down at a tricky corner like Rib, we could end up under full course yellow again. So I think a lot of people will be preparing pit stops for if that happens.
Yeah, the leader has just gone past. It would benefit the number 1 more, but this could be perfect timing for the 17 again. The last pit stop they took was under full course yellow. It was absolutely perfectly timed. Will it be on their side again here? They've had the rub of the green in the last couple of hours with full course yellows.
Yeah, it's just the way it falls as well. Is obviously there's no rhyme or reason for when they happen.
No, it's just the randomness of
we
racing.
Must stress we aren't yet under full course yellow, so we must still be trying to get those 2 karts underway. Unfortunately, we can't see that at the moment. I think we need to maybe get back onto the Rib Bend camera and see whether we can pick that up.
17 will go past the pit lane again, as will the 43.
See if we can have a word with Adam and see if we can get on the Rib Bend camera and see what's happening down there. So still 2 karts off.
Not sure yellow flags were entirely observed there, but we caught it quite late.
So who's off it? And
are they related?
Does look like one here, doesn't it?
Does, yeah. No sign of the drivers anymore either. Can't see them anyway.
Probably walking back to pit lane, waiting for recoveries. We've got one off on the D chicane, the exit of the D chicane, and we've gone full course yellow.
Need to be careful rejoining, and that does so. So another full course yellow with 6 hours and 6 minutes remaining. Now then, leaders, will they be in? The 17 has got a good chance here. Nobody's been in just yet. And is it going to be another perfectly timed fuel stop for Nexus Sport?
It's all going to depend on who comes into the pit lane before them. There's no point in coming in. That is hilarious.
Oh, no. Oh, he's across the grass. And will he come in? Yes. Well, that's not entirely within the rules, but they are in.
Are they... did he have a mechanical?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Well, he was
just
weaving the cart like crazy. I wouldn't have...
True.
I wouldn't have expected him to be weaving like that. There's plenty of heat would have been in the tyres.
And there he
you
is.
wouldn't expect them to be weaving like that just because they were under full course yellow.
And there you can see it on your screen. Fuel cap off, fuel going in to that 17. That's the race leading cart. A 68 lap stint, pretty much perfect. Wheeled away again. Everyone's jogging, you see.
No, brisk walking, Ewan. Brisk walking.
That's not a brisk walk.
Nothing wrong with brisk walking. Have you not watched the Olympics walking?
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Driver
It is ridiculous.
Is it driver change or is
Yeah,
it
it's
the same
the driver.
driver? Yeah, okay.
That's Asher Blythe going out in that one by the looks of
No
things.
tyres anymore. There goes the quad chasing after it almost. Back out onto the circuit then for Nexus Sport. What an opportunity for them. What a fantastic opportunity for them. Now, they're in different groups and Red Graphics weren't able to get ahead of them. They were not able to get ahead.
No, they weren't. So, you know what we're going to do? We'll do a quick rundown of the order because it looks like we're going to head towards a fairly lengthy full course yellow here. So, your leaders, Nexus Sport from Red Graphics from MS Soco Select. It looks like at the moment that they are all going to be, give or take, on the same lap as well. Once this shakes out from Nexus Sport. Then we've got Max Plant, Team Take 3 and MS Urban Pink in Owner Pro. Then 36 Motorsport, Rethink Racing and SKA Racing the podium in Owner Club. Pedals is still going round in the world record attempt, raising money for the British Heart Foundation. We'll give that a big push just before I sign off in a few minutes. He's back out and circulating. 767 laps completed as we come up to the 3/4 distance here as well. So he's well ahead of schedule at the moment for getting to 1,000 laps as well. So not just beating the record, but getting that magical 1,000 laps on the board. Core Blimey Racing 113 leading higher elite from LPBRT2 from now Race for Ruben in that class. Track limits in between them on circuit. They're leading higher club from Teesside Academy and Dr. Vapes. All three of those karts are ahead of our leading higher pro team. So it should theoretically be higher elite, higher pro, higher club. But it's not worked out that way this year. JS Racing leading higher pro. From XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing and then Teesside Tigers. And then our rookie leader, higher rookie leader is LPBRT2. And then it's Test Tees and Ledyard GP now into third place in higher rookies. So yeah, just before I sign off and hand over to Zach for the next 4 hours that you'll be with him, just want to give a massive push again. Just for anything that you can donate is hugely appreciated. As we've got cartwheels have just spun under full course yellow on the entry to the Wiggles and hairpin 1. Genuinely not sure how they've managed to do that because we've been under full course yellow for a fair old while now. But anyway, so racing for Ange, it's on the timing screen. Raising money for the British Heart Foundation, trying to set a world record for distance solo in a go-kart in 24 hours. So long as he can keep going, that record will be beaten as we go green flag and racing again. And this is going to take a while to sort this mess out, isn't it? With this huge train of karts that we've got heading down to Rib Bend. Our leaders in there as well.
It's got eerie again, isn't it? And they'll all come back towards us again. So
yeah. So yeah, just anything that you could do, anything that you can donate, anything that you can spare will be hugely appreciated and will only serve to motivate the lad behind the wheel of that, Chris Pedlingham, to keep going and keep continuing. You can donate by going to justgiving.com. And then search Racing for Ange, A-N-G-E, raising money for the late, great Ange Hutchinson as well, there, and the British Heart Foundation. So yeah, anything that you can do, greatly appreciated. I'm going to sign off for the next 4 hours. I will be back with David Sullivan to bring home the last 2 hours of the race. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Ewan O'Leary, who I've been with for the last 2 hours, and hand over to Zach.
Thanks very much for being alongside me for 6 hours today. It's been fantastic, and I'd say we'll be with you, me and Zach, for the next couple of hours. We are 3/4 of the way through the British 24-hour 2024 here at Teesside. It is 18 hours gone and 6 hours to go. And Zach Sweeney, you look a bit worse for wear.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, you look right as rain as well. No. Cheers. What? Good morning, everyone. I was coming in here trying to be nice and positive vibes and carry
We all look a bit worse for wear.
the momentum. It's fine. Let's have a
Oh,
look
here we go, yeah.
in regards to Haribo's. We've got 19 votes.
Oh,
We
come
nearly
on.
got
It's
there.
fairly even split. I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
Mawams.
Somebody's got to vote now and split that up.
Yeah, someone's got to vote
Hang
for
on.
Malms, and then we're on 25% each.
Hang on. I'm getting on it. I'm going on my phone and doing it. I've got to be honest,
Are
Mawams
you
are
not
the
signed in
better.
on that account on your phone? In which case you would have already voted.
Have I already voted? No. Oh, yeah, he's done it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, well, yeah.
he has
you
stolen
haven't
my
voted,
vote.
But on
My-
your account, you have.
My freedom and my freedom of expression has now been taken away by some man rogue on my laptop. That's fine.
You left it here.
That is true. It's fine. I finish at 10. I'll just take it home and leave. No, I won't do that. You can all be 2 screens down. Mawams. To be honest, I didn't actually know Mawams were made by Haribo until
I thought
2
Malms
minutes ago.
were a company.
So did I. Exactly. I thought they were their own separate thing. Nonetheless, there is a race going on, and there's less than 9 seconds for the overall lead. It's crazy how quickly things can change. 4 hours ago, I was almost certain that MS Soko were going to win this.
Well, let me get your thoughts on that. I mean, we sent you out to MS Soko Select to try and find out what happened. 2 lengthy pit stops that maybe in hindsight they will have wished they'd just changed the engine and brought that pit stop down to just 1. But they weren't to know that at the time, and so you can't really blame them for it. They're 2 laps off the lead now, although they have unlapped themselves once because of the pit stops for Nexus Sport, although they're not that far ahead in terms of staying just 1 lap down instead of just 2. So anyway, 8.9 seconds is the leading gap. Another good call for Nexus Sport to come in under full course yellow. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, exactly. They've done themselves a lot of favours. Obviously, in terms of their best lap time, they're the quickest of the 3. But all day, pretty much, they have been 3rd best
Yeah.
in terms of race pace. But they've not really had any issues. They've kept themselves out of trouble, and they've made the right calls on strategy, so much so that when things did go wrong for the other 2, they were there with their hands cupped, ready to pick up the pieces, ready to capitalise on that luck. What happens for the final quarter of this race, because we're 75% of the way through now, we've ticked under 6 hours to go, is a whole different ball game. But what they have done is set themselves up, now the sun is continuing to rise here at Teesside, to at the very least give them a chance. And now is the sort of start of, it's the start of the end, really, this final 6 hour push. Still a long way to go, granted, but you start thinking of how hard can we defend. You start looking as to where they are. Before and over the night, it was just drive the car as quickly as possible. Now it's a case of where are they, how far ahead are we, and what do we need to do to win this race?
And Red Graphics had the opportunity to come into pit lane, but didn't. What do you make of that call?
Skill issue. Or just, no.
You don't think it was the right call?
It obviously it depends, because as a driver, you're relying on your team to tell you when to come into the pit lane.
Of course.
So it's down to the team to say, fuel bay is clear, let's go in and do it. And you don't know, because obviously you take a gamble. As one of the cars going slowly through hairpin 1, again, been the theme of the day, really, in terms of issues. It is just a case of, it can work, it sometimes doesn't work in your favour. It depends if you have to queue, how long the queue is. We saw earlier when the ambulance had to go on track under full course yellow that the pit lane was closed, so you don't want to... Did you not know there was an ambulance on the track?
I wasn't there for that.
No, there was an ambulance on the track. There were 3 carts going into Rib Bend, and the pit lane was closed. So you went in expecting to get an advantage, and very quickly lost out by quite a tremendous amount. So it is always a gamble. It's not a clear-cut, full course yellow, let's pit and be an advantage. Oh my word, the 373...
I thought 313 actually, but let's try and find out what was going on there. Certainly 3 something 3. that had its front nose completely out of order. It was 90 degrees to where it should have been.
You're right.
You think I was right, do you?
Yeah.
I can't find...
The 313 would be the CBR 313. So maybe the
yes.
little flick on the one I thought was a 7, yeah.
Yep. So, okay, that will have to be a repair for them, but shouldn't take too long to put the nose back into order. Yeah, for me it was a no-brainer there for Red Graphics to come in. It really was. 9 seconds now the advantage. And Nexus Sport, if they can just pick up their pace a little bit compared to the previous stint, then they'll be absolutely laughing here, because they are effectively now in... They're not a pit stop ahead quite, but they are 43 laps better off in terms of fuel. And if this race comes down to that later on, which I think it might well do, if they do regular stints to the end, I mean, 4 hour-and-a-half stints seems like it would be reasonable. Just depends whether they can do an hour and a half. 70 laps times a minute and 15.
70 times, yeah. What?
What's 70?
Let's do some quick maths.
70 divided by
70
4.
times 75 divided by 60.
Not quite enough. They'll probably need some more focus. Yeah, as the 104 gets a black flag here. I think we could have one guess at what that might be for.
Yes.
Rethink Racing International, that is, by the way, 104.
Yeah.
Second in Owners Club, and they're only 24.8 seconds ahead of SKA, who might well overtake them as a result.
Yeah, exactly. The sort of what you lose is around about that drive-through. Depends obviously how lippy you get in the pit lane as well with the marshal that's giving you the telling off. The quicker you shut up and accept the fact you're being black flagged, the quicker you can get back out. But you still take that penalty of driving through the pit lane. So they might need to give that one a bit of a rethink in terms of their driving standards to get themselves back out on circuit.
Something else I noticed, I can't see a thing now.
No.
The pillars fine for you, but
if you scooch up a bit, you might be all right.
No, well, I will get the blinds down in a minute, or at least partly down, just so we can see where we're going. But one thing I was going to mention, more importantly than us seeing where we're going, before long, the drivers on the back straight especially are going to get a very bad view as to what's coming up on the way into the Wiggles. And I was commenting on this earlier on. If you're at the circuit right now, you'll be able to see this a lot more clearly. But the dirt on the either side of the racing line through the Wiggles at the moment is quite pronounced. And if you can't see quite where you're going, that's going to completely shine into your eyes as well on the road. So it is a straight line section almost, because of how fast it is there now. But it is still really tricky. And then when you get to hairpin 1, the sun will be properly in your eyes, and you won't be able to see where you're going. It's not quite reached the circuit yet because we're slightly raised above the circuit. However, it's not long. It's a warning sign for all of the drivers into the trickiest corner on this circuit that they're going to have even less visibility now.
Be interesting to see who gets their tinted visors back on. I can see a couple out there. Effectively, a tinted visor is sunglasses, the equivalent for your helmet, as finally the black flag gets shown for the 104, and they peel their way into the pit lane, and that'll be Rethink Racing International. Second place, and potentially losing themselves down to the final place on the podium, but...
Potentially they'll rethink their decisions.
I already made that joke.
Did
you
you?
make it? Yeah, I
10
did.
minutes
I said they need to give it a rethink, yeah.
I didn't even notice. Wow. Too subtle.
I know. Because that, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We made it twice. Great minds think alike or something.
I think we're just...
commentators. We're commentators.
We're just sheep. Anyway. We got a new personal best for someone in the owners class, and that hasn't happened for 8 hours, pretty much. The Grabex 303, there's a 1 minute 14.2. That's a pretty good lap time for them on lap 811, nearly 400 laps after they last set a personal best. They're pretty much the only owners' cars to be setting personal bests at this stage.
Yes. The vast majority of the owners' PBs, especially if you look at the top 3, obviously the elites and the leading pro kart of Max Plant, it was all within the first 11 laps, and they haven't gone quicker since, purely because that's the last time they actually had a clear space on the track to set a lap time, plus optimal conditions where they were on like fresh tyres and able to go quickly. Some of them at the start were lower on fuel as well. After qualifying, they didn't refuel, so again the kart was a lot lighter. And since, they've just not had space. For the Grabex, so that was a really important lap because, from what I can tell, it was their in lap before then coming into the pit lane to do a 2:24. So good timing, I suppose, to do a quick lap. Not that it matters. They've got 5 laps in front of them and 10 laps behind them, so they're just sort of chilled in the middle.
What can you do about that? Rethink Racing International have indeed lost that second place to SKA, who are now ahead of them. Not sure Rethink are out again yet, but we'll let you know when they are and what the gap is indeed as well. Gap for the lead is 8.5 seconds. I think Nexus Sport have had that driver change and Red Graphics are not able to quite close as quickly anymore, which could be problematic for them because after all, we've not got long left in this race and Nexus Sport have a strategic advantage at this stage, I believe. And so Red Graphics have to start bringing that gap down. And don't forget, they've got to start thinking about their next pit stop before long as well. They've done over 50 laps now, so they should be less than 20 away from another stop.
Yeah, that's really what we've been banking on. To be fair, between both categories of karts, both the hires and the owners, we've been looking between sort of 67 to 74 as sort of that pit window. Imaginary pit window. It's not a mandatory one. It's just one that happens to be how long you can get on fuel. And that's basically what they've been aiming to do. So, yeah, Nexus Sport, last time they came in was lap 842. So they've got a long way to go left on their stint. We're now on to lap 853. So they've got ages yet. But like you were saying, Red Graphics, of course, have not came into the pits since all the way back on lap 798. So, yeah, they'll be coming in very, very shortly and then lose a little bit more time to Nexus Sport. Just to sort of help you visualize the gap, 9.2 seconds. Just looking on the track map, Nexus Sport have now emerged out of Barbecue Bend and onto the back straight. Red Graphics are only just going into the right-hander before they reach the mountain. So that is what 9 seconds is at Teesside.
Some of those tyres seem dislodged at Barbecue Bend. I don't know if you agree. They look on the racing line to me. Oh, and someone hit them. Do. Oh, dear. Someone's been in the wall previous to that, and then we've had a couple of carts into the tyres there at Barbecue Bend. Just going onto the Bob Pope straight on the back of the circuit. Another driver having to just weave around it. They should be okay because generally you don't use all of the road right that long in the corner. So they are generally having just enough time to duck out the way, but it's not especially comfortable. And we didn't see, maybe it was caught at home, but me and Zach weren't looking if it was.
Yeah.
We didn't see who dislodged the tyres initially. We certainly saw someone clobber them on the way through. It's a nasty surprise for you in the morning, isn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, it is. Definitely wake you up because pretty much as you turn, it is a blind apex corner all the way around. It's quite long as well. So then you emerge and it's just, oh, there's tyres. Thankfully, people are doing a really good job of avoiding them because sometimes it's actually better to just cut the distance. If the cart is able to stay within the limit and not go all the way out, you can get away with just sort of not having to run all the way wide. It is a problem if you're trying to run side by side, bit of contact sends you wide or whatever. The thing is that on that back straight there's no marshal posts and it's actually very difficult for them to get to it, which is why that it's probably taken so long. If it was on the pit straight like we've seen, it would have been done in 30 seconds and the tyres would have been removed. However, it does make it a lot more awkward, and also there's a lot of karts going through that section of the circuit at some fairly decent speed as well. So always tough. The ideal scenario would be someone else hits them and just pushes them back in a bit.
Well, that's not
ideal for them.
That's not advise them to do that, yeah. Just
left hand down a little bit.
Oh,
there you go. Cheers, mate.
There's
Appreciate
a
it.
nudge. That will just help slightly, but anyway, there's a look at the circuit. This is pretty much the point that we can see. You can just about see us in that grey box on the left-hand side there, just around the start-finish line. Just in front of those tents that are watching the action. Hopefully you can't see me exactly. I'm covering my eyes from the sun at the moment just to preserve my eyesight for a few more years. Because as you can see, the sun is almost as if it was planned for us directly in our faces at the moment. But as you can see, the sunlight is going to make its way across the circuit from sort of left to right as we were looking in that camera shot. And it will soon be in the faces of those who are making their way down to hairpin 1. In fact, I think they are just about getting that sun now into hairpin 1, which is the one I'm, especially looking out for, considering how precarious that corner is anyway.
Yeah, it's been the talk of the town all weekend long, pretty much. Again, we've touched on it, how much speed you're carrying through the wiggles. You're pretty much flat out. Maybe a slight lift or a dab on the brakes as you try and pitch it in for that left. and then you're carrying all of that momentum, sweeping your way into a 180-degree hairpin. It's a lot of speed. There's also that divot on the inside where the tyre wall doesn't go all the way up to that little concrete rumble that they've got going around the innermost point on the corner. So it's a very tricky corner. We've seen so many people spin in all different avenues of going into hairpin 1. Couple that with poor visibility. If there's a car stopped on the apex in hairpin 1, it's going to be a lot harder for you to see it, which means if there is a yellow flag, drivers, more importantly now than ever, need to be paying attention to them.
2 seconds lost by Red Graphics to Nexus Sport on the last couple of laps here, by the way. 12.8 seconds now, the margin between those front two. Nexus are certainly taking this advantage and running with it. Over the course of last year's race, they finished seconds, 3 laps behind the winners, MS Soco Select. Red Graphics, in the recent past of this race, have not finished inside the front couple of positions. They're in a position they haven't been for quite some time, if ever before. So, new territory. And as I say, I think they should have come in under that last full course yellow, but they decided to stay out, and that has put them in the situation that we find ourselves at the moment. They're coming up on 60 laps now completed in the race. Maybe they wanted to run longer, I suppose, so that they know they only have to make 4 more stops from now, because I think even after that stop, Nexus still have to do 4 stops based on the calculations we did earlier.
Yeah, exactly. We'll run them again in a couple of hours just to make sure that they're sort of on schedule and stuff. A 14.0 going the way of Nexus that last lap, but again, lap times are naturally going to fluctuate because of the density of traffic that you hit at different points, so you're not always going to be truly representative of your lap times, but then again, the quicker you can get through traffic, the quicker you're going to be relative to your rivals, so let's see what Red Graphics can do as well. If they are able to avoid doing another stop, that could be very helpful. We've got a marshal running his way down the Bob Pope straight towards that tyre wall that is sticking out ever so slightly, and he's going to sort it out so no one else hits it.
Great work from the marshals again.
You know what's going to happen, though, is that as soon as he pulls that in, someone else is going to hit it and push them back out again.
Depends where he puts them, really. Don't know where he's going to be instructed to put them. Just next to the wall? Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. So, hopefully they're not just lodged again. I mean, some of them are going to go over the top.
Fair enough.
So, won't get dislodged and back out onto the circuit. I don't know if you were with us at the time. One of them rolled down the road and just laid to rest on the left-hand side there.
Really?
Yeah, just quite nicely made a bid for freedom and got out of the way. Was that last night? Maybe it was last night, or was it this morning? I don't even remember, to be honest. It doesn't even feel like I've been asleep. I don't know about you, but
no. I left here and I climbed into the back of my Mini and I didn't sleep. I was freezing cold. I couldn't get comfortable. I had no blanket, no pillow. I had to use my backpack with my clothes in because it's some resemblance of squish. So I laid on that, realised the back seats had no space. So then reclined my passenger seat all the way back, tried to get comfortable on that, realised that people could just look into the windows while I was sleeping, and that didn't make me very, very comfortable at all.
Really?
Well, yeah, I don't have blinds in my windows or anything, so people could just peer in and see me.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, same here.
Yeah, I know, but it's just a bit awkward.
Granted, it would be weird if you were doing this in the middle of town, but we're not in the middle of town.
That's true.
We're at a karting track where a lot of people are doing the same thing.
That is true.
I walked past at least 3 other cars who were turned on for sleeping.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But I also didn't want to drain my battery too much because I'd like my car to start when I try and leave the circuit in
I didn't think about that.
6 hours' time.
I only left it on for an hour or so.
Yeah, you'll be all right. If not, is it petrol, your car?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just bump start it easy. Be fine.
Don't ask me to do that, please.
I'll give you a push. You put it in second gear, you pull the clutch up.
I realised as well I parked myself the wrong way to leave.
Oh, have you?
I've got to turn around.
Suboptimal.
Very suboptimal.
So yeah, I didn't sleep. I slept for maybe like an hour and a half, and then it got to a point where I was just like, it's like 4 o'clock. I'm just going to go to the commentary box.
I was going to
I'll be
say,
warmer.
you appeared here at 5 a.m. for your stint at 6. I was wondering whether you
I'm just
got
very
the times
punctual.
wrong.
No,
you're
I
not.
just couldn't. What do you mean I'm not?
You've
When have I ever been?
You've overslept.
Once. I've overslept once, and that was because my stint was at like 3:30 in the morning. Oh, there's a couple of carts off, 3 off at hairpin 3.
Yeah, you're right.
Yellow flag's being waved. They have dislodged the tyres. 2 of them are able to get going again. One of them is slightly stuck, but I think they are still rolling. No, they're not. He's going to have to get out and push that back onto the circuit, I think.
Yeah, he's... as he steps out, it moves quite viciously. Drags it out of the tyres and off of the grass. Back onto tarmac again. Now, will the kart start and get going? There's a small gap here coming up to sir. There you go. And back underway again. So, all of the karts get back moving, and the tyres will be put back into place as well under a local yellow. We will stay without a full course yellow then. Oh, we're going to get the blinds shut here on some of them because we're being blinded. By the sunshine. Thanks very much. So everyone's back going again, and as the marshal pulls the tyres back into place, we'll be green around the circuit again as well, with 5 hours 39 minutes remaining in the race. 17.8 seconds the leading gap. It's still growing, still a growing margin.
I think Nexus have just found this second wind where it's just like, lads, we're leading, like, let's sort of find some more time. Naturally, obviously they're going to be motivated. If you're chilling in 3rd place, it's just sort of a case of, yeah, let's just put in lap times and whatever, but they're only doing lap times just to get through the night. Now, obviously, they're doing lap times because they've got the win at stake. And obviously, as the stakes rise, as everything increases, all the motivations increase, so too does the willingness to maybe find a little bit more time. Maybe the conditions are favouring them a little bit better as well. Obviously we've got the sun, so it's dry, but it's not scorching temperatures at all. It's still very, very mild and quite cold actually for the best part, so it's actually really difficult to overdrive the karts. So maybe that's favouring Nexus a little bit more because they are quickest of the top 2. I have been looking, they've been consistently quicker than MS as well. Despite that last lap showcasing MS being about 0.8 of a second quicker. But overall, Nexus have just been so much quicker, so much more consistent than what we've seen for the last 18.5 hours. I think part of it is due to the fact that they've been sort of put into this position to win.
Yeah. Maybe. It might be. You might be right in an unconscious way. You might be right in terms of having that extra motivation because of the situation you find yourself in. But yeah, I would find it more difficult to believe if you said consciously they're trying harder.
No,
now.
they
that's not what you're saying.
Go quicker. No, they just
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
feel better about yourself.
It's not a bad theory. Red Graphics about to come over the line again here, and 20.2 seconds behind, 2.4 lost on that lap.
Wow.
This is getting challenging for Red Graphics now. I think they're going to have to change driver here in the next stint. But I don't think we're going to see all the drivers again. I think the driver that's in right now may well get out at this next stop, and we may not see them again because there are 5 drivers in that kart, and so they might well go round a cycle of 1 each to end the race, depending on how they've split it up. I mean, Tom was talking earlier on about some teams with 5 splitting up with 3 daytime drivers and 2 nighttime drivers, or something along those lines, or 2 and 3, or 3 and 2, and maybe they're doing it that way. But it would be maybe sensible to go around them all again. But either way, either of those strategies, I don't think we'll be seeing this driver again, even with 5.5 hours to go, just because of how many drivers they have and the limited time remaining, limited stints remaining in this race now.
Yeah, make the most of it while you can, and see if you can maybe start to creep back in on Nexus Sport, because for the last sort of 20 minutes or so they've been doing nothing but losing time and pace, and they are now all.
And that's one of the karts that went round a couple of laps ago when you noticed it as well. And Red Graphics are now in pit lane. Tom is down there for us, so he will be able to tell us exactly what's gone on with his own eyes. He's telling us that it is a left engine change. Huge moment in this race for Red Graphics. Maybe this was why they were losing so much time, but at the end of lap 862, they are in pit lane after 64 laps. for a left engine change. And this is going to give Nexus Sport the advantage considerably. They're about to go over the line right now. They will go officially 1 lap ahead of the field. MS Soko Select should be now on the same lap as Red Graphics. In fact, I think they're already ahead of them. I think Red Graphics have gone from challenging for the lead to 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think so. They're going to have to be looking backwards at Red Graphics to try and keep MS Soko behind. We've now got Jess Anderson at the wheel of that Red Graphics machine. They're going to be emerging, so a quick engine change doesn't take too long to get it done. It does set you back ever so slightly, so we'll see obviously what their pit time was when they next break the beam. I'm just looking at that MS Soko machine coming around South Bank towards the dogleg and then to unlap themselves. I think actually that would be for position, would it not, if they were able to overtake them?
I think they're second. We'll see over the line here because it is always confusing, but I think they're second now. Let's find out though. Over the line they go, sliding their way over the line, and
Yeah,
they are second.
Yeah.
So the gap will be fairly big, I would say. But Jess Alexander showed herself to be a very, very strong starter to that kart when we had the beginning of this race, a whopping 18.5 hours ago. And we'll need some of that speed again now if they want to challenge for the lead again. Nexus Sport are leading this race by over a lap. In fact, it's a lap and 3/4, lap and 2/3, 3/4 or so. They hold the advantage. And they will be praying that they're not next, because over the last 2 hours we've seen engine changes for both of the other top contenders.
Do you know yesterday when you asked me if we're going to have 2 karts on the lead lap, and we both said no? I don't think either of us expected it to be Nexus that could do it.
Good point. Yeah, very good point. Spin at hairpin 1 as the lack of eyesight is struggling. Oh, and 2 karts up. And Nexus, the leaders. The leaders are off in the grass and off for a spin. The kart will get back going again. The driver bouncing up and down to trying to get it to get some traction on the grass, and it's a decent recovery considering how far they were off. The number 1 is not far behind them now in terms of unlapping themselves, but that shows they're almost exactly now 2 laps down.
Yeah, that is obviously going to be huge for Red Graphics. They need to get through and then try and put in some lap times. A huge moment then for Nexus Sport. They shouldn't be too phased by it because they didn't hit anything. It should have just been a spin. As soon as the dirt's cleared off the tyres, they should be fine. The driver just needs to take a big deep breath, a big exhale, and just carry on like normal. They are still turning in some good lap times, but I think you're right. It was partially down to the lack of visibility and then having to guess what that rogue kart was going to do. Are they going to go left? Are they going to go right? And then we had 2 karts go either side of it, and unfortunately for the race leaders, they very much got the worst end of it. But the good thing is they didn't hit anything.
Exactly. At 26 seconds, the official margin between MS Soko Select and Red Graphics. Jess Alexander has 26 seconds to make up and a position to make up, arguably, on Nexus as well. There could be a battle between those two here as the number 1 tries to unlap itself. I think they're just coming up to the wiggles here at the moment. And through goes Jess Alexander. Oh, no, that's the leader going through on a lap kart. And then the number 1 is coming through on some of the other lap ones and trying to chase down the leaders. So they're not quite as close as I thought beforehand. Traffic playing a role in that one, no doubt. However, they are relatively close. And 8 tenths of a second were gained last time by Red Graphics. So this is far from over. We've seen in the last 2 hours a lot change. Still got 5.5 hours to go. Plenty can still change. It's very... What have you seen?
Yeah,
Sorry.
just a huge off coming out of the dogleg.
Right.
That is backwards for the 17. Is that the Williams car? It is.
Dear, oh dear. Is that their community driver?
Maybe. Maybe.
There's
It is Grabowski. It might well be.
I don't know if that's the name I read. Let's have a look. The name I read is not here. So I don't think
Who
I've
did
got
you
it.
read?
I don't think I've got it correct. No, I think you're probably right actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's gloss over that. They were running quite well early on in the race actually, but they have slipped recently in the standing. Currently 46th overall. Earlier on in the race, they got to about 36th or so at best, but a 7-minute pit stop at around the 6-7 hour mark, just after tea time last night, just as sun was beginning to set. put them back a little bit, and now they're outside the top 5 indeed in that Hires Club class, still being led by the Track Limits team by a couple of laps.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of track limits. They have been doing for pretty much the entire race, mixing it up. They're actually ahead of a couple of the elite. I did want to ask, what happened to Kart Events Belgium that saw them all the way down now?
Good question. I wasn't here for that either,
Sweet.
so I can't tell you. It was not one issue though. I'll put it that way. There was multiple long stops for them, so I can't tell you specifically, but all I can tell you is there have been a couple of longer stops for them, and that has set them back, unfortunately, into a position where they probably won't be able to win from here. Kubalami Racing are now 4 laps in the lead of that class.
Yeah, they are obviously ahead of LPBRT. The 24 is doing a brilliant job, actually, in second. Kart Events Belgium, the possibility is there to go and catch Race for Ruben for a podium. They've got 2 laps to the T-side car and then another 15 seconds to the Race for Ruben car. So it's going to be tough, but then again, we are towards the tail end of this race, but we've still got 5.5 hours left to go. So that's still a long time. Pretty much effectively is an endurance race in of itself, and it's the final quarter of this one. So don't think just because you're a couple of laps down at this stage, the sun's coming up and we're near the end, that it's over, because you've still got countless opportunities for things to happen. Think how many things went wrong in the first 6 hours. Those things can still repeat themselves for the last 6. Probably even more so now, because everyone's tired. The karts obviously have been under a lot of stress for a long time as well. So these final 6 hours are going to be, a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong and right.
Yeah. We do have a few less karts on the circuit now, in case you weren't with us earlier on when we were going through those not in the race anymore, or at least not in the race for now. We know that Boneheads number 200 are out, and they won't re-emerge for the checkered flag. AOR, Metroplum and Barb Racing haven't been seen for some time either, though, and I suppose they're all hires, so they will have the spares to continue, unlike Boneheads, but they may not have the willpower. We'll hope that they do have the willpower to at least cross the line. It would be nice to get them over the line and bring 88 karts to the finish, but we've got just 85 out on the circuit. I'll say just 85, if that's a small number. Certainly isn't. It's still a very large entry, and again, as I was saying last night, towards midnight, I truly believe the amount of karts on circuit, especially for the owners class, helps to keep them a little bit more alert than they otherwise would be, just going laps round and round and round on their own.
No, exactly. Funnily enough, you'd probably get a bit bored just doing laps by yourself, constantly having to overtake, constantly having to actively make a decision. Stops your brain from switching off, stops your brain from just going into that autopilot mode, because there is constant change in stimulus, and you are having to actively do things for a prolonged period of time. It does wear out your concentration, and also increases the risk of something going wrong, because there's a X amount of chance that something goes wrong every time you lap a car, and if you're having to do it 5 or 6 times every lap on the lower end, it does increase the chance of something going wrong. But for the most part, everyone's been fairly well behaved, and it's just about limiting it. But you're right, if there was less karts on this track, you'd spend more time by yourself, you wouldn't see anyone for very long, and you'd just effectively be doing a glorified test session.
A bit of old-fashioned pitboard work down there on pit lane, or just before the D-chicane here, for MS Urban Blue. That's holding the board there, Zach, is Yusuf Bin Sahel, one of the drivers there, but also a commentator on sim racing and other esports. I've seen more of a commentator on other esports, but I've done a lot of sim. Have you never commentated with him? Maybe you wouldn't have. Yeah. Maybe around a bit before your time, actually. Yeah, a bit before you really got into it, maybe. But anyway, worked with him plenty of times, and seeing him drive for the first time. Although, unfortunately, I've not been able to notice when he's been driving, which is a bit of a shame. I like to notice when people who I know are driving, so I can laugh at them.
Yeah, no, that's true.
but only nicely, of course. But no, it's all nice. But yeah, they'll be in pretty shortly. Will MS Urban Blue, currently 7th in the Owners Pro class. We're about to have an interview for the first time in a while, Zach. If you want to be the one to take your headset off, I know you're more tired than me, so we'll let you have a rest while we. Well, stay for a moment. He's chatting at the back for a moment. We'll do it in a moment.
I've been on for half an hour and you're already letting me have a break. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah. I saw you with your head on the floor earlier. So.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. It's been a rough day.
I know. Marshall's coming across the circuit again here to tend to something on the inside. Bit of a dangerous place to stand. Need to be careful and hope that nobody clatters into them. Let's make sure everything's all right. But anyway, again, I reiterate, it is the most difficult corner on the circuit, I would say, to be out there at the moment. So we'll chat to a driver about that very shortly and see if that is actually the case. Did just see another one of the owners coming in. I think it looked like 1-2-1 to me.
They had an off on the previous lap going into hairpin 1. They ran wide and went off. I don't know if that has anything to do with them coming into the pit lane, whether it's just a scheduled stop or maybe something dislodged. But
no, it won't be 1-2-1. Apologies. RF Spitfires are at the wrong point in the circuit for it to be them. So it would have to be someone else. But anyway, I've missed them into the pit lane now. Anyway, the 181 is in, though. That's important. Max Plant, they're leading in the Owners Pro class. They haven't been in for a good 66 laps now. So time for full service for them, I would have thought. That will hand the lead over back to Team Tate again. But we're talking about this leading battle overall a lot. This leading battle in Owners Pro is pretty good as well. It's flip-flopping really as a result of pit stops, and as a result, Team Tate go back through again into the lead there. I think they're now a lap ahead again, but you never know how the pit stop cycle would shake itself out. On the one hand, it would end up with Max Plant in front. On the other hand, it would end up with Team Tate in front. As Max Plant make their way back out onto the circuit again, it's still close in that category as well. Very interesting.
Very much so. Team Tate came in on lap 824 last time, so we're going to be expecting them in. We're on 866 now for Team Tate, so we're going to be expecting them back in around about 20 or so laps to be on sequence. Max Plant, though, have had a very tough race, to be fair, so has everyone, but particularly sort of towards the tail end of my stint last night. Max Plant, they had the snapped steering wheel. They broke one of the spokes, had to change the steering wheel, nurse it back for a lap. I think it was Max Shields at the wheel at the time. Brought it back in. They had to change the steering wheel. They had to sort everything out and then get it back going again. They probably lost what was a 2-lap advantage, turned into a 2-lap disadvantage relative to both Team Keen and Team Tate. So they've been on the fight back ever since that problem. They are still in contention, but you'd argue that Team Tate are fairly comfortable at this stage, but then again, still got 5 hours, 23 minutes left to run in this race. Max Plant and the pace that they've showcased have very clearly been the quickest cut. Whether or not they've been the cut with the least issues is a very different debate that they probably wouldn't win relative to Team Tate. But the race is open, and that's the important thing with 5 hours to go. So we've got to fight for the lead, potentially in the elites and in the pros.
Yep, less so in club for the owners. 36-Motorsport are leading there ahead of Rethink Racing International. There's a couple of laps in that gap now, but no, that's not a margin you can completely relax with either. Maybe Core Blimey Racing can. They're leading the highest elite class by 4 laps at the moment, ahead, or 3 laps and most of 4 laps ahead of LBRT. There's an incident at the DC chicane as a couple of karts get back going again here. Yellow flags briefly, but they'll be pulled back in again. Didn't see quite who that was for. It looks like there's an owner's kart running quite slowly, though, through turn 2 there at Rib, and now towards turn 3. Is it just getting back up to speed? We do have a spinning kart as well. I think that kart's damaged. It's not running well, is it?
No, very much down on power. Maybe lost an engine, potentially. They sort of pulled over and let people through, which racing drivers don't often do. So that would indicate there is a problem. I think maybe indicating that I am slow, a warning to the drivers behind. We'll need to confirm as to who that is as they run their way. Is that the 104?
104. That is the Rethink Racing International team.
Ooh.
They are the closest rivals to 36 Motorsport in the Owners Club class. slowing, and well, it's difficult to see from here, but I think that steering is out of line. I mean, it's almost impossible to tell from here, but it looks to me as if the steering's out of line. We'll have another look when they come back over the start-finish line here. Best we can, but arm in the air. Just slowing down to make sure that nobody tries to do anything silly. Now, yeah, and yeah, look at, oh goodness, yeah, it is out of whack.
That is offset, yeah. Left hand down.
Turning left to go straight. Yeah.
So the toe very much affected. I would assume that's going to be a bent track rod. Obviously, the track rods are the bits that are responsible for pushing and pulling on the wheels when you turn the steering. So if they're bent, then it sort of sends it out of whack and affects the toe angle of the tyres, so that whether they're in or out, and yeah, excessively in, and you're going to be turning left. Handy if you're on a left-handed oval, not around T-side.
It doesn't excuse you from having to weigh your kart either, and they have to get pushed back again to do that. The karts, of course, do have a minimum weight, and they are checked almost every time for that. And there the fuel cap comes off. Fueling will happen now. Always good practice to fuel no matter what's happened out on the circuit. They'll do that now. Gravity helping them a little bit. They're not jacking up the rear anymore to lube the chain, but they are fueling. And now lifting the kart up to turn it almost. It certainly does look a little bit ruined, I'm afraid.
Screwing the cap on while they're walking with it as well.
Is that legal? It's fine, isn't it?
They put it on and then walk and screw it. Anything.
All
it
about
saves them probably about half a second.
Yeah. A driver change happening there for one of the other owners. That's the Shenby team, Shenby Racing, and they're not happy with that driver change, clearly looking backwards, and they're going back to the garage too. So the 104 goes up on the trolley. The Shenby Racing 959 is going, well, I don't really, they're going right back to the garage. And so are number 104. So two of the owner's karts going straight back to the paddock for what could be some quite lengthy repairs.
Yeah, potentially so. What that does do is Demo Rethink Racing International behind SKA. They were in a fight with them after the drive-through that 104 had. So SKA just sort of getting themselves into second place and probably just feeling a bit more safe in it now after the issues that they've had. They're going to have to go back in, sort the steering out, and then get it back out. Alessia are 4 laps behind on Rethink last time they broke the beam. That gives Rethink, if they want to keep this owner club podium, about 3.5 minutes to be in repair out and keep within a lap of the kart behind.
It's not going to happen, is it?
No.
No. But, I mean, not based on the steering I saw when they came down pit lane here. It was serious. It really was. So that will take some time. And unfortunately, they're going to lose some time as a result of all of that. It's just about 6:45 here on T-side, and we are ready to have a bit of an interview as well. Oh, I was trying to turn the mic off there before we heard the clattering of the mic, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. Joining me now is Carl Jansen from the Williams esports team. How are you doing?
Yeah, all good. All good. A bit tired, but...
I was going to say, how much sleep have you had?
1.5 hours or something.
Okay, not very much. Yeah, I mean, me and Zach were talking. We've probably not had very much either.
Yeah.
I guess it's the same for everyone. How's the race been? Well, first of all, actually, obviously Williams Esports not a karting team, but an esports team. How much racing have you done together? How much 24-hour karting have you done and the team done?
We did Buckmore last year.
Right.
Other than like endurance racing, I've not done much actually. But obviously we've all raced a lot, like in sprint races and what do you say, like WSK, all these bigger sprint karting championships, you know. So obviously we have a lot of experience behind the driving, but driving longer amounts, not too much really.
In terms of this race, as I was just talking about earlier on, you were running quite really well early on. I think podium places at some point in class. Unfortunately, not there anymore. How's the race been overall? First of all, have you enjoyed it? How's it been, the sort of performance-wise? What's the
Yeah, I mean
You're feeling now?
the race have been really fun. It's a really fun track. Like it's very physical with all the bumps, but it's a really fun track. A lot of commitment and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a really fun track. We've had a bit of technical issues. One of the pull cords for the starter went off.
Right.
Then we had a puncture, and yeah, that's been about it. But I think we lost like 20 minutes or something with all that. So then I think the chassis we have is really good. Like the kart is really fast through the corners, but we're lacking a bit of power on the straights. Quite a lot, I think, actually. So yeah, we've done basically the most we could. Bit unlucky with the pull cord, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think everyone's had some sort of issue as well. So
I think it's been relatively common, yeah. Although that's the first time I've heard of a pull cord coming off actually in this race. That does seem specifically quite unlucky actually.
yeah,
For that to have happened to you. In terms of the traffic, I was saying earlier, and I'll see if you agree with this or not. To me, it makes sense as a driver because I used to lose concentration when I was a driver quite a lot because driving on your own used to find it a bit boring, not a lot to do. You have got a lot to do here. You're not the ones overtaking after all because you're the ones being lapped, but still you've got to look over your shoulder and be aware of lap traffic. Does it help keep you a bit more alert than maybe it would do in a single, if it was just everyone was in the same kart? Would you agree that it helps you keep concentration a little bit better, or is it just the same either way?
I think both yes and no. You definitely need to pay more attention into like the S's coming down into the hairpin here, or the long right-hander at the back of the track. Those are a few places you really need to pay attention. But I think you would pay attention otherwise as well with how the traffic comes up on you anyways. Like there are faster and slower karts in the rental class as well. So obviously, I think it's both good and bad. Obviously, we've seen some bigger incidents between the two classes, which is expected, I guess. When there are a lot of different varieties of experience as well on track. So some have complete control of what's happening, and some obviously don't have that much experience and are learning. So yeah, but I think it's like any other endurance race in the car world where you have like IMSA or something like that. It's you just have to deal with the traffic as best as you can, and then with the traffic as well, you can make up time, even if you're struggling a bit on pace with the kart itself.
You mentioned something there. You're probably sick of being asked as you're a sim racer yourself, but I'm going to ask you it anyway because a lot of people who are watching this or listening to this will not be sim racers and not have ever even tried it. Never mind do it as seriously as you do. How much does that sort of thing translate into driving on a real circuit? This is karting, admittedly, it's not car racing. We've all seen you do plenty of times on sim racing. I can't imagine you've done much karting on a sim before, but maybe you have. But how much does it translate? What does it give you in these types of events?
I think for the driving itself, like the kart is very specific. It's not really like a car. Obviously, the how you approach a corner is the same, but the traffic management is very easy coming from the sim because you see them come up on you and you can kind of judge the gap. Okay, here I don't have to let them pass or pay attention to them, but they will come and they will overtake here. So just brake a bit early so they get past and then I can slot in behind. So I think things like that, it's really useful when you do this kind of stuff. I don't think we've lost a lot of time in traffic at all. Compared to other teams I've seen been really struggling when there's been traffic and staying around the outside, and then there's another two karts going around the inside. So yeah, I think it's a lot like that. You learn kind of how to approach the traffic in a good way.
And you've been with Williams for a while now in the sim racing world. How often are you spending time in England? I can't imagine you spent much time on Teesside, to be honest. It's not a place I've been very often either, and I've lived here all my life. How much time are you spending in England? What's day-to-day life like as a sim racer at the moment for Williams?
I live full-time in Sweden, obviously, still. But
how often do you come here then?
It's on these kind of trips,
Right.
or when we go to the factory and do some what do we call it, like coaching and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's more for that kind of stuff. So maybe a few times a year I'm here. And yeah, I mean it's quite nice actually. Like it's not a bad country to visit like that. So
You've got to say that you're here.
yeah. No, but it's actually good. So I'm enjoying it when I'm here.
And good to, I'd imagine, meet people you spend so much time with online as well, which is nice. What's the team morale been like? I mean, I don't see Michael Preston, for example, driving very often. He's been out here today. There's plenty of you. I think there's 7 of you, isn't there, in the kart? So it's fairly busy. What's the team morale like? What's the atmosphere like being here all together for, something that doesn't happen very often, as you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's been good. I think everyone enjoys these kind of stuff, or these events we're doing. Obviously, everyone on the kart is very experienced. Andrew does like the big rental championships in UK. Same with Michael as well. I think he also races in like the Club 100 and these kind of stuff. So like they both have a lot of experience with these karts, while Robin races KZ in Europe, so he's been racing WSK, some other bigger championships around Italy, Spain, France, Belgium, all around there. Moreno, I know, actually works together with Birel in Italy, so he's been helping me out with mechanic and stuff like that. And yeah, Camille has driven a lot of stuff as well when he was younger. I don't think he drives anymore now, but he was driving the...
He's still quite young.
yeah, he is. He's 18, I think, now.
Yeah.
But he doesn't race anymore.
Right.
And I've not been racing for some time either now, but I think it's just you have the experience, so you're able to use it in a good way. And yeah, I think we've put on a pretty good show with what we had.
Absolutely, yeah. One final question. Any prediction where you finish? Or hope where you finish?
Where are we now?
That's a good question. Overall, let's scroll down here. Overall, you are in 44th in class. You are in, apologies for counting out loud here, stream, but I'm going to have to, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th, 9th place in class.
That's not too bad. Maybe we can grab a top 5. Let's see. I don't know how many laps behind we are, but...
I think maybe only 1. It's quite close in that
right.
region of the standings. Because there are so many higher karts, I think it's quite close. So I don't think it's out of the question. I mean, we've just seen the overall lead change about 3 times in the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's every chance positions down the order can change as well. Carl, thanks for coming to chat to me.
Yeah.
It's been great to see you. And enjoy the rest of your time in the UK, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. Carl Jansen there from Williams Esports, chatting to me with just over 5 hours to go here in the British 24-hour here on Teesside. Thanks to him for coming to chat to us. Give us a bit of an insight into sim racing for those that don't know about it, and an insight into the Williams Esports team as well, who have, as I say, brought a big team of 7 and are showing well for themselves at the moment. Currently 9th in class and aiming to maybe sneak a top 5 by the end.
Yeah, no, they've been doing really, really well. I mean, to be fair, they qualified 2nd place in class and actually P7 overall with a very, very good lap time yesterday. But obviously 1 lap in quali does not necessarily translate into race pace. But they've actually been able to keep it up really well in what has been, changeable circumstances for a lot of people and continuing to put in pretty decent lap times. Their quickest lap of 21.2 and they're consistently sub 22, which is a very, very strong lap time to be sort of running in on pace with the leaders like the 20 of track limit. So again, just goes to show that they are very, very good indeed. And interesting to obviously see the translations, because we always, especially recently, are beginning to talk more and more about that transition from sim racing to real life. What translates, what doesn't translate, what can you take from one to the other, what skills are useful, what do you then have to sort of relearn as such. Interesting to note that a lot of the racecraft side of things is pretty much 1 for 1.
I don't know if you saw this. About a year and a half, I think it was either a year and a half ago or half a year ago. It was before or just after the Sebring 12 hours. Scotty McLaughlin, who's fairly active on Twitter, in terms of posting about motorsport and sim racing anyway, he said that the one thing that iRacing and other sims have really given him was that ability of traffic management, because all the other things will always be slightly different. It's so hard to replicate everything absolutely perfectly. I mean, even with laser scanning and whatever, to make everything behave exactly how it should and exactly the same is really difficult. But what you can do is create the mechanics for traffic that you will see in real life. I mean, in the Sims, they do have a replication of the Sebring 12 Hour and other big events like that. You can replicate the feeling of that. You can replicate the traffic. And likewise here as well, you can learn how to negotiate traffic. And as the old saying goes, the only way to learn how to do and get better at multi-class racing is to do multi-class racing. You can't learn it in a classroom on your own. You've got to just go out and do it, and that's what sim racing does give you.
Yeah, I mean, decision making is decision making, whether it's pixels or particles in the real world. Like, it's the same thing, and it does a really, really good job of teaching that sort of decision making, when to go for a move, when to back out of a move, what sort of things are on. Those sorts of things translate really, really well. And then the good thing, obviously, for sim racers is that they are turning a steering wheel and pushing pedals in the sim, and then they jump into a kart and they're turning a steering wheel and pushing pedals. And then they also gain the sensation. So obviously they've got force feedback and haptic feel sometimes in the pedals as well on their wheelbases at home. But then they jump into the real kart, and then they've got all that sensation around their body, the G-forces. So they actually, not only do they have all of the tools from decision-making sort of mentally, they then jump in and actually gain feedback from the real kart. So oftentimes you'll actually see the jump from sim racing to real life be easier than the jump from real life into sim racing. Unless obviously your name is Max Verstappen, in which case you are that guy at both. But it's actually really difficult for a real life driver to be competitive with the sims compared to a sim driver jumping in and being quite competitive with the real life pros. I think Lucas Blakely, the F1 Esports 22 champion, recently won 2 races in GB4 at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the first driver to do something in GB4 the other week. What was it? I can't remember what it was, but he did something, and it was the first time it had happened.
Yeah.
Can't remember what it was. I'll look it up and tell you later. What do you would you like to comment on your Williams Esports community comments now that we've spoken? No.
Essentially, guys, there was an event called VCO Infinity, which is a 24-hour event split into 24 individual races. A really, really good format.
Can you imagine if we're doing that here?
I would love that. We should get we need to talk to Florian and just be like, we need to get a real life Infinity, because Luca Monroe would be all over that, and he would be here every single hour of it. But yeah, but nonetheless, that was. Wouldn't. Yeah, no, exactly. We would be here, very much so. But yeah, so essentially that was the case. And not only did you obviously have all of the top teams like Team Redline, Apex, Williams, obviously, but you also had a lot of like community teams, like sort of like that have not, because it's a big grid. Sort of, I think we had like 48 cards, 50 cards, something like that. So you had some of the more like pro-am teams as such on the main stage. And I said, in response to Lewis McGlade saying something in regards to showcasing their talent, how good VCO Infinity was at allowing community teams to sort of showcase their talents on the big stage. In doing so, I had a brief lapse in concentration/talent and forgot that he was referencing the Williams Esports Academy car. So they're still pro team car, just for the drivers that are not quite ready for the full team. They're there as an academy driver, so to learn, and I have not been able to live down the fact that I essentially called them a community team despite them being incredibly strong sim racers. So there we go.
And I think 2 of their members are here today.
Yes.
Certainly, Robin Glaren, certainly. Which was the other one we agreed on earlier on? I can't remember.
Gromowski.
Yes, Gromowski, yeah. So those 2. And as I was just saying, Cameron Gromowski, he was talking about Gromowski as if he's been karting for years and just stopped years ago. He's actually still a really young guy, and so does have a lot of talent left in him and a long career ahead of him, I'm sure, in the racing world. Meanwhile, the time is ticking down to the end of another hour. 5 hours to go as we go past 7 o'clock in the morning here at Teesside. It's myself, Ian O'Leary, Zach Sweeney, along with you for another hour. and looking forward to what the remainder of this race has in store. Nexus Sport are leading the race ahead of MS Soko Select. They're now second, a lap and a half behind. Red Graphics are third, having stopped just under 30 laps ago.
Yes, I found the GB4 thing.
Go
It's
ahead.
winning margin.
Biggest winning margin ever.
15.4 seconds,
Crikey.
Lucas Blakely.
And to put that into context, the
They're
races are about
20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes, yeah, so that's an impressive margin.
Really, really good for him. So if you're out there and you're a sim racer and you're maybe just starting out in your sim racing journey, don't give up because you can get quite far with it. Plenty of examples of drivers that have gone from sim to real. William Byram in NASCAR recently won the Daytona 500. He was a sim racer.
Recently, it's 6 months ago.
Yeah, 6 months. Yeah, well, yeah, recently this year, right? It's fine.
Yeah.
That is probably the biggest. That's like the Monaco of NASCAR or the Le Mans of NASCAR, essentially, in terms of prestige.
Prestige, yeah.
And yeah, that's the one they all want to win. And he done that, and he was a sim racer. So if you're out there and you're like, oh, it's pretend race cars, me, Tom. And
you've taken that very personally. I don't think he really.
It's not that
really
deep.
Meant it.
It's not that deep. But yeah, just get on it. Just do it, because even if you're on like a £200 setup, you can get very, very far with it and be quite good. So get on it.
Absolutely. Sorry, I was just so giggling at you. Your impression of Tom. That's just rude. Anyway, it wasn't really an impression of Tom. I know. Either way,
if it was a good one.
Yeah, yellow flag in sector 3 at the moment, just before hairpin 3. But I can't see the kart stop that's causing it, unless the sun is glaring at us. No, the yellow flag pulled in then, and the racing resumes around those final corners. I'd say something I have noticed really start to come on a little bit more in these final couple of moments, actually, as we tick finally below 5 hours to go. Not many of the gaps now are actually seconds anymore. It is laps predominantly.
Yeah, as we'd expect. I mean, we've been going for 19 hours, and it's going to be difficult. Even if the pace differential is like 0.3 of a second, you extrapolate that over 893 laps that we've run at the lead. That very quickly becomes a lot of seconds, and therefore a lot of laps thereafter. Couple in the full course yellows and strategy differences and issues. It's easy for laps because, again, we talk about laps as if they're big things, but realistically it's 75 seconds, just over a minute.
Yep.
It's not that long of a lap. And if you're in and have to change an engine and it takes you a minute, you lose a lap. If you're in and you've got to take the car back to the awning, that probably in of itself takes about a minute and a half, plus the repairs, plus getting it back, plus sorting everything out sort of in the transitional periods and all those sort of extra couple of seconds in between the phases to then be back out on circuit. It's really easy to lose 3 or 4 laps just like that, just because you've had a small issue. So to see the gaps in laps is not unusual. It doesn't mean they're not subject to change, though.
Absolutely. Warning for contact for kart number 46 on the circuit. And so they will have to be careful again.
Still city races.
Which one, sorry?
Still city races. It does say under the flag.
It does say, sorry, yeah. I was trying to find them in the order so I could actually tell you where they are in the standings. Steel City Racers are 61st overall in the biggest class of them all. They're the highest club class. It's the one up from bottom in the higher division. Speaking of the higher rookies battle, by the way, it's been so close between the Petit Bourgeois racing team and Test T's as well. 4 laps, though, now between the two of them, unfortunately, for the 411 team. It's been a difficult night, especially the ends to the night. So they will have to try and recover what they can from the remaining 5 hours of the race. It's just past 7 o'clock here at Teesside. You're watching the British 24-hour for 2024. We're having our final stream change now, so please make sure you check out the final part of the stream, which should be in the YouTube description. It is indeed. And so, yes, you should see the link there for the final hours YouTube description. Make sure you join us over there. We'll be going live with that very, very shortly. There are still 5 hours to go here at Teesside Karting. Make sure you join